I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
Creating this whole trial, Daddy.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
That every time you run into Phil Barber, you should reach for it.
And then I just looked to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
I was in the eye of the storm, and you guys were watching the storm.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, want some coffee?
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Good morning, or afternoon, or evening, or whatever it is in your little neck of the woods. It is good to see y'all. It is good to be here. I hope everyone had a great weekend. Today is the day we are going to have closing arguments. Today is day 9. Day 9 in our ridiculous trial of Robert Tellis. And his testimony is over, which means we don't have to hear him today. We don't have to listen to his lies today. We will have to listen to the closing arguments from his attorney, but that will not be nearly as bad as listening to this fool get up there and yap things that we know are not true. Things that we know are BS. So that is a good thing. That's a blessing. That's a blessing. Not having to hear Robert Tellis yap. That's a blessing. I am here. Let me go ahead and put our screen up. Be Kind Tiger member for 15 whole months. Wow, 15 months of joy. Yay. Happy, or sorry, not happy. Hey, I just throw in happiness where I see it. Hey, Brandi in chat and the best mods. Brandi, did you forget your sunscreen? Love you. Oh yeah, you can see I'm a little bit red. I was out on the boat for my friend's birthday this weekend, and I got a little bit sunny. That's okay. That's all right. It'll fade. It'll fade to brown within a day or so. I've been working so much, I haven't been out in the sun much, so I got a little burnt. I love your Ashley Benefield hairstyle. No, I have braided my hair long before Ashley Benefield. This is my style. I'm older. We have streams where my hair is like this before we ever did her trial. She liked my hair and she copied me. She doesn't know who I am. But thank you. I like braids. It keeps my hair out of my face. Amanda Davis, hello, member for 15 whole months. Love this family, and we love you too. We love you too. Happy 15 months. Happy 15 months. Do we have enough time to go to Verdict Watch today? I believe so, because they did the charge conference Friday, right? So they'll do closings. Oh, here, let me share my screen. They'll do closings, and they'll do jury instructions, and then we'll be in Verdict Watch. I don't see this being a real long Verdict Watch. I'm pretty sure they don't even, I know I joke about this with some of them. I'm like, they could just literally raise their hand in the jury box. Like, everybody, like, we all know, right? Everybody knows. Yeah. Send them away. But that's not how it works. You know, they have to actually go through the whole process. But that's okay. That's okay. We're here for it. We're here for it. 1.5 hours. We are going to do a poll on that. We're going to do a poll on how long you think it will take. We had the shortest one that we have done so far is Richard Merritt. He was less than an hour. We knew he's guilty. He done killed his mama and took off on the run. We knew he was guilty. And then he tried to blame it on the wet bandits from Home Alone. We knew he's guilty. Less than an hour for him. Do you think this one could be less? I think it might be less. I think it could be. Road member for 13 whole months. Brandi, I saw your video of you and your friends on the boat and you got to see dolphins. How lucky are you? They were so close to us too, which was really cool. They were so close. I loved that. Did y'all get to see it? Hold on, let me pull up my let me pull it up. I love dolphins. I love dolphins. Let's see. And of course, let me move myself. Of course, I also posted the glamour shots. Why does this remind me of Ivan? Okay, so this is
that was a video.
yeah. I'm gonna mute it because I can't remember what me and my friends were saying. Look how close they are. Look how close they are. They are so pretty. They're right there. That's my friend Shuri. Let's see. Look how close they are.
That was a
I hate my laugh. Look at them. Look at them. The little babies. Oh, there was a little bitty baby too. There was a baby dolphin that we saw. I got him on one of the videos. I can't remember if it's one of the ones I posted though. Look at him. We were out there. We found some sand dollars. Of course, we put them back. Sand dollars are alive. People think they're just shells. They're not shells. They're living creatures. So we put them back. And then here's the other one.
thanks for right.
Look how, let me mute it because I hate my voice. Look how cute. They were right there. Look at them. That one was one of the little ones. So they were sweet. Super, super sweet. There are sea turtles around. We didn't see any yesterday, but there's one sandbar out right past the state park. There's like one sandbar that has loggerhead turtles everywhere. And then I've seen some of the turtles at the pier. They'll swim around the pier sometimes too. And actually one of them, turtle season is almost over. But there have been a couple that nested around here. There's one that nested like right outside of our condo, and they'll come through on their four-wheelers in the morning and they'll look for them to, because they'll protect them. They'll like mark it off, whatever, so nobody can mess with them, and to protect them. So, and that was like right outside, which is really cool. I love it when they do the excavations of those, and then they'll take the little sea turtle and they'll take them out there to sea, and then you see them swim off. It's so cool. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. I love sea turtles. It's one of my favorites. I have like a collection. I was about to say see over there, but you can't see over there because the camera doesn't face there. That's not how that works, but that's okay. But I have like a little collection of sea turtles in here because I love sea turtles. I love them. Michelle Marcus member for 13 whole months. 13 whole months. Happy memberversary. Happy memberversary. Yeah, there's a lot at Cape San Blas. Yeah, a lot at Cape San Blas. I haven't been out there in a while. Dreamy Landry, gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. We were close to Shell Island when we went out on the boat yesterday, or not yesterday, the day before. It's beautiful out there. Beautiful, beautiful. Member for 13 whole months. Ellie Veldman, member 13 months. Love being here too. Hit like button, y'all. Thank you for saying that. Hit the like button. Yes. I've gotten a little bit better about remembering to say that. A little bit. A little bit. Happy memberversary. My daughter is obsessed with orcas. She wants to be a marine biologist and work with wild orcas. They're so pretty. Like I love most marine life. I did get stung by a jellyfish Sunday, but wasn't too bad. I was like in the middle of a sentence. We had anchored the boat and got out, and we're like kind of over near the channel, so it but like kind of off to the side, so it was like not even waist deep water. So we're sorry, email. We were in shallow water, so we're all just kind of like standing there and hanging out, and I got stung on my foot by a jellyfish. Middle of a sentence. Kind of rude. Interrupted my middle of my sentence. Kells Bells, member for 6 whole months. Love being here with y'all. We love having you. What just happened? All my stuff blinked. What are you doing down there? Was that you that did that? Happy 6 months. Happy 6 months. Boy Mama times 3. New member. Welcome. Welcome. Welcome to the green side. Welcome. Welcome. I would love if Tellus would give closing arguments. Not me. I don't want to sit through all that nonsense again. His attorney will do that because he's not representing himself. He just did the narrative on his testimony. But so, thank goodness, at least there will be, at least you don't have to hear that. Although it would be a whole nother disaster. Ashley, member for 11 whole months. Thumbnail is too funny. Oh yeah, I forgot. Y'all had asked me to put the drawing that we were doing, or the graphic that we were doing, where we were adding all the stuff. Y'all had asked me to put it for the graphics, or for the thumbnail. So I put it as the thumbnail today for y'all. Thumbnail's too funny. I love being here. Thanks for creating such a great community. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you. And y'all saw I added Paris Hilton to the thumbnail, of course. Paris Hilton has entered the thumbnail. So random. So random. Jellyfish and mosquitoes are so rude, right? And it's about to be, we have for whatever reason, every September, October-ish, there's, depending on the year, there's, we get this overflow of dragonflies. So it's starting a little bit early this year. I can already see there's a ton of dragonflies out there. There will be so many when it gets to the peak, which may be earlier than expected because based on what I'm seeing out there now. But when it gets to the peak, I'm going to have to put the camera right there at the window so you can see. They are swarming. The dragonflies are swarming. It doesn't last long, maybe a week of crazy, end of the world type swarming, but it's kind of crazy. I'll have to show you all that. Cool things about living on the coast is just all kinds of random stuff happens. Kathy Davidson, member for 13 whole months. Brandi, Beach, and Lucy. What's not to love? What's not to love? Lucy and the beach are 2 of my favorite things. Happy memberversary. Allie B from Tennessee. Hey everybody, my B-day was yesterday and I'm all happy birthday. Happy birthday, Allie B from Tennessee. I hope it was the best birthday ever. And you might get a verdict today for your birthday. Somebody write them and tell them we need a verdict today for Allie B's birthday. PJ, remember for 11 whole months. 11 whole months. Oh my goodness. I did not add a grease pencil to the drawing. We might have to do that today. We might have to add that today. I did have the scissors and the super glue, and I can't remember what else. There's so much in that one. DSN member 14 whole months. Thanks for the gifted membership. Love being here. We love having you here. Happy memberversary. Happy memberversary. Dragonflies hunt mosquitoes. I think I'll let them have them. The mosquitoes will tear you up. Mosquitoes aren't that bad right here on the coast. If you go inland at all, then they will tear you up. Wild Child, gifted membership. Thank you so much. Thank you. DSN gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. All of our new members. This whole narrative thing is so strange. Would this be something that Sarah Boone would be allowed to do even as a pro se? Because we know she will just lie. Yes. So it's basically what a pro se defendant will do when they take the stand in their own defense. And then it still opens them up for cross-examination. So they'll still have to answer questions during that part, just like Tellis did. But that is what she would do. Now with him, he's not pro se, of course, but the attorneys, when they don't want to take part in that, whatever he has to say, because they know it's going to be BS, ethically they can't ask him a bunch of questions and partake in him BSing everybody. So he just gets to kind of say what he wants and do his own thing while we all roll our eyes. Amy, member for 11 whole months. I can't wait for his face when he hears guilty. Oh my gosh. Somebody was saying something about like they thought he was going to pass out, or like somebody was saying he's going to fake cry. I don't know. It's so hard to tell because normally like even the people that you think are going to go a little bit nuts, like Bryce, what was his name? Bryce, whatever, that had the zapper belt on that I kept wanting to, I'm like, zap him. The one that was so horrible. I was hoping he would act up so they'd zap him, but this is why I'm not in control of the zapper. But they were, we were talking about that, like if anybody was going to act out, and they had extra security in there and everything for him because of stuff he's done before in the courtroom, threatening the judge and making faces at, the boys that he killed, the 2 young brothers that he killed, he blew a kiss to their mom in the courtroom and stuff. Just a horrible person. And we were expecting him, Bryce Rhodes, that's it. We were expecting him to potentially act up, and he didn't. So, I don't know. Kathy, member 14 whole months. Isn't that crazy that we've been doing this that long? All right. Hey, Ari. Hey, Brandi, I'm at the Corey Ritson's hearing. No live stream here by judge's order. Enjoy the closing argument. Oh, no live stream. Oh. You have to give us updates on what's going on. If y'all are not following, subscribe to RA, you're missing out. He's my good buddy, my favorite streamer, recovery addict on YouTube. Gotta follow him. Bridget, member for 3 whole months. Happy Monday, everyone. Do they have time limits today? I'm assuming that they have time limits, especially with this not being a super long trial. I did not hear her give the time limits on Friday, so I guess we may hear that today, unless she's already told them, and we don't know. But wonder where Tellis is this morning. He had plans. Got him a busy schedule. He thinks he's special. The self-importance is crazy. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you. I appreciate it. Carrie Kay says, I do believe him when he talks about Compass Realty, but that is a separate issue. 2 things can be true at the same time. Both he and Compass can be guilty. Yeah, I mean, I have not looked into Compass Realty, so I don't know that, I'm not saying that anything he has said about that is not true. I do believe that he is trying to project, stuff onto everybody else instead of taking any kind of responsibility, for anything that he's done. But yeah, two things can definitely be true at once. Oh, this guy, he's the worst, isn't he? He's the worst. Tears will be happening. Oh, it'll be you think it'll be like the fake tears, or you think he'll actually cry? Surely he doesn't think he really still has a chance. I think he does, Allie B. I think that he really does think that he's like, I got them. I got this. They were eaten out of the palm of my hand. I think that he really thinks that people believe him. They need to hide that grease pencil from him when they say guilty. Is there anybody who thinks that there might be a chance that they find him not guilty? I don't think so. Will you do the Donna Adelson trial? I am not going to be doing Donna Adelson because I will be covering, I will be in Orlando, going through the Laurie Shaver trial. My friend's friend who killed her husband and buried him under the fire pit. My friend was invited over to roast marshmallows, not knowing that she was roasting marshmallows over her friend's dead husband. So I will be there covering that. Tell should be here today. I don't know exactly what's taking him so long. Vegas time goes on their own. They just do their own thing. They do their own thing. Mildred, thank you for the super chat. Well, when you can heal at superhuman speeds, you can show up when you want. That's true. That's true. He is a super healer. He's a superhero. He does have his hero cape in the thumbnail. He's a fast healer. This guy. Oh, Mod Extraordinaire Dindo says closings are 45 minutes each. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. Not bad at all. He could cry. Actual crying. I could maybe do some actual crying. I could see, like, I could see him cry for himself, He's awful. Robert fully believes he has won this. I think he might, because he's that self-absorbed and out of touch with reality, and he has zero self-awareness. So I think that he really could believe that he's got this, that people believe him. He's awful. I could see him doing like a surprised face. Like, oh, guilty? You think I'm guilty? Carlene313, thank you for super chat. Is he still married, and has she been in court? He is still married, and I think that she was only in court one day that I remember seeing. Y'all can correct me if I'm wrong or if I missed it, but I think that's the only one. I think Friday was the only day. He's doing his hair. That's why he's late. Gotta make sure. Brushing them hair brows. This guy. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Yes, there is a civil lawsuit that has been filed for wrongful death. The O'Keefe family filed a civil lawsuit claiming wrongful death and emotional distress against Karen, the Waterfall, and C.F. McCarthy's. Closings are, we know that they had court scheduled to start 30 minutes ago, so we're just kind of here waiting. So I don't know if they're going to do closings first and then jury instructions, or if they're going to do jury instructions and then closings. Welcome, welcome, hello, hello. It's funny too, because remember, he said that there were a couple things when he was, remember when Tails got cut off a couple times and was like, okay, well, it's fine. We'll clear that up in closings. And then he like looked at his attorney like, jot that down. Jot that down. With your grease pencil. Who knows? Robert says, prosecution will say he's guilty, and the defense will say, but compass. There, that's the closing arguments summarized. Oh, Chrissy says she only missed one day. See, I was paying attention to making notes on all of the testimony, so I didn't see her. Saw her Friday. But I didn't see her the other days. But I also wasn't looking, I'll be honest. Mildred, thank you for the super chat. Tellus even brought his own verdict brows. He does. His verdict brows are kind of like, remember when RA and I did the joint verdict watch for, which one was that? That was that Judge Newman trial. Wasn't it? Was it? I think. Maybe. Anyway, RA had his verdict eyebrows that were very big, very big. That's how his are. Keep calling them Bert and Ernie brows. Bert and Ernie brows. They're always late. They on Vegas time. We're just in their world. Just waiting on them. Canning green beans and watching. I used to make my nieces and nephew help with canning beans. I'd have them out snapping beans out of the garden. That's the only thing I miss about. No, that's not the only thing I miss about living on the coast. I miss having a garden, but I don't miss the upkeep of it. I'll be honest, because gardens are a lot of work. But I do miss having a big garden, because it was nice to kind of grow your own food. Just walk out there and grab you some lettuce for a salad or some squash or tomatoes or something. Like, I miss being able to grow my own food. But it was a lot of work. I miss that, and I miss the leaves changing in fall. I don't get to see that here. Palm trees don't change color. Oh, was it Tommy? Was it Tommy? Was it Tommy? Was it the one? Was it this prosecutor that we did the joint thing for? It might have been. Hello from Finland. Hello. Hello. Sherry Smith, member for 14 whole months. I love my family here, and it's even better when both RA and 13 jurors are all together. 13th addicts. Carrie Kay says, can I ask for some encouragement? I'm going to put an application in to work at my daughter's school over the lunch hour. I have not worked nor had a job interview for 10 years, so I am nervous. Carrie Kay, good luck to you. We are manifesting it. We are manifesting it. We're manifesting it. Good things coming your way. Good luck. We are manifesting it. It will all work out for you. Carrie Kay, we believe in you. We believe in you. Yes, it was Thami. Oh, that's funny. That was because it was that. These are the same prosecutors for Thami. Chris and Ham. Chris Hamner and Pamela Willenke. What is that? Weckerly. Weckerly. Hello, hello. American Girl, hello. Truly enjoy being here. I've watched you for almost a year. I don't have a membership, but love your channel. We love having you. We love having you. We are not sure why we're waiting on. Like I said, we're on Vegas time. They're always late. They'll let us know when they're ready. We'll just stay here and wait. Good morning, good morning. Can they be, oh, did y'all say, okay, well, funny you should mention them being roommates because we made them roommates. Hold on, I'll show you. So I have ADHD. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. So I have trouble focusing. So sometimes we kind of, especially when they're like taking long breaks or long-winded, we kind of get a little bit bored and start doing stuff. So we made him into some different things. But one of them was him and Thami being roommates. Because why not? So him and Thami are roommates. They have their ramen noodles and their bunk beds, and somebody said they needed a toilet, so they got a toilet. Oh, and there was more. Let's see. Oh, and he kind of looks like Wooly Willy, so we gave him Wooly Willy. Mega Mind. That was a highly requested one to give a Mega Mind. And then this is the one that I made the thumbnail for today. And this one we did like while they were on, we did most of this one while they were on break. And I think then as more random stuff would happen, we would add to it. So we have Paris Hilton is here now. Of course we have, he did not want Rita to be elected, so he was stealing the vote for Rita signs and threw them away. We have the scissors, the super glue, the Apple Watch, Compass Realty, and of course Thomas More. That's who's going to be selling his house when he's arrested. We have Jappy, who's over here with his DNA to plant. The surveillance. Where are you? That one we just put on a plane because you couldn't see it on the watch, so he gets a plane. That's the only place we had room, was up there. He has his stilts and his little moccasins. Had to give him little moccasins. His pants are on fire for obvious reasons. That's what happens to liars. He has his Kohl's cash to get his Kohl's tennis shoes, because they're the kind of Nikes that you get at Kohl's with the plastic on them instead of the fancy ones, apparently. He's a neon ninja with his neon shirt on. He's got his cape on, his superhero cape, because he's a superhero. And of course his hat with the eyebrows. There's a fairy over here sprinkling little pieces of tennis shoe. Roberta was here on the car. Do not disturb. In the back seat. his Planet Fitness sticker. He's got a bumper sticker that says Techie, the Vote for Tellus. He was going to wash his car, so he's got 3 sponges to wash the 3 cars. What else? Is that everything? Oh, and don't make a mess, because that's what breaks him. And then, of course, Boss Baby. We had to give him Boss Baby. And then, oh, that was the part of the glamour shots. Here's one of the glamour shots. That was his fancy one. That was the more realistic one. That's as far as we made it. Blessed in Texas. Join your channel is to listen to your podcast. Love your voice. Thank you. I'm all for it because I so enjoyed your Canton series, and their series coming up. Yes. I am doing. I'm doing some of the jury duty episodes again. So I just did part 1 of Ashley Benefield. So that one's going to be, I think, 3 parts on that one. I was working on part 2 all morning. So that's what I did, kind of a deep dive on that. There's a lot of stuff that was happening kind of behind the scenes and in court that didn't come out in the trial. So I did a deep dive on that because I wanted to be able to give Doug's side of what he says happened, and we've give Ashley's side. We've heard some of Ashley's side in court, but I wanted to give both sides and let people decide. You can decide what you believe, which side you believe, or if you believe one or the other, or somewhere in the middle. So part 1 was out last week. Part 2 will be out in a couple days, and then I'm still doing Canton because obviously still stuff is going on with that one. And then also on the Canton series, I'm getting into a little bit of Justin Root and Sandra Birchmore. So, all kinds of stuff. It's keeping me very busy. Very, very, very busy. We have a lot of scroll moments here. It's the ADD. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Thank you. Thunderbirds Puppet Show. Oh. I did not make him mini-me. I haven't done that one yet. We had all kinds of requests the other day on what to do with him. That's how we spent our lunch break, doing his glamour shots. The big hat was the first one, wasn't far off from his sun hat disguise. Yeah, that's how the whole thing started. We were going to give him a sun hat to, and then we just spiraled out of control from there. That's how the whole thing started, though. Well, we don't have, oh, there he is. Ugh. Way to ruin a Monday. I just see him and I'm already instantly annoyed. I'm so innocent. Oh, we had one day where we put different hairstyles on him. He actually, with a blonde bob, was not as bad as I mean, of the, ain't nothing gonna make him too appealing because of who he is as a person. However, blonde bob wasn't too bad. Although that mullet, he is rocking that mullet, y'all. Looking like Ivan. Beach Lover, thank you for the super chat. You doing thumbnails now like Recovery Addict always does. I've always done the graphic stuff. I've never put them as thumbnails. Everybody asked me to put it as a thumbnail so they could look at it this time, but we don't do them as thumbnails. We just do them out of boredom. My favorite was from Letitia Stalk last year, whenever that was. The one that we did with the Cash Baby. The Cash Baby graphic was one of my favorites. But normally we just do them. I put them on the website. And the Lori Vallow one that we did last year, with the storm. I loved that one too. Daisy, welcome.
We approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you.
Already. Okay. Well, there we go. Charmaine member for 5 whole months. Your artistic side is showing and it's spot on. Hold on. I got to show you all the ones from... I'll just show you the...
All right, Brandi, yours.
I have to pull them up. And the Devil Taco. The Devil Taco one was fun too. Hold on, let me pull those up. We had, Michael the Archangel. Archangel.
The state stipulate to the presence of the panel and the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, at this time, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to instruct you on the law. Officer Hawks is handing out the jury instructions. Each of you will have a copy of the instructions. You'll be able to take them with you when you go back to deliberate upon your verdict. It is now my duty as judge to instruct you in the law that applies to this case. It is your duty as jurors to follow these instructions and to apply the rules of law to the facts as you find them from the evidence. You must not be concerned with the wisdom of any rule of law stated in these instructions. Regardless of any opinion you may have as to what the law ought to be, it would be a violation of your oath to base a verdict upon any other view of the law than that given in the instructions of the court. Instruction number 2, if in these instructions any rule, direction, idea is repeated or stated in different ways, no emphasis thereon is intended by me, and none may be inferred by you. For that reason, you are not to single out any certain sentence or any individual point or instruction and ignore the others, but you are to consider all the instructions as a whole and regard each in the light of all the others. The order in which the instructions are given has no significance as to their relative importance. Number 3, an indictment is but a formal method of accusing a person of a crime and is not of itself any evidence of his guilt. In this case, it is charged an indictment that on or about the 2nd day of September 2022 within the County of Clark, State of Nevada, contrary to the form, force, and effect of statutes in such cases made and provided, and against the peace and dignity of the State of Nevada, the defendant committed the crime of murder with use of a deadly weapon, victim 60 years of age or older, as follows. Did willfully, unlawfully, with malice aforethought, kill Jeffrey Gehrman, who was 60 years of age or older, with use of a deadly weapon, to wit, a knife, by stabbing the said Jeffrey Gehrman multiple times about the body, the said killing having been 1, willful, deliberate, and premeditated, and or 2, perpetrated by lying in wait for the said Jeffrey Gehrman, and or 3, perpetrated by abuse of an older person. It is the duty of the jury to apply the rules of law contained in these instructions to the facts of the case and determine whether or not the defendant is guilty of the offense charged. Number 4, murder is the unlawful killing of a human being with malice aforethought, either express or implied. The unlawful killing may be effected by any of the various means by which death may be occasioned. Number 5, malice aforethought means the intentional doing of a wrongful act without legal cause or excuse, or what the law considers adequate provocation. The condition of mind described as malice aforethought may arise from anger, hatred, revenge, or from particular ill will, spite, or grudge toward the person killed. It may also arise from an unjustifiable or unlawful motive or purpose to injure another, proceeding from a heart fatally bent on mischief, or with reckless disregard of consequences in social duty. Malice aforethought does not imply deliberation or the lapse of any considerable time between the malicious intention to injure another and the actual execution of the intent, but denotes an unlawful purpose and design as opposed to accident and mischance. Number 6, express malice is that deliberate intention unlawfully to take away the life of a human being which is manifested by external circumstances capable of proof. Malice may be implied when no considerable provocation appears, or when all of the circumstances of the killing show an abandoned and malignant heart. Number 7, the indictment alleges alternative theories of murder of the first degree, as allowed by law. In addition to willful, deliberate, premeditated murder, the indictment alleges the defendant committed the murder by means of lying in wait and or by abuse of an older person. Number 8, one theory of murder of the first degree is murder which is perpetrated by means of any kind of willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing. All three elements, willfulness, deliberation, and premeditation, must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt before an accused can be convicted of first-degree murder under the theory of liability. Number 9, willfulness is the intention to kill. There need be no appreciable space of time between formation of the intent to kill and the act of killing. Number 10, deliberation is the process of determining upon a course of action to kill as a result of thought, including weighing the reasons for and against the action, considering the consequences of the actions. A deliberate determination may be arrived at in a short period of time, but in all cases, the determination must not be formed in passion, or if formed in passion, it must be carried out after there has been time for the passion to subside and deliberation to occur. A mere unconsidered and rash impulse is not deliberate, even though it includes the intent to kill. Number 11, premeditation is a design, a determination to kill distinctly formed in the mind by the time of the killing. Premeditation need not be for a day, an hour, or even a minute. It may be as instantaneous as successive thoughts of the mind. For if the jury believes from the evidence that the act constituting the killing has been preceded by and has been the result of premeditation, no matter how rapidly the act follows the premeditation, it is premeditated. Number 12, the law does not undertake to measure in units of time the length of the period during which the thought must be pondered before it can ripen into an intent to kill, which is truly deliberate and premeditated. The time will vary with different individuals and under varying circumstances. The true test is not the duration of time, but rather the extent of the reflection. A cold, calculated judgment and decision may be arrived at in a short period of time, but a mere unconsidered and rash impulse, even though it includes an intent to kill, is not deliberation and premeditation, as will fix an unlawful killing as murder of the first degree. Number 13, another theory of murder of the first degree is murder perpetrated by means of lying in wait. The elements necessary to constitute lying in wait are watching, waiting, and concealment from the person killed with the intention of inflicting serious bodily injury upon such person or of killing such person. Nothing requires that the lying in wait exist for or consume any particular period of time before the act which causes the death. It is only necessary that the act causing death be preceded by and the outgrowth of lying in wait. Where a killing is accomplished after lying in wait, the state is not required to prove premeditation or deliberation. The killing constitutes murder of the first degree so long as it was committed with malice, either express or implied. Number 14, another theory of murder of the first degree is a kind of murder which carries with it conclusive evidence of malice aforethought. One of these classes of murder is murder committed in the perpetration or attempted perpetration of abuse of an older person. Therefore, a killing which is committed in the perpetration or attempted perpetration of abuse of an older person is deemed to be murder of the first degree, whether the killing was intentional or unintentional or accidental. This is called the felony murder rule. The intent to perpetrate or attempt to perpetrate abuse of an older person must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Number 15, any person who abuses an older person is guilty of abuse of an older person. Abuse means willfully causing unjustifiably pain or injury or mental suffering to an older person. An older person is defined in Nevada as 60 years of age or older. Number 16, although your verdict must be unanimous as to the charge, you do not have to agree on the theory of guilt or liability. Therefore, even if you cannot agree on whether the facts establish the defendant is guilty of willful, deliberate, and premeditated murder, murder by means of lying in wait, or felony murder by means of abuse of an older person, so long as all of you agree that the evidence establishes the defendant's guilt of murder in the first degree, your verdict shall be murder of the first degree. Number 17, all murder which is not murder of the first degree is murder of the second degree. Murder of the second degree is murder with malice aforethought, but without the admixture of premeditation and deliberation, nor by means of lying in wait or by means of elder abuse. Number 18, you are instructed that if you find the state has established that the defendant has committed first-degree murder, you shall select first-degree murder as your verdict. The crime of first-degree murder includes the crime of second-degree murder. You may find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder if, 1, you have not found beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of murder of the first degree, and 2, all 12 of you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant is guilty of the crime of second-degree murder. If you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime of murder has been committed by the defendant, but you have a reasonable doubt whether such murder was of the first or of the second degree, you must give the defendant the benefit of that doubt and return a verdict of murder of the second degree. Number 19, you are instructed that if you find the defendant guilty of first or second degree murder, you must also determine whether or not a deadly weapon was used in the commission of the crime. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that a deadly weapon was used in the commission of such an offense, then you shall return the appropriate guilty verdict reflecting with use of a deadly weapon. If, however, you find that a deadly weapon was not used in the commission of such an offense, but you find that it was committed, then you shall return the appropriate guilty verdict reflecting that a deadly weapon was not used. Number 20, deadly weapon means any instrument which, if used in the ordinary manner contemplated by its design and construction, will or is likely to cause substantial bodily harm or death, or any weapon, device, instrument, material, or substance which, under the circumstances in which it is used, attempted to be used, or threatened to be used, is readily capable of causing substantial bodily harm or death. 21, the state is not required to have recovered the deadly weapon used in an alleged crime or to produce the deadly weapon in court at trial to establish that a deadly weapon was used in the commission of the crime. Number 22, in arriving at your verdict in this case as to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty, the subject of penalty or punishment is not to be discussed or considered by you and should in no way influence your verdict. If your verdict is murder of the first degree, you will, at a later hearing, determine the issue of penalty or punishment. Number 23, to constitute the crime charged, there must exist a union or joint of an act forbidden by law and an intent to do the act. The intent with which an act is done is shown by the facts and circumstances surrounding the case. Do not confuse intent with motive. Motive is what prompts a person to act. Intent refers only to the state of mind with which the act is done. Motive is not an element of the crime charged, and the state is not required to prove a motive on the part of the defendant in order to convict. However, you may consider evidence of motive or lack of motive as a circumstance in the case. Number 24. The defendant is presumed innocent until the contrary is proved. This presumption places upon the state of Nevada the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt every element of the crime charged and that the defendant is the person who committed the offense. A reasonable doubt is one based on reason. It is not mere possible doubt, but is such a doubt as would govern or control a person in the more weighty affairs of life if the minds of the jurors, after the entire comparison and consideration of all the evidence, are in such a condition that they can say they feel an abiding conviction of the truth of the charge, there is not a reasonable doubt. Doubt to be reasonable must be actual, not mere possibility or speculation. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant, he is entitled to a verdict of not guilty. Number 25, the evidence which you are to consider in this case consists of the testimony of the witnesses, the exhibits and any facts submitted or agreed to by counsel. There are two types of evidence, direct and circumstantial. Direct evidence is the testimony of a person who claims to have personal knowledge of the commission of the crime which has been charged, such as an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of a chain of facts and circumstances which tend to show whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. The law makes no distinction between the way to be given either direct or circumstantial evidence. Therefore, all of the evidence in the case, including the circumstantial evidence, should be considered by you in arriving at your verdict. Statements, arguments, and opinions of counsel are not evidence in the case. However, if the attorney stipulates to the existence of a fact, you must accept the stipulation as evidence and regard that fact as proved. You must not speculate to be true any insinuations suggested by a question asked a witness. A question is not evidence and may be considered only as it supplies meaning to the answer. You must disregard any evidence to which an objection was sustained by the court and any evidence ordered stricken by the court. Anything you may have seen or heard outside the courtroom is not evidence and must also be disregarded. Number 26, in this trial, you heard evidence of other acts regarding the defendant, Mr. Tejas, in the articles written by Jeff Gehrman. You are not to conclude from this evidence the defendant is a person of bad character or is predisposed to commit crimes. Number 27, the credibility or believability of a witness should be determined by their manner upon the stand, their relationship to the parties, their fears, motives, interests, or feelings, their opportunity to have matter to which they testified, the reasonableness of their statements, and the strength or weakness of their recollections. If you believe a witness has lied about any material fact in the case, you may disregard the entire testimony of that witness or any portion of their testimony which is not proved by other evidence. Number 28, witnesses who have special knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education in a particular subject have testified to certain opinions. This type of witness is referred to as an expert witness. In determining what weight to give an opinion expressed by an expert witness, you should consider the qualifications and believability of the witness, the facts or materials upon which the opinion is based, and the reasons for each opinion. Opinion is only as good as the facts and reasons on which it is based. If you find that any fact has not been proven or has been disproved, you may consider that in determining the value of the opinion. Likewise, you must consider the strength or weaknesses of the reasons on which it is based. You are not bound by any opinion. Give each opinion the weight you find it deserves. You may disregard any opinion if you find it to be unreasonable. Number 29, although you are to consider only the evidence in the case and reaching a verdict, you must bring to the consideration of the evidence your everyday common sense and judgment as reasonable men and women. Thus, you are not limited solely to what you see and hear as the witnesses testify. You may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence which you feel are justified in the light of common experience. Keeping in mind such inferences should not be based on speculation or guess. A verdict may never be influenced by sympathy, prejudice, or public opinion. Your decision should be the product of sincere judgment and sound discretion in accordance with these rules of law. Number 30, during your deliberations, you're not to communicate with anyone in any manner regarding the facts and circumstances of this case or its merits, either by phone, email, text, messaging, internet, or other means. You are admonished not to read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. You're not permitted to do any independent research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or any other reference materials. You are further admonished not to conduct any investigation, test a theory of the case, recreate any aspects of the case, or in any other manner investigate or learn about the case on your own. Number 31, when you retire to consider your verdict, you must first select one of your members to act as foreperson who will preside over your deliberation and will be your spokesperson in court. During your deliberation, you will have all the exhibits admitted into evidence, these written instructions, and forms of verdict prepared for your convenience. Your verdict must be unanimous. As soon as you agree upon a verdict, the foreperson shall sign and date the verdict form and return with it to this room. Number 32. Now you will listen to the arguments of counsel, who will endeavor to aid you to reach a proper verdict by refreshing in your minds the evidence and by showing the application thereof to the law. But whatever counsel may say, you will bear in mind it is your duty to be governed in your deliberation by the evidence as you understand it and remember it to be, and by the laws given to you in these instructions, with the sole fixed and steadfast purpose of doing equal and exact justice between the defendant and the state of Nevada. The state may open and close the arguments.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I love it when a judge reads at 1.5 speed. So kudos to her. That must be a Vegas thing, 'cause the other Vegas judge did too.
By June of 2022, Jeff Garriman had caused a lot of problems for the public administrator, Robert Tellis. He had written articles accusing Mr. Tellis of an inappropriate relationship. He had written that he was bullying in the office and had created a hostile environment in the public administrator's office. He had written an article saying that the management of Mr. Tellis was so bad that the county had to bring in a private consultant in order to assist with the management of an 8-person office. After Mr. Garriman wrote those articles, Mr. Tellis lost his primary race and would not be the public administrator after that. And not just that he lost the race, he lost the race to a rival within the public administrator's office itself. And from the text messages of Mr. Tellis, we learned that this was deeply, deeply troubling for him. He wrote to Mr. Garriman, "I don't know what to say. I told you how much this all impacted me. You heard from employees who are being harassed by these people, provided you," I think this is a typo, "proof that I was doing my best to actually smooth things over. I had to make hard decisions. Still, you wrote an article that makes it sound like I'm the guilty one. That wasn't fair or balanced." He told Mr. Garriman, "I'm distraught right now. Clearly there are typos in my message." He told Mr. Garriman that he was adding to the pressure of his life. "I've done so much for that office. I've told you that I've been followed and that I caught Rita following me. You decided to take it on her word that she wasn't. However, clearly she was. It seems to me that you valued sensationalism or the value of a potential takedown than actually telling the truth. Thank you for helping him drop more pressure on my life." Now, Mr. Garriman's response was a response that you'd get probably from many reporters. He says, "Sorry you feel that way. My editors and I feel the story is fair and balanced." Mr. Tellis's response, "I don't know that you could truly feel that. You have concrete proof I provided you of what is really going on. You acknowledge much of it. You mention none of it. If telling yourself that you were fair helps you sleep at night while you're trying to destroy good people, that's your prerogative." And Mr. Tellis does attempt to fight back from these articles. On his campaign website, he posts this letter discrediting the paper and discrediting the allegations in those articles written by Mr. Garriman. He goes on Twitter and he accuses Mr. Garriman of being a bully. He says Mr. Garriman had threatened him. He told other people on social media in this first screenshot that because of those articles, I had to increase my medication to cope with it all. He tells someone who reposted the article or sent it that he was deeply disappointed that they had done that. And he's generally following the fallout of those articles on social media. But the reality is he lost that primary election after those articles were written, and he attributed it to the articles written by Jeff Garriman. He told his best employee, Nicole Lofton, unfortunately, too many people bought the lies. He told his best employee, Nicole Lofton, "I'm so sorry. I'm devastated that everything we worked for is going to be done. I hate them and what they did." And after all that happened and losing the primary, his concern was that another article might be coming. He explains, "I'm going to pull the trigger on the supervisory changes. I'm going to go with the original plan. I think if I do any more than that, they will say I'm interfering with operations." And then he added, "She is probably trying to get fodder to pass to the reporter." And he sent another text after that there's more garbage being gathered for a news article. And Mr. Tellis testified to you that after the primary took place, he actually half drafted, he didn't file it, a lawsuit where he was going to sue his rival, Rita Reed, And he was going to insinuate in that lawsuit, coincidentally, that there was a conspiracy that caused his problems in the election. If you look at point 21, he wrote, upon information and belief, several employees conspired to make false allegations of mistreatment by Mr. Tellis. These employees contacted the Las Vegas Review-Journal to share false and defamatory statements in support of news articles against Mr. Tellis. So he was clearly incredibly upset that those articles were written and that it resulted in him losing that primary. In July, Jeff Garriman, though, isn't done with his stories and his examination of what is going on with Mr. Tellis and the public administrator's office. In July, he sends that request for the public records of the county, where he's asking for communication between Mr. Tellis and Roberta, and then ultimately it expands to other individuals in the county. But he wants all team messages between Mr. Tellis and Roberta. He wants cell phone messages. He wants essentially all of their communications as of July, and that's after those 4 articles were written. Mr. Tellis, of course, is informed by this, informed of this request by the county, and this occurs on August the 8th, and they explain, hey, look, this reporter's seeking all of this information. So the message underlying all of this is another article is forthcoming. Mr. Tellis messages back that he wants to review those communications prior to them being released to the reporter. But as of August 8th, he's on notice of another article coming. And if you look at this email, he responds about 20 minutes after that first email was sent to him. Now, looking at the August calendar, you can see that on August the 8th, that's when he receives the notification of the public records request. And by August the 12th, there are images from Google Maps of Jeff Garriman's neighborhood, Bronze Circle. We don't know the date they were created, but we know they were modified by August the 13th, meaning they had to be created sometime before that. Now, this doesn't mean that Mr. Tellis physically went to Bronze Circle on the days leading up to the modification date of the 13th. It simply means that he went and accessed Google Maps, and Bronze Circle is the area that was searched and accessed by his phone. And those images are, of course, where Jeff Garriman lives. Now, the next date to keep in mind in our series of events in August of 22 is August the 15th. In August the 15th, that is when there's images of all of those cars that are kind of driving along the access road to Jeff Garriman's neighborhood. Now, once again, we have a modification date. That doesn't mean that the images were all taken on the 15th, but they had to exist before the 15th to be modified on that date. And if you recall, Detective Gaddis figured out where this was, and it's right off of Mr. Garriman's neighborhood. His house is right here on Bronze Circle, and she figured out by looking at the photographs where it was located in Las Vegas. And she figured out it was located right at this Popeyes parking lot, and that slanted wall ends up being in almost all of the images. And there are a lot of them, of several cars driving by the access road to Mr. Garriman's house. So we have the notification on the 8th, we have accessing Google Maps on the 12th, we have those screenshots of all of those vehicles in conjunction with Mr. Garriman's neighborhood by the 15th, and then by the 23rd, there have been searches of Mr. Garriman's personal information on Mr. Tellis's computer. This is Mr. Tellis's work computer at his desk. If you look at the screen on the right, you can see like there's a bottle of hand sanitizer, there's an arrow pointing to it. Here's a closer view. And the screenshots from his phone, you can see that the same cap to that bottle is in the screenshot as well. So these were clearly taken on his work computer while he was at work. And you can see that he's looking up personal information of Mr. Garriman, the kind of car he drives. He ultimately is able to get the address of 7216 off his work computer. And once again, those photos were in existence by August the 23rd of 2022. So all of those events, the notification, the accessing of Bronze Circle on Google Maps, the screenshots of the car, and then using the work computer to access personal information of Jeff Garriman all occurs in August of 2022. Moving to September, that's when Mr. Tellis, on September the 1st, receives notification that the county is getting ready to release all of that, all of those documents that were subject to the public records request. He's notified, and Ms. Kennan is notified on September the 1st of 2022, and the murder's the very next day. It's about 15 hours later. Now we know that on the morning of the 2nd, Mr. Tellis left his house and proceeded into the area of Mr. Garriman's neighborhood, and that he kind of meanders around there, but ultimately ends up on those cross streets and then proceeds on foot to Mr. Garriman's residence. Mr. Tellis's residence is at the top of the screen there on Spanish Steps. He goes down that Silk Tassel Road and then goes on Red Hills Road. And he leaves at 9:12 in the morning. Now, eventually, he's in the area of Rock Springs Drive, which is near Mr. Garriman's neighborhood. The time on that video is incorrect. It says 9:42 a.m. But you heard from Detective Mogg that the corrected time for that particular camera is 10:26. So he's in the area of Mr. Garriman's neighborhood at about 10:26 a.m. in the morning. What's the next thing that happens? Well, you know that this is Mrs. Tellis's Apple Watch, and she sends that message to Mr. Tellis at 10:35 a.m. You can kind of see it says Friday 10:35 a.m. And the message is, where are you? Well, he's sitting in Mr. Garriman's neighborhood, so he's not answering this text message. That text message goes unanswered. Mr. Tellis at 10:40 a.m. is now on Wintergreen Drive, which is the cross street to Bronze Circle. He's on Wintergreen Drive at about 11 a.m. and the murder itself takes place at about 11:18 a.m. Then Mr. Tellis is back at his own neighborhood by 11:51 a.m. And this is video from that Piggott Elementary School, which Detective Mogg indicated that that timestamp is correct. And what does he do? He gets back at 11:51 a.m. and then he's able to get his BMW and proceed to Planet Fitness.
That face.
So there's his BMW leaving. It's 12:03, and then you know from Detective Gaddis's testimony that it's about a 4 to 6 minute drive. He's able to be at Planet Fitness by 12:09. So by 9/3, which is now the day after the murder, it has been reported that Jeff Garriman has been murdered. And then Roberta, who's working, has heard about the murder, and she's starting to get concerned. She tells Mr. Tellis, I'm working tomorrow now. I don't want to be in the office alone. I'd rather be with the crazy women than alone right now. She's concerned about Mr. Garriman getting murdered, and she's scared about being in the office alone. By September 5th and 6th, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department has released images of the assailant and also of the Yukon itself. And Roberta becomes even more concerned. She messages Mr. Tellis, Rob, WTF, please do not be driving your Yukon around for a while. This is on the, September the 6th. He answers, whoa, that's crazy. She says, please tell me your Yukon is not that color. He answers, it is similar, if not the same. She says, I'm freaking out, Rob. He answers, my car has all matching wheel patterns. I think they are saying that there's a difference between the front and the back of the assailant's vehicle. But Roberta looks at it and says, fuck, your car is identical. And it actually turns out that Roberta is the one that is correct. His car is identical. From that lighter spot on the passenger side, just below the windshield wiper, there's sort of like a lighter rectangular shaped portion of the car. You can see that in the video. From the differentiating tint between the front and the back of the vehicle, that part is identical. And from the wheels themselves, they weren't different. They were the same. The wheel rims on the front and the back are identical. It is his Yukon. He is the one who committed the murder. So let's talk about the charge of murder. Murder is the unlawful killing of a human being with malice aforethought, either expressed or implied. And all that means is an act of ill will. When you go back to deliberate, you'll be asked two overarching general questions about the crime. And those are, was a deadly weapon used in the commission of the crime? And was the victim of the crime 60 years of age or older? So as you heard from Judge Levitt, a deadly weapon is simply an object capable of causing substantial bodily harm or death. We obviously have that in this case. The knife wounds inflicted on Mr. Gehrman were definitely not caused by human hands, and they were capable of causing substantial bodily harm or death, because that's ultimately what happened. You may be asking, well, where is it? Like that knife didn't come to court. But the instructions tell you that the state is not required to have recovered a deadly weapon used in an alleged crime or to produce it at trial. You just have to be able to gather from the evidence that a deadly weapon was used. Obviously, the injuries of Mr. Gehrman indicate that this was not caused by human hands. A deadly weapon was used to accomplish his murder. So that overarching question about the crime is probably an easy one to answer. Probably the easiest one after that is, was Mr. Gehrman over 60 years old at the time the crime occurred? And he was 69 years old at the time it occurred. So let's talk about first-degree murder. As Judge Levitt explained to you, there are three theories, three pathways that you can reach a verdict of first-degree murder. The first one is a willful, deliberate, and premeditated murder. The second one is murder perpetrated by means of lying in wait. And the third one is murder perpetrated during the course of elder abuse. Now, the first form of first-degree murder is probably the one you're the most familiar with, and that is a murder that is willful, deliberate, and premeditated. And you'd have to find all of those elements in order to find Mr. Tellis guilty under that theory of first-degree murder. So let's talk about what each of these mean. Willfulness is very simple. It's simply an intent to kill. Do your actions demonstrate an intent to kill?
Be 10 months. We were not prepared for that. They're showing the video of the attack. up here. You can see that gate open when Jeff walks back there, and then the attack happens.
So this part of the video takes about 2 minutes. The entire time of that 2 minutes, Mr. Tellis is attacking Mr. Garriman with a weapon. So that demonstrates an intent to kill. He's stabbing him repeatedly. Mr. Garriman is clearly trying to fight back, but Mr. Tellis doesn't stop. It keeps going and going and going. And it's kind of a long time to be inflicting injuries on another individual. He finally walks out on the side. But the duration of that time, the entire time, Mr. Garriman is being attacked. So let's talk about deliberation, which is the second element. Deliberation is determining upon a course of action to kill as a result of thought, including weighing the reasons for and against the action. Well, what do we know about Mr. Tellis's actions prior to the murder? Well, we know back in August, when he got notification that another story was likely coming, he kind of goes into research mode on Mr. Garriman, where he's located, what kind of car he might be driving, searches on his computer. All of that demonstrates deliberation. Even if you didn't have all of these actions back in August, the length of time of the actual attack itself is sort of a shorter version demonstrating a course of action to kill, right? In the course of 2 minutes, you are stabbing someone multiple times, you could change your mind, but he doesn't do that. He keeps going and going and going, not even withstanding all this pre-planning. Now, premeditation is the last element of that first theory of first-degree murder, and that is simply a decision to kill before you do it. Before you came in and sat as jurors, you may have thought that premeditation is always a case of pre-planning and months in advance and that sort of thing. And that is definitely a case of first-degree murder and kind of exactly what we have in this case. But you're told by the instruction that premeditation need not be for a day, an hour, or even a minute. It can be as instantaneous as successive thoughts of the mind. So what that instruction tells you is, in the law of Nevada, for premeditation, if I make a decision to kill you and I do it a month from now, that's premeditation. If I make a decision to kill and I do it a week from now, that's premeditation. If I do it an hour later, it's premeditation. If I do it a minute later, it's premeditation. If I do it a second later, it's still premeditation. And you have a video of the attack on Mr. Garriman, and clearly there's a decision made to kill him. But beyond that, you also know that Mr. Tellis took the step of leaving his phone at home prior to the murder. That's indication of premeditation and planning. You know that he bothered to disguise himself by wearing the hat and the orange outfit. That shows premeditation, a decision to kill. And you also know, most of all, that he brought a weapon over to Mr. Garriman's house, and that shows premeditation as well. So that theory of first-degree murder has been established in this case. Let's talk about the second theory of first-degree murder, which is murder perpetrated by means of lying in wait. And the instructions explain what that is. Another theory of first-degree murder is murder perpetrated by means of lying in wait. And what that is kind of taking on a place of concealment in order to inflict injury or death upon another person. It's sort of the second paragraph. It says, Watching, waiting, and concealment from the person killed with the intention of inflicting serious bodily harm upon, or serious bodily injury upon such person, or of killing such a person. And in this case, you actually see the actions of Mr. Tellis literally lying in wait.
Literally. Such a bad dude.
He goes into Mr. Gehrman's yard and recedes to the back in order to be in a place of concealment in order to attack him later on. And that is literally lying in wait. So that theory of first-degree murder is established as well. The third theory of first-degree murder is murder occurring during the perpetration of abuse of an older person. And this is kind of like child abuse, where if you abuse a child and a child happens to die in the course of abuse, it's automatically first-degree murder. The same is true for individuals who are over 60. If you abuse an older person and they die during the course of that abuse, that is an automatic case of first-degree murder. And it's sort of a policy judgment to protect vulnerable members of our society. The instructions tell you another theory of first-degree murder is a kind of murder which carries with it conclusive evidence of malice aforethought. One of these classes of murder is murder committed in the perpetration or attempted perpetration of abuse of an older person. Therefore, a killing which is committed in the perpetration or attempted perpetration of an older person is deemed to be murder of the first degree, whether the killing was intentional, unintentional, or accidental. We have that in this case. Mr. Gehrman was over 60 years old, so by abusing him and causing his death, it is automatically another theory of first-degree murder. So this is a picture of the verdict form that you'll have back in your deliberation room, and you can kind of see on the top in all caps it says murder with use of a deadly weapon, victim 60 years of age or older.
I love that she's showing them
those very first two questions I discussed with you at the beginning of the closing that you would answer as jurors. And then as a jury, you should ask about the individual theories of first-degree murder and vote on them.
I love that.
So you have to vote if all 12 of you think that this was a willful, deliberate, and premeditated murder. Do all 12 of you find that it was perpetrated by means of lying in wait? Do all 12 of you agree that it was perpetrated in the course of abuse of an older person? If you find all of those, then you mark those boxes. If you are in disagreement, say only 3 of you think it was willful, deliberate, and premeditated, or some combination, you have to take a vote to decide if all of you believe that it's first-degree murder under some theory. And if it is, you mark that last box and say, we don't find unanimously under any of those 3 theories, but all of us agree, 12 of us agree that it's some form of first-degree murder. The law tells you, although your verdict must be unanimous as to charge, you do not have to agree on a theory of guilt or liability. So if all 12 of you agree one form of first-degree murder, then you mark that last box. But it's the state's position that all 3 of those theories, willful, deliberate, premeditated, lying in wait, and elder abuse, clearly apply in this case. And really, Mr. Tellis isn't disagreeing that this is a case of first-degree murder. He's just saying that it was a Compass Realty assassin who did it. Now here we see Mr. Tellis leaving his house at about 9:12 a.m. And it's the state's theory, of course, that at that point he's left his house and his cell phone is sitting back at his house on Spanish Steps. The state's theory is that Mr. Tellis leaves his residence, leaves the phone at the residence, and is proceeding to Mr. Gehrman's residence. And as we've discussed, the Yukon is seen at Rock Springs at about 10:26 a.m. Here's 2 different images of it. Meanwhile, Mr. Tellis's cell phone, which is sitting back at Spanish Steps, is getting some incoming messages. There's an incoming and unanswered message at about 9:44 a.m. about a work case. There's an incoming and unanswered message at about 10:16 about another case at his work. There's an incoming unanswered message from his wife saying, "Where are you?" at 10:36 a.m. Now you'd think, given that some of the allegations in the articles, this might be one he'd answer pretty quickly. There's an unanswered incoming call from his wife at 10:43 a.m. that doesn't get answered by him. And there's another incoming call that occurs at 11:16 a.m. Meanwhile, he is at Mr. Gehrman's house. So ask yourself this. If this was really a Compass Realty assassin who was committing the murder at Bronze Circle, how would that individual know that Mr. Tellis, with his phone at his house, wouldn't have answered a call, or wouldn't have gotten in another text string, or wouldn't have made a call himself? How could anybody but Mr. Tellis be the killer? No one would have that level of assurance, because if any of those calls had been answered from his house, it would be clear that he wasn't the one involved. Now we know from the video evidence from Bronze Circle that after the murder occurs, Mr. Tellis actually returns to Mr. Gehrman's house, and he goes to the side area of the yard where Mr. Gehrman is located. And then he returns back to the Yukon. And eventually does that U-turn and drives away. But if you're wondering why there isn't blood in the Yukon, he had to walk all the way out of that crime scene, and anything that had been deposited on his shoes would have come off in the rocks. Besides that, the crime scene itself is not drenched in blood on the ground. These are Mr. Gehrman's shoes. There is some blood on them, but they're not exactly drenched, and he's the victim. So after Mr. Tellis leaves Bronze Circle for the second time, he goes east, he goes on Wintergreen, he goes on Washington, he goes on Rampart, he goes on Apple, and he goes back to his neighborhood at 11:51, and then he leaves again to go to Planet Fitness at about 12:03. You also know that Mr. Tellis is the killer because of the DNA evidence in this case. Remember how this comes into play. They collect the samples from the scene, and the Metro DNA analyst has this result of foreign DNA being present on September the 5th. They haven't even collected a DNA sample from Mr. Tellis until the 7th. So it's not like Metro or Compass Realty has a sample of Mr. Tellis's DNA to come insert in this crime scene. It's Mr. Tellis's DNA in this scene. It's literally on the body of Mr. Gehrman. The items from the search warrant also tell you that Mr. Tellis is the person responsible for this crime. Those shoes that were found in the house, they weren't planted, they were hidden. They were cut up. Anyone who planted the shoes would have no reason to cut them up. The cutting up is to benefit Mr. Tellis so he can get rid of them. If you were just planting them, you could leave them alone. And they're clearly his shoes because 1, they're in his house. 2, his DNA is present on them. And if you don't believe that, there's pictures in his phone of those shoes on a day when he apparently went rock climbing. You have the bag that was located and ultimately the hat as well. And you heard a lot of testimony about how all of this evidence was collected from the scene. There's the detective who physically finds it, working with other detectives who are also doing the search. There's the detective that's assigned to be the scribe, to write down where everything is located. There's a crime scene analyst assigned to photograph it in place. There's DNA analysts who actually analyze the physical evidence after the fact. And all of this occurred, this whole search occurred while his wife is sitting in the house and aware of what they're doing. None of this evidence was planted. There's the bag, there's the hat, that was the location of the hat in his house. Finally, you know from the searches, the Bronze Circle, where he accessed the Google Maps of Mr. Gehrman's house, that he is the one responsible. He's not friends with Mr. Gehrman. He doesn't have business to do with Mr. Gehrman. There is no reason for images of Bronze Circle to be in his phone prior to the murder occurring. You also know that he is the one responsible from the sort of amateur surveillance that occurred in August prior to the murder itself. There's no reason for any of this to be in his phone, but that he's attempting to gather information on Mr. Gehrman. And finally, you know he actually used his work computer to gather information on Mr. Gehrman as well. At the end of his testimony, I think yesterday, Mr. Tellis explained that he's really a victim in this. He's been victimized by the whole process, and he told you that he was wronged by his coworkers who didn't appreciate his changes that he made in the office and didn't appreciate his management style. He was wronged by the county who didn't understand that he was being a good leader.
Look at his face.
He was wronged by Zach Schilling, and by Kristen Riffle. He was wronged by them as well. He was certainly wronged, according to him, by Compass Realty. He was wronged by Steve Wolfson. He was wronged by the patrol officers who preserved that scene at Mr. Gehrman's house. He was wronged by Metro Police, in particular Detective Gaddis and Detective Jappy. He was wronged by some mysterious, illusory phone hacker. He was wronged by DNA analysts at Metro who found his DNA on the fingernails of Mr. Gehrman. And then, of course, he was obviously wronged by Mr. Gehrman, too, in the articles he wrote. Or maybe it's not that he was wronged. Maybe he's the one in the wrong.
Yes. Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media, or read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary, do research, consult dictionaries, the internet, or reference materials, do any investigation, test a theory, recreate any aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own, or form or express any opinion regarding the case until it's finally submitted to you. We'll be in recess for 10 minutes.
Thank you. All rise. Objection adjourned.
He did not like that. He was not a fan of that closing. I did, like, his face kind of, it was actually kind of impressive. It kind of like almost completely disappeared when he was scrunching up his stupid liar face. It like almost he was able to like scrunch up his stupid liar face so much that it almost made like his nose and his eyeballs and stuff disappear. Kind of like the pooch right next to him right there. Kind of, it really does. Like it like melted into his, I don't know. It's fine. Everything's fine. That was good. That was a good closing. Hiding from the truth. He was melting into himself to hide from the truth. Here's the thing. I don't know that there's any juror who's going to hear him, like, or see him, not hear him, because you can't hear him shaking his head. Unless you hear something bouncing around in there. I don't know. I'm not in the courtroom. I can't tell you. But I don't think that anybody is going to see him shaking his liar face and be like, oh, that's probably not true, because he's shaking his head no. So if he's shaking his head no, we should, what do y'all think? We should just disregard that? Okay, cool. We'll just disregard that. No, sir. No, sir. There is so much evidence against him. It's not even funny. It's not even, it's going to be a short deliberation. I know that it has to be. It has to be. Because Lord knows. He is a mess. There's nothing to bounce. Tellis is not a people person, can't read a room, can't play well with others. He's really not. He has no self-awareness whatsoever. Like, none. There were times when he was yapping on, and hearing him, some of the things he said was so frustrating. One of the things that made me so mad was when he started talking and he said, I had to see those pictures of Jeff Gehrman, and it was ugly. I had to see those. You had to see that. This is not about you and what you had to do, sir. Oh, he's awful. He's awful. Lucy's not a fan either. I don't know if you can tell. Not a fan. Not a fan. Yeah, he was definitely fake. I got so mad when he was crying. Because we could hear him sniffing before it even showed him. When it was showing the pictures of his messy house, which, by the way, was already messy. I have zero concern about him having a messy house after the police left, because it was already messy and cluttered. We saw it, sir. We saw the pictures. But while they're showing them pictures, he's on the stand and he starts sniffing, and I was already getting mad. I was getting audacity rage. I was like, how you gonna sit there and start crying over a messy house when your house is already messy? There ain't nothing that if anything, they improved it. Get on. The audacity. There is not death penalty on the table for this one. They took death penalty off the table, but he will probably get life. It was all Paris Hilton and Compass Realty, y'all. Aaron says, you, sir, are not the victim. He says he was. He says he was. He lied. But he says he was. See, in Vegas, or in Nevada, it's different for them, because if you do something to somebody that is that the abuse of an older person counts as somebody who's just that age. So if you do something that to them that while you're doing it to them it causes death, then they said it's automatically first degree. I know that's different in every state, but I like that. I like that. Can we do a poll on? Yeah, we can. We can do a poll on Now, we will invariably hear somebody who said, I accidentally hit the wrong button, but let's try it anyway. Okay. Do you think Tellis is guilty or not guilty? Guilty? Not guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Y'all know it was Paris' fault. Blame Paris. And Thomas, was it Thomas More? Is that the one he hated from Compass Realty? And Zach, he does not like Zach either. Crazy. Crazy. He says he was framed. That's his story. I think that the main thing that the defense attorney is going to focus on is going to be Compass Realty and other people you know, being upset with him for the changes that he made in the office and basically trying to turn him into the victim, and then focusing on the, you know, anything that they can see where they can poke holes in anything. I don't think it's going to work, though. It's crazy. I wonder if he still thinks that they believe him. Yep, Tella said he was the victim. And conversely, look at someone who is telling the truth. Karen Reed never said she was the victim. Yeah. When did Paris enter the chat? When he was given his narrative, I think it was on the rebuttal, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure it was on the rebuttal. Because I think that happened Friday, if I'm not mistaken. He said they were asking him about the prosecutors being in on it and the DA being in on it and everybody's in on it, and who can you say isn't in on it, and going through the whole thing. And he starts talking about how, you know, this was around the time that Paris Hilton was in Vegas and, you know, had gotten in trouble and got some charges, and they objected and it was sustained, and he wasn't allowed to talk about that anymore. And then he said something to the jury about, well, I'm sure there's somebody who will do their homework. No, sir, that is not allowed. You can't tell them, go look up Paris Hilton, do your homework. That's not what, that's, no, sir. No, sir. Gracious alive. Just what can his defense say on his behalf? I mean, really all they can do is try to focus on hoping that the jury sees the people who didn't like him in the office, you know, as a potential other route of how this could have happened, and then trying to focus on any kind of doubt that they have. I mean, there ain't a whole lot they can do. There's a whole lot of evidence against. I was ready to convict him after opening statements, and that's not even constitutional, but yet here we are. Chrissy, thank you for super chat. Please explain the Paris connection. Oh yeah, I just explained that part. The when he brought up Paris Hilton getting charges in Las Vegas about it. It's like he just throwing spaghetti at the wall. Throwing spaghetti at the wall. Oh, spaghetti sounds good. I'm hungry. Mr. Gamer was 69. Friday, August 23rd would have been his 71st birthday. Bless him. It's not a lie if you believe it. I think he really has, like, it's a very interesting phenomenon how narcissists can really start to believe their own mess. Like, they commit to their own lies and really start to believe themselves. It's crazy. I think he really might. Now, he knows he's guilty. Obviously, he remembers doing it. But it's like in that moment, they really start believing. The Paris Hilton defense. Should interview Paris. Get her on here. Let's talk to her. Find out how she set this guy up. It's not how it works. It's not how any of this works. Who framed Robert Tellis? Everybody, apparently. Everybody in the state of Nevada, and also Paris Hilton and his wife. Maybe this is connected to Tupac. Actually, it wouldn't surprise me if you tried to throw that out there too. But actually, Detective Mogg, who testified, is one of the detectives who ended up taking over in that investigation. That would have been a better defense, saying the reporter had other enemies from the articles he wrote on people and that anyone else could have done it, but not my client. Yeah, you know, one of the things that I thought was really smart as well, really interesting, was, you know, they had said something too about, okay, if they were trying to frame you, if this is all just a big conspiracy and they're trying to frame you and this is all just, you know, you are the innocent victim and you're being framed, why would they not have put the murder weapon in your house? Why would they have cut up a tennis shoe and not put a murder weapon in your house? Just some of the stuff he says, it doesn't even, it don't make sense. The old guard, it was the old guard that did it. And Paris Hilton and his wife. And Zach. And Thomas More. And Dr. John's analysis of him on Hidden True Crime is well worth a watch. Dr. John was saying the same, that he's likely convinced himself he didn't do it. Yeah, I honestly believe that I agree the same thing. Obviously, the doctor's going to know more than me. But I thought the same thing, because it's that narcissistic personality type. Like when they argue so hard that they didn't do something, they really start believing it. It's crazy. Tellis considers himself a VIP because of that self-importance. He was targeted. Therefore, he sees himself as a victim and yet a hero. Yeah, he is. We were talking about that the other day too. He's equal parts victim and equal parts hero, which is really annoying. But also, the self-importance thing is really frustrating, because for him to say that Jeff Bierman, like, what this is, his life meant nothing more than framing Robert Tellis. That was so ridiculous. So ridiculous. Oh, this one's gonna make me mad. I gotta get snacks. Hold on.
Please come to order. Court is now back in session.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the panel?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Baskich, you may begin your closing argument.
Thank you. Am I on? Proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It's the highest standard in this country. It's not presumption, preponderance of the evidence. It's not clear and convincing. It's proof beyond a reasonable doubt. This concept was borrowed from the Old English common law. Our founding fathers thought that it'd be better to let 10 guilty men go free than to wrongfully convict an innocent person. Additionally, I would submit to you that it reflects the reality that very few people have the resources, the means, the wherewithal to prove their innocence. You know, you heard testimony by narrative by the defendant, Mr. Tellis. Generally, you don't discuss a person being in custody, but he testified truthfully from the stand concerning his incarceration. He had testified that he'd been in custody for 2 years and that he wanted to tell you his story. Jury instruction number 27 discusses a witness's manner upon the stand. You and you alone are to judge every witness's credibility. In jury instruction number 3, it states that you are to apply the law to the facts. As we had stated at the beginning of this trial, you are the sole judges of the facts in this case. We had asked you at the beginning if you would keep an open mind, and we're certain that you have. This case is not about who called the most witnesses. The state did. This case is not about who had the most exhibits presented to you. The state did. We had asked you that at the close of evidence and at the end of this trial, if we were to sit at counsel table with Mr. Tellis and not ask a single question, not discuss a single document, not to submit a single document, and if you had a doubt, and if it were a reasonable one, he'd be entitled to a verdict of not guilty. Let's talk for a minute what the state hasn't proven. And again, there is no burden whatsoever on that man. Jeff Garman DNA wasn't anywhere but at the scene of the crime. And this is significant because we heard a very able explanation of the state's evidence from their point of view. There was no blood or DNA evidence concerning Mr. Garman in Mr. Tellis' home, in or on his vehicles, in or on his clothing. None of that would implicate Mr. Tellis. There had been discussion on the state's closing wherein there was blood everywhere in this, in the Bronze Circle address. Obviously, it was a stabbing. You can see through the exhibits that you will have with you in the jury room. There was blood everywhere, on the bushes, on the bird dish. Nowhere in Mr. Tellis' vehicle do we find blood. You recall the testimony, blood presumptive negative on both doors on the driver's side, the seat belt, the brake pedal, the gas pedal, the mat, nothing. There was no blood on his person, clothing, anything else. You didn't hear from any witnesses concerning any personal knowledge to contradict Mr. Tellis' version of the events for September 2nd. There was not a positive identification of the subject vehicle or Mr. Tellis at the scene. There's no evidence whatsoever of any gloves being recovered. And you've seen, and it's fairly clear from the video evidence that you've been presented that assailant was wearing gloves. There was no recovery of a murder weapon. That vest with the reflective strips, you didn't see that. And the pants, I mean, we had pants that were recovered. You saw the blue pants. Obviously, that didn't bear any evidence to implicate Mr. Tellis. And I would submit to you that the facts and common sense would dictate that had he been the murderer, there'd be evidence of it on these articles, on that getup that that person was wearing on September 2nd. This is a point that I would urge you to consider, because I would submit to you that's crucial in determining whether the state, and again, it's the state alone that bears the burden, has proven their case against Mr. Tellis. There's no surveillance or eyewitness testimony showing that Tellis left his house that day headed to Mr. Gehrman's home. We did hear evidence, and it was uncontroverted, and that came through Detective Gaddis, that on the day of the stop, September 2nd, it's Metro policy to have body cam. The officers that stopped him in relation to the warrant that was obtained with Mr. Jappy's, Detective Jappy's participation, it was issued at 2 a.m. on the 7th. The officers that stopped Mr. Tellis, the officers that detained Mr. Tellis, didn't have the body cam on, and that was requested multiple times. Ultimately, there was an order from Her Honor on July 18th of 2023, and after that order. And you recall going through the cam, the reports, the CAB reports, there was intervention, but again, that key piece of evidence was overwritten, it was destroyed. Again, is that indication of some wide-ranging conspiracy? And I'm not going to stand before you today and necessarily argue that there was. But what that shows is that Metro makes mistakes. Metro officers, Metro detectives are human. I mean, you think of the old proverbial idea of police officers, they're brass buttons, blue uniforms. They're human beings underneath their titles, underneath their uniforms, and they're just like all of us. They make mistakes. That shows you that mistakes are made on behalf of Metro. And the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department is not infallible. Let's talk about Robert Tellis's blood, or the lack thereof, at the scene of the murder. You had seen some pretty good videos capturing that person leaving Jeff Gehrman's house after the stabbing. I would submit to you that it's the state's argument that Mr. Tellis cut himself through that incident. You heard his testimony. You are the sole judges of the facts concerning that. What we do have, in addition to the state's video, is we have this assailant walking away from the 7217 Bronze Circle address. That finger was cut. That finger had been damaged by a knife or otherwise severely injured. Wouldn't there be blood? Wouldn't common sense dictate that there'd be blood in the bushes surrounding Jeff Gehrman's body, in the rocks which were recovered, in the sidewalk outside the house? Nothing. And again, it's the state's burden to present you every bit of evidence in their prosecution, and you should take into consideration the evidence that they've presented to you. But by the same token, you should take into consideration determining whether or not they have proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt, and they have the sole burden for the production of evidence. Ask yourselves what evidence is missing. Let's talk about Robert Tellis's body in relation to a struggle that the state would have you believe occurred between these two gentlemen. Recall the evidence that we had brought in during their presentation of evidence, and I believe a number of these pictures came through Detective Gaddis, and there's a lot. It's defense exhibits B through V. This is just kind of a capture of these photos, and there's a lot of them to evidence that there were no injuries to his body. Neck, front, And there's more, and we could stand here and click through each and every one, but we're not going to. You can look at them. You can ask yourselves, well, if there was this struggle, where are the markings? Where's the bruising? Where are the scratches? Defense exhibits B through V will demonstrate that there were no such injuries. Let's talk about the cell phone usage on 9/2/2022. You know, the state would have you believe that Mr. Tellis's lack of responses to junk messages mean that he was occupied with murder. And through analyst Aguero, you heard, and you had the opportunity to see through the course of this gentleman's testimony, it was uncontroverted. We went through the messages during the key hours, the key times of September 2nd. The vast majority of those messages were automated. They were spam. How many of us respond to spam? It wasn't like he had every person reaching out to him, family, friends, repeatedly. Where are you? What are you doing? It's not. The vast majority of those messages were of no significance. They were junk. Additionally, the state did not establish a pattern of phone use behavior which would indicate that Mr. Tellis's communication activity on that day was anything different than his normal behavior. They had the devices, they had the access. You heard no testimony that his accessing his phone, his using his phone on September 2nd was anything different than the day before, the day following, the weeks before, or the weeks following Mr. Gehrman's murder. And let's talk about the deleted messages. You recall that was quite a big point that was underscored and argued through the course of testimony, and it was actually through Mr. Aguero, our expert, the issue concerning this deleted message. And you recall then we had the subsequent witnesses in the state's rebuttal that came forward with and it was through Mr. Tellis's testimony. Do you remember the watch, the Apple Watch? Then there was questions asked, what about the other device that presumably these messages were being received on? We didn't get the benefit, and again, it's their burden to compare the Apple Watch with the Pixel phone. We didn't have that, but what we did hear from that detective is that he couldn't say one way or the other. Do you remember that question, where are you? Obviously, if someone's home, they can speak with one another. But we didn't hear and we couldn't hear any evidence. And for you to just make a judgment based upon their own expert, their own witness who has special training and knowledge, say, I couldn't say one way or the other whether that message was deleted on the Pixel device, the device that they have alleged was Mr. Tellis's phone, that's significant. Let's talk about what the state does have. They've got a cut-up straw hat and shoes. There's really no reasonable explanation, rational explanation one way or the other. Obviously, if this person's the murderer, why not get rid of the shoes? You'd have to presume that he had knowledge of the shoes and their whereabouts. Let's talk about that hat. Why wasn't that hat discarded? Again, we'd have to presume knowledge on the part of Mr. Tellis where that hat was. And again, neither the shoes nor the hat tied him to Jeff Gehrman's residence. We had a shoulder bag with balls in it. Do you recall that exhibit? We had a basketball and a football that looked like some sawdust, and you'll have all of these exhibits. What's going on with that? I guess you're to use your common sense, which is one of the latter instructions, and assume that this bag is somehow implicated in the murder of Jeff Gehrman. And then it winds up in a storage area in the family home with a basketball and a football and what I would submit to you looks like sawdust in the middle of it. The image artifacts from the cache of Robert Tellis's phone, as well as the vehicle and the address inquiries on Mr. Tellis's work computer, it was fairly clear through the course of the testimony that that work computer had access to the Google account that would presumably be accessed by his Pixel phone. If one has password to that, one can have access to the devices. Matt Havaness said that he could not say the date of the cached images on the files of Mr. Tellis's Google Pixel phone. We were shown a calendar. We were to draw inferences. We don't know specifically who accessed, who searched for those images, and we don't know when they were created. And I would submit to you that that's significant, and the state should explain that to you. On Defense Exhibit 03, Robert Tellis's user accounts on his Dell Omnipex located the Public Administrator's Office. Again, this is the report. You have it. This is Mr. Aguero's summation of his analysis. Again, it shows that this Google account, where these damaging photos and images are shown, it's the same. It's the same account. It can be uploaded, accessed by both the cell phone and the work computer. Obviously, we know what was going on from the testimony of multiple witnesses, what was going on at the Public Administrator's Office and the turmoil. I would submit that's something that you should consider and determine what the facts are and what the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt. There is a positive DNA hit for Mr. Tellis related to Jeff German's fingernails. And you recall at the beginning of the state's presentation last week, you heard from the crime scene analysts, and I would submit to you that it was fairly clear that there was a little less than an airtight investigation because, after all, police officers, detectives, crime scene analysts make mistakes. Reference to the lab techs, Ms. Brown and Ms. Koljenovich, they were trainees at the time that they did this DNA collection and the processing for presumptive negative or presumptive positive blood evidence. This is significant. It was Claire Manning. She had testified, she was young, blonde. She had testified that she couldn't recall who bagged the hands. That was at the scene of the murder. You never heard testimony as to who initially bagged the hands of Jeff German's body. One would think, and common sense would dictate, that they'd be able to tell you that. They couldn't, not from a single witness. She testified that she took custody both of the fingernails and the evidence concerning Mr. Tellis, but again, she couldn't tell you who bagged the hands. Again, this Google search on the recipe, you heard that this the last day of trial, like that was somehow significant. Do you recall in the recross of the detective, there was at least 2 computers at the Tellis home that were not reviewed. They weren't checked for those recipes. So again, I'd submit to you, we have a wash. Detective Mogg, Christopher Mogg, he's now retired. He's an analyst, he lives in Texas. You recall at the beginning of this trial, he gave what appeared to be fairly detailed testimony concerning the whereabouts of the subject, Denali. Do you recall on cross, it was addressed that at 9:10, that vehicle was entering in from the Piggott Elementary. And again, you saw the map, it's in evidence. You can see that this right here is not the entrance to Mr. Tellis's neighborhood. It's streets away. It's not close. He gave you testimony that apparently he drove through the neighborhood where Mr. Tellis lived, off the Spanish Steps address. He said to look for things of evidentiary value. We heard nothing. We heard nothing concerning other vehicles in the neighborhood. Do you recall the testimony that there was at least 67 red Denalis? We heard testimony that that number at one point perhaps was greater. Perhaps it was at 67, which nobody contradicted, but we never heard what was ultimately narrowed down to. We had Detective Mogg, and I'll refer to him as detective because in essence he still is. He testified and just said he was sure that it was that man's Denali, period. Do you recall the testimony that was shown concerning, and I would submit to you because you are the sole judges of the facts, that there was something peculiar about this Denali, something in the right-hand window area, that plastic stripping. You have the photos.
He's
Please
misrepresenting again. This is Piggott. This is where he was turning. This is his house. That
the
entrance to his
given
neighborhood.
testimony based upon his analysis. We have at the same part near Piggott Elementary, we have this vehicle leaving at 9:12:32. But what's significant about the 9:10 where we see it entering the neighborhood or the area, again, it's not Mr. Tellis' specific neighborhood, we're not told where it was before that, who was driving it. What's important, and I want to back up, is at 9:10, we have this vehicle entering the area. And you have to ask yourself, what's occurring between 9:10 and 9:12? If we're to take the state, based upon the evidence that they have presented, what went on during that 2 minutes and a few seconds? We don't know. Did it even make it to the Tellis' house or some other neighbor, other house in the area? But as to the 9:10, it's important because it's the state's theory, and we heard it argued that Mr. Tellis left his phone. Well, we have, and this is Defense Exhibit A3, we have that phone receiving messages. Look at the times all throughout the morning. We have that phone receiving messages 7:44, 7:45, 8:47. You can see, and this will be given to you. It's close to the cell tower next to Mr. Tellis' home. So then you have to ask, well, where was this vehicle? And I'd ask him specifically, did you follow this vehicle? Did you see this vehicle prior to the 9:10 time taken from Piggott? He didn't. But we can see, based upon the evidence that was provided to you by the defense expert, that phone is in the area all that time. It's in the Spanish Steps area. So obviously the argument, and I would submit to you, common sense would dictate, well, if that is going to Mr. Tellis' home and it's not arriving in that area until 9:10, why do we have all of these other pings at all of these other times close to the home, if not at the home? He laid out very specific detail, and he had talked about this approximately 5.3 mile trek that he wants you to believe was Mr. Tellis' vehicle, and that vehicle was occupied by Mr. Tellis. His video analysis takes 2 hours. It covers 2 hours and 39 minutes. State couldn't show you what happened during that 2 hour and 39 minute period. 5.3 mile trip to and from. They basically show you closed circuit TV coverage, which it wasn't. There was a lot of dark spots of the vehicle driving there. But then the vehicle driving back, and I won't say it was driving to and from Tellis' home because we have no evidence of that. We're to believe the state that there's no ring cameras in a fairly affluent neighborhood. I'd submit to you, does that make any sense? What we're going to ask you to look at, and please do, you've done a lot through the course of this trial. It's your duty to be here, and you have fulfilled that duty. You've taken notes. To the very last witness, it's been apparent that you've been paying attention, that you've maintained an open mind. Oftentimes we suffer, especially law enforcement, from what's called confirmation bias. You reach a judgment, sometimes early on in the case, and you work backwards to confirm what the judgment that you've arrived at the beginning should be at the end. And I would submit to you that that's what happened. This was the 1405 wintergreen. As you recall, there was an issue concerning the timing. This was channel 3, all right? This is State's Exhibit 372. You have that. You'll be given a laptop. Look at this. This was an image that was not part
Yes.
of his presentation to you at his testimony and during his testimony. This laptop has the ability to pause. It has the ability to zoom. Watch this. We're going to slow this down now. You have this evidence. It wasn't part of his presentation, but it's been provided to you. Look at the profile. What's that look like on the top of the head? I'd submit to you that looks like hair. We've seen Mr. Tellis. He gave testimony from the witness stand. Does that profile match the profile in that vehicle? I mean, it's no secret. The man's bald. Look at the face. Look at the eyes. I'd submit to you that those look like glasses. And again, this is part of the evidence collected by the state. It's been presented to you. It wasn't addressed during their case in chief, and it wasn't explained by Detective Cliff Mogg. I'd submit to you, look at that image. There's hair. There's glasses. Now, the state in rebuttal, and we'll address the significance of that, they had the opportunity to come and address what I've presented to you, but that's undeniable. What I'm going to show you next is the image on channel 2. That's the same video coverage, but now it has the vehicle coming from a different direction. It's parked. Do you remember the testimony from Mr. Martinez? I think it was John Martinez. Of no significance. It was fairly unmemorable on that date. He said he saw the person. Nothing caught his attention because nothing was memorable. There's no talk of a disguise. Glasses, nothing. It's bland. Nothing was memorable. Take a look. Oh, hang on.
That's the closest he's gotten to giving any kind of reasonable doubt, but with all of the other evidence.
That's Mr. Martinez that I had discussed. Look at this image. Look at the profile. It's hair. We have two captures from two different angles. The profile does not match the profile of Mr. Tellis. And they're consistent. It's not open to dispute. You know, you've heard testimony, and you heard it primarily through Mr. Tellis. You heard it from Nicole Lofton. Mr. Tellis was fairly concerned about the goings-on with Compass Realty in relation to heirs, in relation to the trampling upon the legacy of heirs by the mismanagement of the properties that were left through intestacy. I would submit to you that Detective Jaffe inserted himself into the murder investigation. And again, I want to draw, a couple of arguments from this Compass Realty testimony. I mean, we know that Mr. Tellis was very concerned about Compass Realty. He was the whistleblower. He was concerned about the actions of Compass Realty. During the 2 years that he's in custody, I mean, what would a man do? He's fixated on that. He's ruminating on that. I would submit to you that common sense would dictate, and your experience would dictate, well, he's going to focus on the involvement of individuals who he was focused on prior to his being arrested. I mean, really, what are his alternatives? And again, this goes back to the burden on the state and not the defense. What can he really do when he's locked up? He's going to focus on Compass Realty. It's easy to dismiss him as being crazy. Oh, that's Looney Tunes. But hey, he's been in custody for 2 years. He was worried about Compass Realty prior to being incarcerated. He was worried about the goings-on with the old guard, about his work at the public administrator's office for financial reasons he testified concerning, and you've heard testimony supporting that. Why wouldn't he continue worrying about that? Why wouldn't he keep thinking, well, I'm being framed, I'm being charged with a murder that I don't think I committed, I didn't commit. He's going to focus on what he was focusing on before he was arrested. We heard testimony from Detective Gaddis. Do you recall the exhibits, the information that was presented about the release on September 5th? The video release of that individual walking. They started getting tips. Do you recall the email that was in her 70-page officer's report where she had communicated with Detective Jappy predating that? The first communication that we have on record and that's referenced is September 4th. Detective Jappy, when asked, did you incriminate him? Did you give him, did you give her evidence implicating him in this crime? And he said, I gave her information. But then we heard from Detective Gaddis that she had a communication with him again on September 5th. And again, she was given motive. In Detective Jappy's mind, she was given motive to focus on that man and his alleged motive to kill Mr. Gehrman. So he wouldn't agree from the stand that he implicated Mr. Tellis, but to call a detective or to email a detective on September 4th and then again on September 5th and say, look at this guy, he's got a motive to kill. How could it be anything but an implication? You heard crime scene investigator Baxter. Her testimony concerned the goings-on at the public administrator's office during the execution of a warrant on September 8th of 2022. Her testimony, and it was adopted by Detective Gaddis, she stated Mr. Jappy, she said Detective Jappy, was taking his own photos and collecting his own evidence during the search warrant at the public administrator's office on September 8th. And it wasn't a mistake, because it was asked to her on cross, and it was confirmed what she had said before you, the sole judge of the fact, by Detective Gaddis, the primary detective concerning this homicide investigation. We had heard testimony that Mr. Tellis, as a result of the warrant obtained by Detective Jappy on August 17th, 2022, that man was under surveillance. It appears until Detective Jappy inserted himself into this investigation, we had dual investigations, a short one and a much longer one concerning Robert Tellis. We know from Detective Jappy's testimony that he was exonerated. There wasn't this kickback scheme. He had been implicated by an agent who was a real estate agent who was a detective at the time. That provided to Detective Jappy in part the probable cause to get that warrant. So we have a member of Metro giving another member of Metro evidence, testimony, opinions about a kickback scheme implicating Robert Tellis. We also had heard through testimony that Compass had a direct line into the public administration office. And again, I discussed Mr. Tellis as being incarcerated because I would submit to you it's understandable why he believes there's this wide-reaching conspiracy. What other options does he have in his circumstances, under these circumstances? We do know that the District Attorney's Office refused to pursue action against Compass Realty, and again, I'd submit to you that that's significant. You know, the purpose of closing argument is for counsel to stand before you and highlight the evidence that's been presented to you. I'm not going to stand here and go through every witness, discuss every piece of evidence and all the testimony, because you have been here. You have been attentive and you are fulfilling your duties. You're being good jurors. But again, my job is to argue the law and, in essence, the facts to you and what we feel is significant. As I said at the beginning of my remarks, it's the state's burden, and the state's burden alone, to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. This is our last opportunity to discuss matters and discuss the evidence and the inferences to be drawn from the evidence. Mr. Hamner now is going to take the floor and he's going to argue concerning matters that I perhaps didn't bring up. Address those on your own. Look at the evidence. You've got over 36 exhibits that were marked and admitted through the defense in this case. Watch the videos. Look at the drive concerning those images of that gentleman with hair, which Mr. Tellis does not have. But since the state carries the burden and the state alone, they get the opportunity to get 2 bites of the proverbial apple. Mr. Hamner now can stand and argue why you should convict Mr. Tellis. And I'm going to ask you with your open minds and your attentiveness to address those concerns. And at the close of this process, you find Mr. Tellis not guilty.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hamner, you may begin your rebuttal.
Yeah, if I can just get a minute just to set up.
Sure.
Okay, thanks so much.
The problem with the hair, it also kind of looks like a hoodie, not hair. Because look at this. Hold on. Look at this right here. It looks to me like a hoodie right here, see? Not hair. Because his chin, this is not, his neck would not be this big. This looks like a hoodie that's coming up right here. See, there's a line right here. It looks like a hoodie that comes up like that to me. That's just what I see. But and that is not enough to undo the mountain of evidence against him.
I will do that If we can move, is it possible to move the podium out of the way? I'm not going to be the podium. Thank you.
Dang, that logical reasoning. Hammer time. Y'all, we may get a verdict today. And also, he's a liar. He's a liar. This is the neighborhood where Tellis lives. This is Tellis's house. There are 2 entrances into this neighborhood. One right here and one right here. Why would he go on this one, then have to turn again, then have to turn again, then have to turn again, when he could go right into this one? This is the entrance to his neighborhood. This is his house. This is the elementary school where they recorded him going in. So to say, oh, that's not it, it's streets away, is a dirty lie. Red Hills onto Silk Tassel right here goes directly to his house, does not pass go, does not collect $200. That is his entrance. That part made me mad. Don't be lying. Give them jurors some Google Maps.
Everybody hear me okay? All right. This is quite the setup.
We did a poll earlier. I can't remember what the results were. What were the results on the poll earlier? Pretty much everybody thought it was going to be a pretty quick verdict.
Okay. May I proceed? All right.
To give you what you need. Oh.
Well, it's been 2 weeks. You guys have heard a lot of evidence. We thank you for your patience, and I will try to be as brief as I can. But as you've seen, with witness after witness after witness, the evidence is absolutely clear. The defendant murdered Jeff Gehrman. He murdered him because Jeff's writing destroyed his career. It destroyed his reputation. It threatened probably his marriage, exposed things that even he admitted he did not want the public to know. And he did it because Jeff wasn't done writing. He was informed on August 8th that a records request was being made by Mr. Gehrman long after he had lost the race, well into his lame duck remaining administration as a PA. And he learns that Jeff wants to write more. And when he learns about the subject of it, it's not about him and Alicia. It's not about him and Rita. It's not about anybody except him and Roberta. And what you see unfolds over the course of a month. We learn from his phone expert that he shut off all location data, even though that phone, as we learn from his expert, 13 years of location data magically disappears for the month of August. Why? Because of the August 8th email. He's over it. He's building a reconnaissance case. He starts to go on to Google Maps. He starts doing surveillance at Popeyes. He's using the power of his office and their computer software to find private details about Jeff, so it can culminate in murdering him. And that's what he does. But as I've told many, many juries, especially in the last few years, it is really, really hard to plan the perfect murder in the digital age, because you leave too many breadcrumbs behind. And he's no dummy. He's actually quite smart. He is thoughtful. But you will see during this rebuttal, there are mistakes that he makes. And there are things that he simply cannot account for, that when a police starts to look into an investigation and deploys the tools that the police have at their disposal, it uncovers the inconsistencies. It uncovers his mistakes. But I gotta start with what he got up and told us about, the alleged conspiracy. When Mr. Tellis got up here over the course of, I think it was 3 days, and testified, it was remarkable what he had to say, and not in a good way. His testimony was incredible, and not in a good way. He explained, or at least attempted to, explained this conspiracy.
The shade.
What we learned over the course of the 3 days, and actually the course of this trial over 3 weeks, is the conspiracy grew, and it grew, and it grew. Who's exactly in it? It starts with Compass, nebulously Compass Realty. We learned that Adam Fenn can't be ruled out, right? Because he makes donations to Rita Reid. Cindy Sauerland gets mentioned at one point. In some of those briefings, you'll see her name is mentioned. She's a source of consternation for the defendant. It expands to the old guard, as they coined that phrase. Rita Reid, Alicia Goodwin are all part of this, right? The conspiracy, and let's remember, it's a conspiracy to murder Jeff Gehrman. We then learn it expands to Derek Jappy. He's in on it as well. When he testified, he's not really able to link up why Derek Jappy would want to help Rita Reid or Alicia Goodwin or Compass Realty or Adam Fenn or Cindy Sauerland. That testimony is lacking. A lot of times when I pressed him, and I pressed him, and I'm going to explain to you one of the reasons why I cross-examined him so hard. When you stand on the stand under oath and you make allegations about businesses in our community, government service workers, and the police department, we deserve answers. I genuinely wanted to know, how is all this connecting? Explain it to me. And respectfully, Mr. Tellis absolutely failed in doing so. It didn't make sense. And that is one of your instructions, which is to use your common sense. It's got to make sense. And it actually has to link up with evidence. But a lot of times, the most common answer I would get back from Mr. Tellis was simply, well, no, I never saw Jappy take a bribe, but I think that. It was a lot of times just like, that's just my gut feeling. That's my opinion. That's not evidence. That is not evidence. But yet, it was Mr. Tellis' answer for almost everything when it came to this conspiracy. But let's continue. It stretches out to include Cliff Mogg, Justine Gaddis, the entire DNA lab. He said there were also patrol officers in it. I asked him which patrol. I don't know which ones. And then it literally culminates with Steve Wolfson, like the DA. It culminated with him. He can't quite link it up, but he threw that name out there. And here's the thing that struck me when I took over this case. I would submit to most people, probably before ever hearing about this case, had no idea what a public administrator was. He is not a U.S. senator. He is not a governor. He is not a congressperson. He is a duly elected official who manages an office of approximately 8 people. And their job is to assist people who pass away, who don't leave a will and leave property behind. The public administrator's office is not at the forefront of everyone's mind in this community. No one learns about this until who brings the office to light? Jeff Gehrman. And what's amazing is if you believe that story about this conspiracy, all of these people and all of these entities were willing to sacrifice their reputation, their business, their police department, even the public administrator's office. They're all willing to put it on the line to kill a reporter, to get that guy, even though he's leaving in 3 months? Does that make a shred of sense? Absolutely not. But what it does give you a window into is what's in his mind. That is how important Mr. Tellis views himself. Yes. That every single one of these people, every single one of these entities were literally willing to kill another human being who is not him, just to frame him. Does that make sense?
No.
And more importantly, where is the evidence to support that? Where is the evidence that you received in this trial that supports that? And the answer is, you didn't. There isn't any evidence of that.
Yeah.
Why would Compass conspire to frame him? Why? I asked him. I wanted to know. He couldn't give a good answer. His best answer was, well, I was going to do a lot of work in the next 3 weeks, or next 3 months. Has anyone ever heard of any sort of legal filings, lawsuits getting settled up in a brief, tidy 3 months? That's not a thing. That didn't happen. That doesn't happen. There was no need to frame him because they already succeeded getting him voted out of office. And all they had to do was donate a whopping, I guess, 15 grand at best to get him out of office. They didn't need to kill him. He was on his way out the door. He is a lame duck. And lame ducks don't matter. What incentive does Metro have in this conspiracy with a real estate company to frame a lame duck? That's an even bigger one. Why would they do that? What did we hear that would show us that Compass is like, hey, guess what? Hey, Metro Homicide, we need you to join us to go frame this outgoing politician. I mean, we killed the reporter. That's not important. But I want you to join us in this, and let's go frame this guy. And all of Metro's like, sign me up. Sounds great. Does that make any sense? Absolutely not. It makes no sense. And it's not supported by the evidence. And again, if Compass is literally willing to kill, why not just kill him? Just kill him. Why does Jeff have to suffer? It makes no sense. And it gets even worse. Well, before we get to that, here's the thing. When we go back, when you think about the Compass question, right? Isn't Compass in cahoots with Rita Reid and Alicia Goodwin, right? They're funding Alicia Goodwin, right? Or Rita Reid. They're funding her campaign against them. And who do they get to help write the story? Jeff Gehrman. Like, why would they kill the guy who wrote the stories that got this guy out of office? Why would Compass do that? That doesn't make sense. And then, yeah, if it's really a frame job, the murder weapon should have been in the house. The orange shirt should have been in the house. The DNA should have been all over the place. Like, they're claiming, well, why weren't these things located? The state would submit to you, he got rid of them. He got rid of the murder weapon and the orange shirt. He cleaned the outside of his Yukon. He even admitted it. And here's the thing. We only know that he wiped down his Yukon because on that one particular day, he was being watched. He wasn't watched every single day after the murder by Metro. Did you hear that testimony? There were other days he could have wiped the interior of his car if he wished. And I've always thought about the shoes. Like, the shoes to me was kind of an interesting one. My co-counsel's right. Like, the only one who benefits of like chopping up the shoes is Mr. Tellis. It's this awkward, amateurish way of getting kind of rid of the evidence. But I thought to myself, maybe Mr. Tellis didn't even think to like bring an extra pair of shoes. Because like, what happens if he walks in and he's totally barefoot? His wife would be like, why do you have no shoes on? He probably had to bring his shoes back in. He doesn't need the orange shirt. He doesn't need the murder weapon. It is his kid's bag, right? I mean, he said those were my kid's sports bag. So like, he probably needed to bring that back. I'm not sure what he was doing with the hat, I'll admit. But clearly he's chopping it up to try to get rid of it, just like his shoes. And why kill Jeff? Like, this is the question that is so destructive to this defense. It's his writing that shines a light on his behavior. He is sought out by the co-conspirators to do this. And he admits, and he admitted on the stand, one of the rare times he admits it, he admitted, yeah, his writing was the difference in the election. That's why I lost. I got that out of him. He was at least willing to concede that. But for Jeff Gehrman, he's still a public administrator. His writing is why the defendant is out of the job. And therefore, under this theory, he's got to be the one who's killed. That's his reward. He's collateral damage. Like, really? Rita, and Alicia are like, sorry, Jeff, you got to go. It's been really nice. Thanks for the help, but you're out now. We got to clean up loose. I mean, is that really what's being suggested here? And the answer is that is what he's suggesting. But it defies common sense, and it's not supported by the evidence. And here's the other thing. Jeff's putting together a fifth article. And now, what we can tell from the records, it's just about Roberta and him. It's the salacious stuff. So who in this realm, if you think about everyone in the conspiracy, and you think about Mr. Tellis, who is the one that wouldn't want another article written about him engaging in an affair? You think Derek Jappy cares? Cliff Mogg? Adam Fenn? No. It's him. He's the only one that would have a stake in making sure that article never got written. No one in the conspiracy would want to prevent that coming out. Especially not the Rita Reeds and the Alicia Goodwins. If they want that exposed, I mean, they went to have that exposed. They wouldn't want that being not put out. And I'm sure Compass Realty wouldn't either. I'm sure they would wanted him discredited. Like another article would in theory be great. They wouldn't have killed him. And then we have his walk. Like, he's got a little hitch in his getup, where he kind of leans to this one side. You can kind of see it. There's something that is about his little walk. And look,
his little walk.
You don't have to take my word for it. You can evaluate whether you think what Zach and Christy had to say about it. They've hung out with him. They've walked with him. They thought, and think about how they saw it. They were like, man, they kind of knew the background between Gehrman and Tellis, and they were like, wouldn't that be funny if that was him? He's got those same goofy gray shoes. Like, that was the thing. Like, they noticed the shoes, which I think is really interesting, you know? But they don't act on it at first. But it's only when they see the Yukon that they kind of flip out and they're like, well, we probably should call on this. The only other person who came and said that wasn't him is Nicole. And listen, you'll have all of Nicole's texts. The state would submit to you that, look, there is no doubt she has a kinship to Mr. Tellis. You can see it in the text messages. You can see it. You can go read through them. The state would submit she has a bias. And, like, she cares about him. And I think he was probably good to her in the office, which is understandable. But, look, you can judge it on your own. You can judge the testimony of those other people. You can make that call for yourself. But I would submit to you, when you look at this, think about all the other evidence in the case. Think about all the other evidence. The motive, the physical things found in his house, his DNA underneath the nails. When looking at this and being like, is that him? And the state would submit to you, when you put all that together and you watch this video, absolutely, it's him.
Arm swinging everything.
Professional killer versus amateur killer. Mr. Tellis would like you to believe that this was an assassin with combat training. The state would submit to you, you don't need combat training to stab people. You don't have to go to knife school. You don't have to do that. If you're angry enough, you can stab people pretty good. If you got enough hate in your heart, you can really go at people. And I would submit to you, the state would submit to you, that Mr. Tellis had had enough of being exposed, written about, publicized, embarrassed, and he wasn't going to have it done again. Because at this point, the state would submit, Gehrman had taken everything from him. Everything. Everything that he worked for. He worked his way up through law school. He got himself elected, and this guy took it all from him. And so he wanted to take something from Jeff, and that was his life. Professional assassins don't use their personal vehicles. They don't use their personal phones or work computers to conduct reconnaissance. They don't wear attention-grabbing outfits. They don't flee the scene and then double back to pull right up to a murder scene to look for possibly dropped evidence. And they don't leave items of clothing or apparel they use in the murder inside their own house. Professionals don't do that. The state would submit to you that what this was an amateur attempt by Mr. Tellis to pull off this killing. But here's the thing. It is thoughtful. It is deliberate. He really did a thoughtful job about it. I give him credit. I give him credit. But in the world of the digital age, we leave behind too many breadcrumbs. And when you're not a professional and you are an amateur, you tend to make mistakes. And that's what he did. For example, really smart idea. He knew about IDI Core. Hey, I've got a really easy way to look up personal identifying information on people. I'll use my work computer. But what does he not realize? That we can, as the police, download the computer and literally see your keystrokes. How could he have known that? He wouldn't. It's an oversight. It's a mistake. It's a slip. And it's evidence that we collect against him. What else? He does the Google Maps surveillance. Really clever. What an easy way. You don't even have to go to the neighborhood. Just pull it up on your Google Maps. He does the Popeyes surveillance. He takes the photos off his work computer, right? But he forgets to delete his cache files. And let's just make this clear once and for all. Matt Hovanetz told us what? He said that these are not created photos. They would say created in a date, in a time, and you'd have it. Those don't exist on the phone. I wonder why that is. Why do you think there aren't all those images? Forget the Google Maps surveillance, right? That's just, those are probably images that the program pulls up. Sometimes it's referred to as tiling. But like the Popeyes photos, which are coming from the phone, and the one from the work computer, why don't we have any created photos? The state would submit to you that Mr. Telles, being the smart guy that he is, the techie, as he described himself, deleted them out of his photo album. But the problem is, he didn't delete his cache. And we learned from Matt Hovanetz that the caching of photos is what happens. The example that we heard was, say you want to send an email, and the computer will shrink down the actual image to get down data size lower so it can go out. He didn't delete the cache. He deleted the actual photo, but not the cache. And so those dates tell us that essentially in the month of October, he is doing all of these things. He tried to get rid of it. He couldn't get rid of all of it because he's an amateur. He conducts reconnaissance in August, but doesn't realize that the police are going to acquire the 8.8 email about the public records request. Right? Like, did he really? Maybe he probably didn't realize that we would go to the PA's office and say, hey, we want what communications are out there, and we get the email. Now we understand the significance of why these things are all happening in August, because we get the email. He didn't account for that. Here's another thing. He shut off all his location services in August, but doesn't realize it's going to stick out like a sore thumb during a location services analysis. And here's the crazy part. His expert gave it to us. His expert said, I have 13 years of location data on this phone, but for the month of August, it's a 0. It's a bagel. Why? Why that month? Because it's right. It's when he's planning the killing. He knows he's going to those spots. He doesn't want to be tracked. He's no dummy. He's smart. But the problem is that is an electronic breadcrumb. An entire month, no location data at all for anywhere that he traveled. That was the testimony of his witness. And he didn't claim that that information was hacked or compromised. What else?
He does not like this.
He decides to wear gray Nikes, but forgets to delete the shoes off his phone. And then he fails to get rid of the shoes in time by the time the cops do the search at his house. Maybe life just kind of gets in the way, right? He's maybe doing it late at night when the kids are asleep, and his wife's, you're just, doing a little, I don't know where he's planning on sprinkling the bits of the shoe, but like clearly he wants to do that to shrink it, and maybe it's harder to find. Like he's putting it in a place that only he would find it, like underneath the recliner. And like, he can't account for like the one random photo where like his murdering shoes are right there when he's out rock climbing. Like, he can't plan for that. And all the hundreds or thousands of images are there. He can't plan for that. Creates the disguise of the construction worker, but doesn't account potentially for an interaction. And then again, he leaves his phone at home, which is smart, right? So we don't see the movement of the phone kind of going with the Yukon, right? But the problem is that when you go radio silence for like 5 hours and you start ignoring your wife's calls and texts, that's a problem. And then, great example. He gets up here and he tells us the whole story about the chicken fried rice. He was so happy to share that story. I was making my daughter lunch because she doesn't eat the school lunches, and I cut the tip off and I started bleeding, so I went and got the super glue and I cut it and it got blood. And so that's why the DNA, that's the one time he was fine with DNA. But he doesn't realize that all we have to do is start checking it. Is there a Google recipe for chicken fried rice on your phone? And there wasn't. Because that's what he said he was doing. He didn't just say I was making a meal. He specified how he was doing it. He was using a recipe. And that's the most logical place you would do it. People are not bringing their desktop computers and putting it in their kitchen when they're cooking fried rice. That's not how that's going down. If that their story was true, and we would submit it as not, because it's not there in the phone, he probably would have sat there with his phone on the counter, hit the YouTube or the Google recipe, and then he's working. So it should be there. But it's not. Because that was something used to explain why in the world would my DNA be on the scissors. Again, another example. He goes to great lengths to park down the street. And then it all goes down the drain when he leaves because he realizes, oh, I probably forgot something. So he wheels back and parks right in front of the house. That's a huge mistake. It's an amateur mistake. Here's another one, and I just noticed it while watching it. He left the garage door open. If you watch the video after he does the killing, he walks away, the garage door is totally open. And then when he drives back and he gets out, he has two opportunities to close the door. What did we learn about what prompts the neighbors to worry about Jeff? It's the garage door. The hitman, the assassin shuts that garage door. But not an amateur, like Mr. Tellis, because in the panic of the moment, he's just I gotta get out of here as quickly as possible. It's a slip. It's a small slip, but it's reflective of who we're dealing with. And then he forgets to get rid of the hat. He forgets to get rid of the bag. He forgets to wipe his phone entirely. Next time, factory reset. Full factory reset. Hopefully that'll clear it all. Probably be up in the cloud. But the point is, he doesn't do the things he needs to do. They're amateur mistakes. It happens. That's why it's hard to pull off the perfect murder in the digital age. And about that gray bag, the defendant told us on the stand he'd like to think he wouldn't have removed his children's basketball and football to use it in a murder. Remember that? And there's the bag. And there's the bag. And there it is. And the defense in his closing arguments said, we submit that there's sawdust inside the bag.
Oh, he added this.
Well, let's take a closer look at the sawdust. See that bag? Let's take a closer look. Remember the big sun hat?
Oh.
Is that sawdust?
Oh.
Doesn't look like little chopped up little bits. Looks more longer and rectangular and flat.
It's the hat.
Here's the hat.
And the pieces are right there.
Here are those bits. Long and rectangular. The state would submit to you, he put his chopped up hat in that bag.
We're done.
And then transferred the bag into the Sprouts bag, put the basketball and the football back inside. That is not sawdust. I want to touch on some things that were brought up in closing argument. That Garen's DNA is the only one at the scene. Well, our response is, his DNA is underneath Garen's nails. So that's a huge problem. Not in his vehicle or in his clothing. He got rid of his clothing. And we'd submit he cleaned his car. He also wasn't surveilled 24 hours a day. There was no positive ID from him at the scene. And that is correct. And listen, that's why we have this instruction about direct and circumstantial evidence. Because in Nevada, the law doesn't make a difference between the two. You can weigh it as you wish. Some cases have incredibly powerful examples of circumstantial evidence. Sometimes you've got a combination of both. Sometimes it's all direct. But there's tons of direct evidence, like him in the Yukon. That's to be tracked from literally silk tassel all the way to his house and then all the way back is incredible. You heard about how many officers it took to track and go business to business to business to business. That's direct evidence. You've got the circumstantial evidence of his DNA. You've got the shoes with his DNA in it that's chopped up. You've got the hat. You have the surveillance in the phone. You have the whole motive laid out from the articles. I mean, okay, you're right. We didn't have one person standing out going, I watched Mr. Tellis stab Mr. Gehrman. You're right. But we got a whole lot of other evidence. There's no surveillance of Tellis exiting his home. You've heard testimony about it repeatedly. There wasn't cameras in the area. We just have surveillance of the street that's perpendicular to his driveway. And I thought I had pulled up, maybe I didn't, I apologize. I tried to put the image of that, but I want to address that. It might be still in here. Go back and check the map. Because the way it actually works is, Piggott Elementary, when he's coming in and out in his red Yukon and going to the gym in his BMW at the end, the street that comes down perpendicularly to turn out along the Piggott Elementary, that street is Silk Tassel. And when you look at a map, if you follow Silk Tassel, it perpendicularly, it runs into his driveway. Like all he has to do is like drive out of his driveway and he's already on Silk Tassel. So you're right, like we don't have him getting out of his car from his driveway, but we literally have the only street he needs to take to get to Piggott Elementary. It is not streets and streets and streets. It's the street before his driveway. There's the argument, well, Metro makes mistakes. There's that deletion of a traffic signal. Well, as I've just pointed out, Tellis made a ton of mistakes himself. So we will own that, you know, on one traffic stop, we didn't mark a proper event number. And you can give it whatever weight you want. Tellis cutting himself while cooking. You know, again, we've talked about the chicken fried rice thing. That's not backed up. Wouldn't there be blood from the cut?
So
not necessarily. What if he had gloves on? And he's kind of cutting his tip. It may not be pouring everywhere. And again, look at that scene. The majority of the blood of Mr. Gehrman is actually just kind of pooling from where he's resting. It's not splattered all over the house walls. It's not that type of scene. I mean, Gehrman's shoes are such a good example of that. Like, he's the guy who gets killed. He's the one stabbed 11 times, and his shoes are relatively clean. And he's not doing a lot of walking. A lack of responses to junk messages. That's true, but there are work messages he's not responding to, and his wife is reaching out to him, and he ain't responding for hours. That's a problem. That's a problem for him. Especially, go look at, when you're not in the murder window, go look at the communications. So like when his daughter reaches out to him in the morning, he responds like that. No issue. Like at 3 o'clock or so, or 2:30, when Tonya, his ex-wife, responds with a question about the kids, he responds immediately. And what did he tell us on the stand? What did he tell us on the stand about being at Summerlin Area Command? What was his big worry? My family doesn't know where I am. I was so worried about being detained there because I couldn't reach out to my family, because that was the most important thing. And what do we know on the day of the murder in the murder window? His wife wants to know where he is, and he's not telling her. That is significant, because his pattern is, when you look outside the murder window, he promptly responds to family members about family matters. But he goes silent with his wife when he's literally in Mr. Gehrman's neighborhood. And another thing, remember his face when I showed him the Apple photo for the first time? If anybody remembers, store that one away. Because he was very comfortable on direct talking about the timeline. And he had his story all lined up. And when I showed him the photo, the message that wasn't there, that face really changed. And you can weigh that when evaluating his credibility and his responsibility for this. And then there was the argument about DFL analyst Hovannes couldn't say one way or another if it was deleted. Well, you're right. He's like, I can't definitively say it. What he does say is, I can see from the photos the message is there. I can see in the timeline it's not there. Sometimes there are situations where people delete things deliberately and it's marked as deleted, so it'll appear in an extraction report. But sometimes people delete messages and it's not. But he can't definitively say for certain. So I would submit this to you, ladies and gentlemen. Look at all the surrounding evidence in the case. And then you can reach a conclusion about this. Because, ladies and gentlemen, circumstantial evidence is a chain of facts that lead you ultimately to a conclusion. It's like connecting the dots. And so if you're wondering about this, look at the phone evidence. Look at the motive. Look at the physical evidence in his house. Look at the timeline of when he's gone. Look at when the Yukon is where it is in relation to just nothing is going out on this phone. And then you decide, you can make a call about whether, and his manner on the stand, listen to him testify, and then you can decide whether he actually deleted that message. And I'm going to get to the significance of why maybe that message was deleted in a bit. And again, Hovanec couldn't tell you the cache date on the phone. The state would submit, and you can check your notes, that's not his testimony. He never said, I can't tell you the cache date. He said, I couldn't tell you the creation date. He said, the cache date is something different. That's what the report is showing me. That's the last time this image interacted with the phone. So that's the time that those smaller images are interacting with those phones, all those dates in August. Not bagging the hands. And that was an argument being made. Like, no one could tell us exactly. So I would say, what means what? Has there been testimony that the DNA evidence was compromised? There was no evidence of that. What is being asked of you? You're being asked to speculate. And you have an instruction on reasonable doubt. And reasonable doubt must be actual, not mere possibility or speculation. Speculation doesn't get you there. It's improper to speculate. Here it is. I knew I didn't forget it. Colin was streets away from his home. That's not correct. That's his house. This is the road. When you're watching that Yukon come in and out, and his BMW coming out, this is what you're seeing. So you're right. We didn't get any homes in this area with camera footage. But we got about 5 miles worth other than that. There was an argument, does it make any sense that there aren't any other cameras in the neighborhood? And my response would be, did you see Mog's presentation? Does this appear it would be a case of Metro's not interested in collecting video? There's like 28 sources. The state would submit to you, if there was a camera that was working, that was closer to his house, they would have gotten it. And we would have wanted it. And then there was the video that they showed of this other car, right? With someone presumably with hair and glasses. The state would encourage you, by all means, go compare it to the rest of the videos. Compare it to the rest of the videos. And compare it with all the other evidence. And then you get to weigh it. Because we did hear from Mr. Martinez. What did he also say was going on in that neighborhood? There was a 7-day-a-week, 24-hour construction project where they're repairing a sewer line. I asked Mr. Martinez, what did you guys wear? We wore orange things, right? And in that video of that car, there's someone in an orange thing. Is it possible that that's one of the workers from the sewage project? He seemed to be coming down the road in that first video. He's coming from the road where Mr. Martinez said he was waving people off, remember? Martinez said, I saw that when we saw the first video, right, of the car approaching and the white truck pulls up, he said he was going out there to tell that person, you can't come down this other way. And the video that the defense shows you shows a car coming from that other way. And if we marry the testimony of Mr. Martinez, the state would submit that's the construction area. In all likelihood, that's just another worker. But you get to weigh it. You get to weigh it with everything else. Then there's this argument about Jappy mysteriously inserting himself in the homicide event. Really? Is that the testimony? Detective Jappy told us that he had to attend the Metro briefing that night. Why? It makes sense. He's literally a detective that's working on an investigation on him. Does it make sense that Metro would want all people maybe involved or some kind of connection? Absolutely. But did you really hear a situation where he was injecting himself into Justine Gaddis' investigation? The answer is no. Detective Gaddis talked about contacting him from time to time, and when contacted, he either met the person or responded, But there really isn't any evidence of him interfering with an investigation. And then here's the other thing. There's testimony from a CSA saying he was taking his own photos and collecting his own evidence. What is the significance of this? We do know from Detective Jappy, he is conducting 2 investigations at that time for Compass and Tellus. It goes on until January of 2023. So is it possible he is collecting information tying to one of those? It's possible. But the better question is this. What evidence do we have that Jappy's presence being there compromised any CSA's collection of the information they needed to get? Did you hear a CSA say, like, he didn't let me pick up that computer that I needed to take? He didn't let me take Roberta's computer. Did you hear anything like that? That he was some sort of obstacle from the CSA's doing their work in the PA's office? The answer is no. So what is the point of bringing this up? It is an argument or suggestion asking you to speculate because there isn't any evidence that he interfered with their collecting of evidence at the PA's office. It's not there. And then the DA didn't pursue charges, and I would submit that was significant. That's what he said. Respectfully, the defense doesn't expound upon the significance. He just said it was significant, but doesn't expound why. Why is that significant? He never explains it. It just stops. And the state would submit to you the testimony of Derek Jappy is really significant because Mr. Tellus would have you believe that like he's being framed by Derek Jappy and his complaints about Compass are not being taken seriously, and he got up on the stand and Derek Jappy told you the exact opposite. He exonerated Mr. Tellus from what he was hearing from Reader Reed and people in the PA. He exonerated him. But he's supposed to be the head co-conspirator for Metro. Why would he exonerate him? And then he did go to the DA's office and said, I think we should pursue charges against Compass, and was told, listen, due to this loophole, it's not going to work. Like, you have inconsistent information about what these people are notified or not. And the court records do show that, Cindy Sauerland is identifying, when they want to file on this case or, notify next kin. Like, there's records that match up. So even it's just like, it's literally the exact opposite of what Mr. Tellus wanted to have uncovered by Jappy. And like, he didn't, if he really was out to get him, like, he should have just stopped when the arrest was made and we could be done. But that's not what he does. So I want to get to the defendant's testimony. There's a credibility instruction. You were instructed that you need to consider witnesses, and since he testified, he's a witness, consider his manner upon the stand. Think about what his fears, motives, interests, or feelings are, and the reasonableness of his statements, and the strength and weaknesses of his recollections. And then here's the kicker. Under Nevada law, if you believe a witness has lied about any material fact in the case, you may disregard the entire testimony of that witness, or any portion of their testimony, which is not proved by other evidence. The state would submit to you that arguably, Mr. Tellis' testimony, he might have been our best witness. Based on his manner on the stand, based on the things that he said, he spent 2.5 hours on that first day, and almost 80% of it is talking about things he did in the public administrator's office. It's not about the actual murder or what he's doing on that day. He just wanted to regale you with all of his achievements as a public administrator and how he fought against people standing in his way. And the state would submit to you, as my co-counsel told you in opening statements, that's not what this case is about. It's not about whether he was a good manager or not. It's not about if he had an inappropriate relationship. This is about whether or not he had a motive to kill Jeff Garriman, and did he in fact do it? And he did. Think about his difference in how he spoke to you on direct on a narrative versus trying to answer my questions. How many times did I have to repeat, sir, my question is this, bring you back to my question. Sir, I didn't ask you why. I asked you a yes or no. Think about that for a second. And think about this. What are his fears and motivations in this point in time when he sits on that chair and he's talking to you? And we're going to get to something about that I think is very significant. And it's right here. He took the stand and he admitted on cross-examination that he lied during his May 11th, 2022 interview with Jeff German. I asked him, what was it the part that you were untruthful about? And he said it was about my relationship with Roberto. And he said, and I said, he said, I didn't think the public should have to know about that. And it was really important to conceal that information from his family. This is really significant because what it tells you is that back in May, when he was facing just an election, he was willing to lie to protect his job and to save his marriage. Now, the stakes are even higher. They're far higher. So you get to evaluate, are the things that Mr. Tellis is now saying, is it possible he could be lying about some of those details? Because this is far greater than that. Think about the difference in his body language, his ease of sharing information. When I'd ask versus when he just had free reign to say whatever he wanted. They're like night and day. And the state would submit that the defendant's view of this situation is completely divorced from the evidence in the case. It's like he's talking about a thing that's, it couldn't be farther apart. He talks about these conspiracies, but he's so short on details. Always. Oh, he took a bribe. Did you see someone take it? No, I didn't, but it's just in my gut. I think that happened. That doesn't work. That's not evidence. Something in your gut, or I just feel it, that's not evidence. And when you think about it, it does make sense. Because if Mr. Tellis had to be honest about what the evidence is in this case, it's a very difficult thing for him to explain away. It's his DNA underneath the fingernails. It's his car that's there. It's his Google Maps images in his phone. He's conducting surveillance at Popeyes. He's using his computer to look up information on this guy. He's got these text messages explaining how upset he is about everything involving Gehrman. That's a huge problem. Because really, he's the only person who wants Gehrman dead. He's the only one. And really, this was kind of, in my mind, what jumps out to me. It's like a because I said so. Like when I pressed him on things, like why is this? Why is this? And it was just simply because that's how I feel. That's not evidence. And again, the defendant is also selective during his testimony about what evidence had been compromised versus properly collected. Great example was the scissors DNA. At the beginning, I'm like, the DNA in the fingernail, you couldn't get an inch out of him agreeing with that. I'm like, at least agree with me that it's been planted, and he didn't even want to do that. But he had come up with a story about cutting his finger, so he's fine with that DNA being on the scissor. That's a nice contrast. And he picked and chose. And you can check your notes on that. But that, to me, is really significant because he was fine talking about certain pieces of evidence that he thought was good. Great example, the timeline on direct. He's happy to tell you his narrative on direct because he forgets about the where are you. And then on cross, when I confront him with the where are you, now things are a little bit different. But he had no issue with anything in that timeline at first. And another thing, when the defendant testified, a lot of times he didn't use phraseology like, I didn't do this, or I didn't do that, or I didn't stab him, or I didn't go to that scene. It was never that. I mean, maybe from times he would say it, you'll check your notes, but the vast majority of the time, Mr. Tellis would say it like this. I'd like to think I wouldn't do something like this. I'd like to think that I wouldn't do that. I'd like to think I wouldn't take my children's sports balls out of the bag to use for a killing. It's an interesting phraseology. The state would submit it's a bit of a tell. Because he could have just simply said, I didn't do that. I didn't touch that bag. But that's not how he words his behavior. It's this like Monday morning quarterback. I'd like to think I wouldn't because it's really bad. You can weigh that when you're evaluating how honest and truthful he was when testifying. And again, for all his talk about being conspired against by powerful enemies, it's actually the defendant that uses the power of his office's proprietary software to spy on and discover where Gehrman lives and what type of car he drove. He used the power of the office. Mr. Tellis. And here's another thing. Remember the map that they brought up, kind of trying to show the drive from the PA's office to Popeyes? When you study that, remember it's Analyst Hovanet's testimony. Those reports out of Axiom from the work computer aren't converted for UTC time. So he was trying to use it to say, like, I couldn't have done this at this certain time. It's not UTC converted. And then we get to where are you? Remember, every single message between the defendant and his wife on 9/22 are on the timeline, with the exception of where are you. So here are the messages, where are you? Now they're talking about his daughter, collecting or selling things. Wow, that's incredible. There's a doctor's appointment. Are you at the doctor's appointment? No, we're at the barbershop. Oh, okay. Then there's a text about the scheduling of the appointment, and then he also has picture read. All of that's on that Apple Watch. Oh, and also the deposited message. And then when you look, it's all the same stuff, with the exception of where are you? That's the one thing that's not there. There's the cards thing, there's that's incredible, at the doctor's appointment, the barbershop, oh, okay, the appointment last week, picture day, and then the deposited message. It's all there except for where are you? So why is this significant? Number one, the defendant cannot answer this text or pick up her call because the phone is at home while he is murdering Gehrman. Number two, the defendant couldn't leave this message on his phone. Why? Because it would reveal that even his wife is looking for him at the time of the murder. And third, given the state of their relationship at that juncture, given what you've now kind of acknowledged what he was doing privately, if your wife calls and you have your phone on you, you're going to take that call. You're going to answer that text message. You're not going to let that sit for like 5 hours. No way. No way. Some final thoughts.
Final thoughts.
I want you to think about this one. This is something I never actually asked Mr. Tellis on the stand, and I really tried to ask as many of these, but this one really struck me. The Las Vegas Metro, if the Metro Police Department, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, was really in on a conspiracy to get the defendant, right, to truly get him, here's a question for you. Why not let him die in the tub? You saw the video. Why not let that man bleed out? You had your opportunity, and yet they don't take it. Mr. Tellis's life is saved that day. And who ends up saving his life? Why, it's none other than the head conspirator from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. It's Detective Derek Chappie. He testified that he spent 2 hours on the phone talking him off this ledge. 2 hours. And then you got to watch the footage. They saved his life. If the conspiracy is really true, Derek Chappie doesn't do that. Metro doesn't do that. They literally let him bleed out. But that didn't happen. And the reason is, ladies and gentlemen, is because there never was a conspiracy. You made a commitment when we did voir dire to follow the law. The law in this case is abundantly clear. These three theories of liability are abundantly clear. He is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt on all three theories, and it's not close. And so we ask you to follow the law and follow the evidence. Do not speculate, but follow the evidence. As my co-counsel brought up, in the end, this is not a case about politics. It's not about alleged inappropriate relationships. It's not about who's a good boss or who's a good supervisor or favoritism at work. It's just about murder. And I want to end, if I could, I want to make sure that this is working, with something that Mr. Tellis said in his interview that really struck me. And I noticed it during the opening statement. And it's this.
And people just cannot get to do whatever they want.
And it's just that people don't get to do whatever they want. For once, the state of Nevada is in agreement with Mr. Tellis. He doesn't get to do whatever he wants. He took the life of an individual who was simply doing his job because he didn't like how it impacted him personally. Please hold him accountable for murdering Jeff German. Thank you very much.
Okay, at this time, the clerk will swear the officers of the court who will take charge of the jury panel.
Bam.
You do solemnly swear that you will keep this jury together in some private and convenient place, that you will not permit any person to speak to them, nor speak to them yourself, unless it be by order of the court, except to ask them whether they have agreed upon a verdict, and that you will return them into court when they have so agreed. So help you God?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, at this time, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to be excused. When you go back, you're going to have lunch. After lunch, our two alternates, Mr. Max Gross and Zachary Crayson, you will go with one of the court officers. At that time, the clerk will bring back all of the evidence, and you'll begin to deliberate upon your verdict. So when you're done eating lunch, make sure Officer Hawks knows, and the clerk will bring back the evidence. Thank you very much, and you're excused.
Thank you all right for that.
All right, so they have lunch first, and then they'll start deliberating. So I don't know how long lunch is going to last, but I would assume they're not going to want to dilly-dally. They're going to want to get this done. I wish they would just be like, you know what? Can we just go ahead and fill it out while we're eating so we can get up out of here? I got places to be. Don't want to spend my whole Monday here. I put in another poll about how long you think it will last. Yeah, I think they should just work through lunch. I don't think it's going to take them very long. What time is it now? 3 o'clock, which means 1 o'clock there. So I would assume they're probably going to start deliberating within 30 minutes. We'll see if we can keep an eye out from the reporters that are there. Let's change our thing to say verdict watch. Verdict watch. Live. Verdict watch. Let's say trial day 9. That was an amazing closing. And they did an awesome opening too. I think that between the opening and the closing, it's kind of, and the mountain of evidence as well. It's pretty clear. But also, I love that Hamner said that Tellis was the best witness for the prosecution because he got up there and just made a fool of himself. The alibi A has been for 3 whole months. If I was on the jury, I would want a working lunch. I would too. I would want a working lunch too. I would be like, look, I'm pretty sure we already know. But also keep in mind, I know that the jurors have not had the opportunity to talk to each other about all of this like we have. So they have not. Could you imagine having to go through 3 days of that fool on the stand and not be able to talk to anybody about it? Could you imagine that? I'd be telling Lucy about it. I'd be like, Lucy, listen, you can't tell anybody. That doesn't break the rules, right? If I tell my dog, I'd be like, look, you let me tell you what this did. I would have to at least tell her. Could you imagine having to not talk to anybody about that? Mm-mm. Did they dispel the hair thing, though? I missed it. What hair thing? Oh, the hair from the car? No, he told them just to, like, he said, I recommend you, weigh that evidence, take a look at it, whatever. He didn't say anything about it being a hoodie. To me, like I said, it looks like a hoodie. If you pull up that screenshot that the defense showed, you can see a clear line that goes on the side and into the front where, and like I said, like your neck is not way up here by your chin. Your neck is like back here. So the profile looks to me like the guy's wearing a hoodie. To me, it looks pretty clear, but everybody could see, something different. Some people think, and I saw like people were saying it could be a wig, which wouldn't be surprising either, considering, he took the time to take off his license plate and stuff like that. So a wig would not surprise me. To me personally, oops, I'm hitting my microphone. To me personally, it looks like a hoodie, but he just told them to, take a look at it and see what they think. But the thing is, even if that one profile has hair, it is not going to be, in my opinion, and what do I know? It is not going to be enough to get over all of that evidence. That is so much evidence, y'all. Okay, our poll, 59% of you say that it will take between 1 to 2 hours of deliberation. 23% of you say less than an hour. 14% say 2 to 3 hours, and 3% say more than 3 hours. So most of you think between 1 and 2. I think that's what, earlier when we did the poll too, that was what the majority was as well. 3 days of that fool on the stand. Yeah, Vanessa Murphy is there. I've been trying to kind of keep up with what she's posting, and Matt Johnson is there. I feel like she hasn't posted anything since the last part of the closing. I don't foresee this being a long deliberation. I have a feeling since they have their lunch ordered for them, it will probably be a quick lunch. They're going to want to eat and then get back there and get this over with, because I don't think anybody wants to be there long, especially when, we already pretty much, like, I don't think anybody's confused about who's responsible for Jeff Gierman's murder. Nancy D, welcome back. Welcome. Tennessee says, I got to catch up on some other things, but I'll be watching. I'm going to have to guess, unless we see from the reporters, I'm going to guess that we're going to give them 30 minutes for lunch. And then, so at the 30-minute mark, I'm going to assume that they're going to be done. And then I'm going to put our verdict clock up starting about 30 minutes in. I'll watch and see if any of the reporters say anything different, to see if, if we get any kind of more accurate update, but I'm going to guess 30 minutes. And my husband rolled so far back in my head. Haven't did listen to him? That would have been. That would have drove me nuts. I think they will want to fill out their paperwork while eating their Subway. I don't blame them. I don't blame them. Can we look at... Oh, yeah. Y'all want to look at the lawsuit? We can do that. We can do that. Get it pulled up. He said he's a victim. It's full. Why isn't my PDF loading? Here, we'll just do it like this. We'll just do it through Twitter because my PDF isn't loading for some reason. They put the verdict clock up there. It ain't going yet. Nope, they took it down. Okay, so here is the, hold on, let me pin this. Jury is eating lunch, then we'll begin deliberations. They went to lunch at 1. Pin message. Dream Landry gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. All right. You need a poll. You need a poll for what? Another poll? On what this time? Can they deliberate while eating? She said that they were going to send them back there to eat first and then bring the 2 alternates out. So since they're going to be eating together with the alternates will be back there, so they're not going to start deliberations yet until they start eating. Dream Landry, thank you so much for kids membership. Thank you, thank you. Evangeline Light, member 15 whole months. I appreciate this safe place to hang out. Thank you, Brandi. Thank you for being here for 15 whole months. 15 whole months. You live here now. Jennifer Adams, get to 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Jennifer. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Welcome to our new members. Welcome to our new members. Perry, thank you for super sticker. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Y'all are the best. I love our people. Y'all are the best. Okay, so this is the it's Paul O'Keefe is listed as personal representative of the estate of John O'Keefe. So it's, if you can read that, I know it's kind of small. If you can read that, he's listed as the personal representative. Hold on, let me wait. What is happening? Why is it? Wait. What happened? Come back. No idea why it's doing that. Okay. So he's listed as the Paul O'Keefe, which is John O'Keefe's brother, of course, is listed as the personal representative of the estate of John O'Keefe. And he's listed individually. And then Margaret O'Keefe as grandparent and guardian of Kaylee. Oh, I'm missing stuff. Sorry, I'm reading. I will tell you, I'm going to read these. Once I start reading, I will miss stuff like this. So I will do it now. If you do it while I'm reading though, I will probably miss it, and it is not intentional, and I apologize. Kelly P member for 6 whole months. Ooh, best place to be. Been here since Latisha. Oh, Latisha. That one. Oh, Latisha. Yes, and thank you for the super sticker. Thank you. I appreciate it. Look, it's like she knows she's on camera, and then she's like, no, I don't want to be on camera. She gone. Thank you for the super sticker. Thank you. Evangeline Light gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Evangeline Light. Spreading the love. Thank you. Welcome to our new members. Love it when y'all spread the love. And Lisa P, I member 13 whole months. What a great day for a memberversary. Thank you, Jennifer Adams. I love you all. Thank you. 13 whole months. 13 whole months. Did I catch up? I did. Are you doing eyebrows? I am going to do eyebrows. Somebody had asked to go over the lawsuit papers for Karen Reed, so we're going to do that, and then I'll put on my eyebrows. So we'll read over this, and then when, maybe they'll be back from lunch and start deliberating, we'll put up our little clock, our little verdict clock, and then start the verdict brow process. Okay, so let's see. Let's see here. All right, so they are going after C&C Hospitality LLC, doing business as CF McCarthy's. GNS Hospitality LLC, doing business as CF McCarthy's, Waterfall Bar and Grill, and Karen Reed. So basically, CF McCarthy's, Waterfall, and Karen Reed. So this is what they're saying. The plaintiff, Paul O'Keefe, is the surviving brother of the late John J. O'Keefe III, JJ or John or decedent, and is the duly appointed personal representative of the estate of John O'Keefe, who died on or about January 29th, 2022. At all relevant times, material hereto, the decedent resided in Canton, Norfolk County, Massachusetts. At all relevant times, material hereto, the plaintiff, Paul, resided in West Bridgewater, Plymouth County, Massachusetts. So the plaintiff, John O'Keefe, is the surviving father of JJ and Kristen. At all relevant times, material hereto, the plaintiff, John II, resided at 1 Meadows Ave, Canton, Norfolk County, Massachusetts. So, Margaret is the surviving mother of JJ and Kristen. At all relevant times, the plaintiff, Margaret, resided at 1 Meadows Ave. Plaintiff, Kaylee, is the surviving niece. Let's see. Okay, so at relevant times, the defendant, C&C Hospitality, LLC, doing business as CF McCarthy's, is an independently owned restaurant with a usual place of business at 614 Washington Street, Canton. Let's see. CF McCarthy's had a resident agent, Stephen B. Carey, 973 Furnace Brook Parkway, Quincy. CF McCarthy's presently appears to be operated by GNS Hospitality LLC as of April 24th, 2023. They have the same location of business, same resident agent as C&C Hospitality LLC. Okay, so the defendant, Waterfall Bar and Grill. So that's CF McCarthy's. Now, Waterfall Bar and Grill, domestic corporation with the usual place of business, gives the address, etc., etc. The defendant is an individual residing at 481 Gilbert Street, Mansfield. We know that she lived in Mansfield. So here's what they have as the facts. They say the plaintiff repeats, realleges, and incorporates by reference as set forth hereto in the entirety all prior paragraphs of the complaint. Oops. There we go. The decedent, JJ, was the middle of 3 children in a tight-knit family. JJ was a third-generation Boston police officer. After the tragic death of JJ's sister, Kristen, and brother-in-law, Steve, JJ took custody and guardianship of his niece, Kaylee, and his nephew, Patrick, who were 6 and 3, respectively. Over the next 8 years, until his tragic passing, JJ raised and supported his niece and nephew. After the tragic death of JJ, Margaret took guardianship custody of her grandchildren, Kaylee and Patrick. At all relevant times on or before January 29th, JJ and the defendant, Karen Reed, were in a dating relationship. In the months, weeks, and days leading up to January 29th, JJ and the defendant Reed's relationship was deteriorating. During such time, defendant Reed picked fights, experienced jealousy, and had delusions of unfaithfulness. On or about January 28th, 2022, defendant Reed knew that her relationship with JJ had run its course. On January 28th, at or about 8:51, the plaintiff arrived at CF McCarthy's. CF McCarthy's was licensed to distribute, sell, or serve alcohol. On January 28, 2022, at or about 8:58, CF McCarthy served Reed an alcoholic beverage. Reed consumed said drink. On January 28th, CF McCarthy's, through its agents, servants, or employees, served alcoholic beverages to defendant Reed at or about 9:13 p.m., 9:20 p.m., 9:33 p.m., 9:57 p.m., 10:22 p.m., and 10:29 p.m. Reed consumed such drinks. CF McCarthy's, through its agents, servants, or employees, served defendant Reed 7 alcoholic drinks between 8:58 and 10:29. During all relevant times, at or before 10:29 p.m. on January 28th, defendant Reed showed signs of intoxication while at CF McCarthy's. So showing signs of intoxication while at CF McCarthy's, that part's going to be a little bit difficult, because witness after witness after witness after witness got up there and said that she was not showing signs of intoxication. They were saying that she, didn't seem drunk, didn't seem intoxicated, wasn't slurring her speech. I don't even know how many witnesses there were that got up and said that, but I know that there were a good bit. I mean, everybody that saw her got up on the stand and testified that, she was not showing signs of intoxication. So this says that, and this is the first time I've got this saved, but this is the first time that I've had a chance to read through this with y'all, because I was working on the podcast earlier today. So we'll just kind of stop and talk about it as we go. But that is probably going to be kind of hard to prove, since there were so many witnesses that said the exact opposite. Okay, so on January 28th, at or about 10:40, JJ and defendant Reed left CF McCarthy's. At about 10:40, defendant Reed was allowed to carry her alcoholic drink out of CF McCarthy's. I don't know if allowed would be the right word. I think she just kind of did it. On January 28th, at or about 10:54, JJ and defendant Reed entered Waterfall together. At all relevant times, Waterfall was licensed to distribute, sell, or serve alcohol. Defendant Reed walked into Waterfall carrying a drink from CF McCarthy's. It said that she, at all relevant times while at Waterfall, defendant Reed showed signs of intoxication. So again, everybody that was there said the same thing, that she did not show signs of intoxication. So take that how you will. Let's see. Between 10:54 and 11:54 on January 28th, defendant Waterfall served Reed 1 shot and 1 mixed alcoholic drink. Reed consumed such drinks. At approximately 12:10 a.m., Reed left Waterfall. At approximately 12:11 a.m., JJ left Waterfall. At all relevant times, between 12:11 and 12:36 a.m., defendant Reed was under the influence of alcohol and unable to drive a motor vehicle safely. That part is kind of interesting too, because we know that yes, she left with John O'Keefe, JJ, and we know that she drove see, this is the part that gets kind of tricky, because I don't want, it's very uncomfortable to even talk about it, honestly, because I don't want to sound like I'm saying anything is John O'Keefe's fault, but saying that she couldn't drive, and she did anyway. John O'Keefe got in the car with her. He told her to come because he didn't want to drive, so that was going to be his ride. So I don't know. This is I guess, I mean, whatever. That's, do with it what you will. Okay, so it says that she was not able to drive. All right, so let's look at the next page. 30. Okay, at all relevant times, defendant Reed drove JJ to the residence of 34 Fairview. Reed and JJ had been in an argument the night of January 28th into the early morning of January 29th. After JJ got out of defendant Reed's vehicle in front of 34 Fairview Road, Reed drove her SUV and hit JJ. At all relevant times on January 29th, defendant Reed drove her SUV in a state of intoxication. As a result of Reed's SUV hitting JJ, JJ was knocked down onto the ground in front of 34 Fairview Road, suffered serious injury, and died. After hitting JJ with her SUV, defendant Reed fled the scene and returned to JJ's residence at 1 Meadows Ave. At all relevant times, defendant Reed knew that it was snowing, knew there was an impending blizzard, and knew or should have known that leaving JJ outside in the blizzard would likely result in serious injury or death. At all relevant times, when defendant Reed drove her SUV and hit JJ, defendant Reed, A, failed to use any care to avoid creating an unreasonable risk of harm to the public and JJ. B, voluntarily took an obvious risk under the circumstances, knew or should have known that death or serious injury was reasonably predictable. C, persisted in a clearly negligent course of conduct over a noticeable period of time. D, was impatient with reasonable precautions. E, was deliberately inattentive to the predictable hazards of her actions, and or was deliberately inattentive when there was a risk of great and immediate danger. 38. At all relevant times when defendant Reed drove her SUV and hit JJ, defendant Reed was reckless when A, she intended the reckless conduct that resulted in JJ's injuries or death. B, her conduct made it highly likely that someone, namely JJ, would suffer serious injury or die. C, she knew or had reason to know the risk of grave injury or death to JJ, or said risk would have been obvious to a reasonable person. And D, she intentionally or unreasonably disregarded that risk. JJ's injuries or death resulted from the defendant Reed's decision to engage in the conduct referenced above. Then it says on January 29th at approximately 4:30 a.m., defendant Reed knew that she had hit JJ with her SUV. Nevertheless, she woke up JJ's 14-year-old niece Kaylee and talked about JJ's death, talked about hitting JJ with her SUV, and otherwise involved Kaylee in her frantic calls about JJ's death. At all relevant times on or about January 29th, defendant Reed knew that Kaylee was a vulnerable minor who had already lost her parents tragically and depended on her custodial uncle JJ, who had become her surrogate parent. Let's see. At or about 5:07 a.m. on January 29th, defendant Reed left One Meadows Avenue. Between 5:18 and 5:35, defendant Reed knew JJ was seriously injured, buried in the snow, and laying on the ground in front of 34 Fairview Road, Canton, where defendant Reed left JJ to die hours earlier. Let's see. On January 29th, defendant Reed admitted repeatedly that she hit JJ. Okay, again, this is going to be one that's going to be hard to prove, because saying that she admitted it repeatedly when you have in trial something different is being said, and if she had admitted doing this in front of these officers and everything, supposedly, then why would nobody have done something about it at the time or whatever? But again, in civil suits, you know, the burden of proof is a lot less. Okay, so at or about 6:03 on January 29th, defendant Reed arrived at 34 Fairview Road, Canton, and immediately observed JJ laying on the ground, buried in the snow where she had earlier left him to die. He suffered trauma injuries before becoming hypothermic. At or about 7:50 a.m., JJ was pronounced dead at the hospital. At relevant times after 7:50 a.m., defendant Reed went to the grieving house of JJ, feigned comfort to JJ's family, and used the opportunity to, amongst other things, remove the offending weapon, her vehicle, and or destroy relevant evidence. It says that her blood was drawn, reading of 93 megagrams per deciliter. The serum conversion and retrograde extrapolation was done as the results of defendant Reed's blood, with the results showing her blood alcohol would have been between 0.13% and 0.29% around the time she drove the SUV and hit JJ. Reed's blood alcohol range all exceeds the legal limit to drive a motor vehicle in Massachusetts. At relevant times on or about January 29th, defendant Reed drove her SUV while under the influence of alcohol and hit JJ with her SUV. As a direct and or proximate cause of Reed's drunk driving, JJ sustained serious injuries of body and mind, conscious pain and suffering, fear of impending death, lost earnings, medical, funeral, and burial expenses, and died. Notwithstanding her Fifth Amendment right not to speak, defendant Reed chose to speak publicly. She knowingly and deliberately changed her story and fabricated a conspiracy, knowing the same to be false. She publicly communicated this false narrative, thereby frustrating justice for JJ. Such false narrative caused the plaintiffs aggravated emotional distress. The plaintiffs listed above bring this complaint seeking full and complete justice for JJ. Count 1. The estate of John Joseph O'Keefe III versus C.F. McCarthy's wrongful death. So the estate repeats, realleges, and incorporates by reference as set forth hereto in their entirety prior paragraphs of the complaint. So they're saying that C.F. McCarthy's negligently served alcohol to an intoxicated person, namely Defendant Reed. Defendant knew or should have known that okay, so they're saying C.F. McCarthy's knew or should have known that Karen Reed was intoxicated at relevant times of service. They're saying C.F. McCarthy's violated Massachusetts, was that Dram Shop Laws company safety policies and was otherwise negligent for numerous reasons, including but not limited to A, its decision not to hire competent employees, staffs, bartenders, servers. B, its decision not to provide adequate personnel to work at C.F. McCarthy's at relevant times. Its decision not to provide adequate safety training to its employees, staff, bartenders, servers. Its decision to violate its safety training. Its choice to retain unfit employees, staff, bartenders, servers. Its choice not to supervise adequately its employees, staff, bartenders, servers. Again, I think that one's going to be really hard because of all of the testimony that says otherwise. But we'll have to see how this goes. Let's see. The defendant, C.F. McCarthy's, acted not only with indifference to its legal duty not to serve intoxicated patrons, but also with utter forgetfulness of said duty. C.F. McCarthy's acted with gross negligence, acted with willful, wanton, and reckless disregard for the safety of others when it served an intoxicated defendant Reed. Defendant C.F. McCarthy's deliberately ignored the appreciable risk and or voluntarily incurred the obvious risk of serving defendant Reed when she was already intoxicated. C.F. McCarthy's persisted in serving Reed alcohol well after it knew that defendant Reed was visibly intoxicated. Okay, again, the visibly intoxicated, repeating it in papers a bunch of times doesn't really make it so. When they have that many people saying that she wasn't. But that's what they're saying, visibly intoxicated. Okay, so C.F. McCarthy's continued to serve defendant Reed alcohol at relevant times when Reed was already intoxicated. As a direct and proximate result of defendant C.F. McCarthy's negligence, gross negligence, and or willful wanton disregard for safety, J.J. sustained serious injuries of body and mind, conscious pain and suffering, fear of impending death, lost earnings, medical, funeral, and burial expenses, and died. As a direct and proximate result of defendant C.F. McCarthy's negligence, gross negligence, and or willful wanton disregard for safety, J.J.'s next of kin suffered as well. J.J.'s next of kin are entitled to J.J.'s lost value resulting from his wrongful death. Such damages include, but are not limited to, reasonably expected society, companionship, comfort, guidance, counsel, net income, services, assistance, protection, care, and advice to each next of kin. Wherefore, the estate of J.J. demands judgment against the defendant C.F. McCarthy's on count 1, plus costs and punitive damages, lost value to next of kin, and any other relief this court deems appropriate. Count 2. The estate of John Joseph O'Keefe III versus Waterfall for wrongful death. The estate repeats, realleges, and incorporates by reference as set forth hereto in their entirety prior paragraphs of the complaint. So they're saying that Waterfall negligently served alcohol to intoxicated person, namely defendant Reed. They knew or should have known that Reed was intoxicated at relevant times. They violated they're saying they violated the law, safety policies, etc., etc. They were negligent for its decision not to hire competent employees. All the same stuff that it just said on the other one. The defendant, Waterfall, acted not only with indifference to its legal duty not to serve intoxicated patrons, but also with utter forgetfulness of this duty, and gross negligence. This is kind of a little bit of a repetition of the last one. Let's see. Wanton reckless disregard for the safety of others when it served an intoxicated defendant Reed. Defendant Waterfall deliberately ignored the appreciable risk and or voluntarily incurred the obvious risk of serving defendant Reed when she was already intoxicated. Waterfall persisted in serving Reed alcohol well after it knew that defendant Reed was visibly intoxicated. Again, she wasn't visibly intoxicated. Well, let me take a break. I know I missed stuff. I've seen colors. Mary came in for 11 whole months. Happy memberversary. Sandy Graham, welcome as a new member. Michelle, welcome. Zach, hello. This looks like a job for me. So everybody just follow me. We all need a little controversy because it feels so empty without me. People don't even know when you're quoting Bob Dylan or Eminem. Thank you for the lyrical super chats. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, all the gang still goes to these places. I think there's a lot going on right now. Jin Pookie member for 1 whole year. Thanks for all you do, Brandi. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Happy 1 year. Happy 1 year. Okay, I want to take a little break so I could read those. I didn't want to get too far behind on this. All right, so I don't know, y'all. I think on this one, with them all saying that she wasn't, didn't seem drunk, wasn't acting drunk, wasn't slurring, wasn't anything. There's so much evidence that she wasn't. I don't see that being... I don't see that being... But I'm not an attorney, so what do I know? I'm just looking at this from a juror perspective. So they're saying that, again, with Waterfall, JJ's next of kin are entitled to JJ's lost value resulting from his wrongful death. Such damages include, but are not limited to, reasonably expected society, companionship, comfort, guidance, counsel, net income, services, assistance, protection, care, and advice to each next of kin. So they demand judgment against the defendant Waterfall on count 2, plus cost, I can't say that word, and punitive damages, compensation, but I can't say that. I can't say it in that form. I can't say it. Punitive damage, lost value to next of kin, and any other relief of that this court deems appropriate. So, count 3. So this is the wrongful death against Karen Reed. So, plaintiff repeats, realleges, and incorporates by reference as set forth hereto in their entirety prior paragraphs of this complaint. So they're saying the defendant, Karen Reed, owed JJ and the public at large a duty not to drive drunk, to drive her vehicle safely and or with due care. I have a feeling that part of what they will bring in for this is, you know, the text messages of him when she was saying that she was talking about how she, you know, didn't know if she was going to come out that night or whatever. And he was telling her he needed her to come because he needed a ride. I'm feeling that's going to be part of what they bring up for that. So they're saying that she owed JJ and the public at large a duty to pay attention to the roadway. She breached her duties of care to JJ by driving drunk, driving in an unsafe manner, and or without due care. As a result, and or proximate cause of defendant Reed's negligence, gross negligence, and or willful, wanton, and reckless disregard for safety, JJ sustained serious injuries of body and mind, conscious pain and suffering, fear of impending death, lost earnings, medical, funeral, and burial expenses, and died. As a result of the defendant Reed's negligence, gross negligence, and or willful, wanton disregard for safety, JJ's next of kin suffered as well. So then it goes through the whole thing about his next of kin are entitled to JJ's lost value, which includes his reasonably expected society, companionship, comfort, guidance, counsel, net income, services, assistance, protection, care, and advice to each next of kin. So, count for. Margaret O'Keefe versus C.F. McCarthy's. This is for negligent infliction of emotional distress. The plaintiff repeats, realleges, and incorporates by reference as set forth here too in their entirety prior paragraphs of the complaint. Okay, so Margaret O'Keefe is JJ's mom. Margaret O'Keefe learned of JJ's admission to the hospital immediately and came upon JJ's body at the hospital shortly thereafter. C.F. McCarthy's negligence caused the death of Margaret's son, JJ. Margaret suffered severe and profound emotional injuries manifesting in physical symptoms as the result of observing JJ at the hospital and witnessing the consequences of C.F. McCarthy's negligence. Margaret's emotional injuries, severe physical pain, anguish, emotional distress, and other harm were directly and or proximately caused by the defendant C.F. McCarthy's negligence. A reasonable person in the same position as Margaret O'Keefe at the time of JJ's death would have suffered severe, profound emotional distress. Let me pause for a second. Zach, thank you. Your first appointment at the fertility center you can do on Zoom, but for the second you have to come in person. That's too much. Too much. Ricky Watson, get to 10 memberships. Thank you so much, Ricky Watson. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Welcome to our new members. So many new members today. So many new members today. Thank you. Thank you. Very generous. Very generous. Okay. Where did we leave off? So the emotional distress, I get that is something that happens. That is something that people do sue for. And I get it. I think it's going to be, again, not to sound like a broken record, I think it's going to be hard to oh, I fixed it. Yay. I think it's going to be hard to get a verdict for emotional distress against C.F. McCarthy's and Waterfall. Because again, with so much testimony that she did not seem drunk and that nothing about how she was acting seemed intoxicated at all. If a bar is serving, and the drinks that were on the receipts were not, you know, a ton of drinks. We've seen the receipts in trial. I think it's going to be, I don't know that that burden of proof would be able to be overcome, but we'll see what happens. Where are we? Count 5. Okay. So John O'Keefe against C.F. McCarthy's. So this is saying that this is for John O'Keefe's dad. Negligent infliction of emotional distress against C.F. McCarthy's. So same thing as the count 4. This is saying that JJ was admitted into the hospital immediately after, or admitted into the hospital, and John O'Keefe, his dad, came to the hospital shortly thereafter. C.F. McCarthy's negligence caused the death of John's son, JJ. John suffered severe and profound emotional injuries manifesting in physical symptoms as the result of observing JJ at the hospital and witnessing the consequences of C.F. McCarthy's negligence. His emotional injuries, severe physical pain, anguish, emotional distress, and other harm were directly and or approximately caused by defendant C.F. McCarthy's negligence. A reasonable person in the same position as John O'Keefe II at the time of JJ's death would have suffered severe and profound emotional distress. I don't doubt that they have suffered severe and profound emotional distress. I don't doubt that at all. I cannot imagine going through everything that they have gone through. I just don't know that, based on everything that we've seen, that that there's nothing in any of the video surveillance that makes them appear intoxicated, or makes Karen Reed appear intoxicated. There's so much testimony saying that she wasn't. So if there's nothing that can show that she was visibly intoxicated, and because that's it actually is visibly intoxicated. It says visibly intoxicated. So if there's nothing in the video and nothing in any of the testimony from anybody else that, you know, she was visibly intoxicated, then I don't know that they will be able to get past that. But so I will say that about the Waterfall and C.F. McCarthy's side of it, but as far as the emotional distress goes, I absolutely 100%, like, you know, obviously they have emotional, severe and profound emotional distress. Count 6, Paul O'Keefe versus C.F. McCarthy's. So, I'm assuming this is going to be the same one. Blaming C.F. McCarthy's for emotional distress. Let's see. Paul O'Keefe is the brother. He came to the hospital. C.F. McCarthy's negligence caused the death of Paul's brother JJ. Paul suffered severe and profound emotional injuries manifesting in physical symptoms as the result of observing JJ at the hospital and witnessing the consequences of C.F. McCarthy's negligence. So yeah, all this is the same stuff. His emotional distress, he's saying, is C.F. McCarthy's responsibility. All right, count 7. Margaret O'Keefe versus Waterfall. So same thing, negligent infliction of emotional distress, but this time against Waterfall instead of C.F. McCarthy's. So went to the hospital, saw JJ. Waterfall's negligence caused JJ's death, they say. And she had severe and profound emotional injuries manifesting in physical symptoms as the result of observing JJ at the hospital and witnessing the consequences of Waterfall's negligence. So, again, same thing as it was with McCarthy's, but just against Waterfall instead. Count 8. Same thing. This is dad against Waterfall. So, all the same. All the same stuff, but against Waterfall. Okay, count 9. Paul O'Keefe versus Waterfall, negligent infliction of emotional distress. Again, same thing, but against Waterfall. Count 10. Margaret O'Keefe versus Karen Reed. Negligent and or reckless infliction of emotional distress. Okay, so this one's different. This one is John's mom against Karen Reed for causing her emotional distress. Okay, so it says Margaret suffered severe and profound emotional injuries manifesting in physical symptoms. It says that Karen Reed outrageously created a false narrative. Margaret's emotional injuries, severe physical pain, anguish, emotional distress, and other harm were directly and or approximately caused by defendant Reed's negligence. A reasonable person in the same position as John's mom would have suffered severe. So this one, the main part of that one is going to be, I didn't go to the next page on that one. Oh, I'm on the wrong one on this page. Wrong one on this page. There we go. There's count 10. So the main one on this one is going to be the number 126. Defendant Reed outrageously created a false narrative. Count 11. John O'Keefe versus Karen Reed for emotional distress. So this is the same thing, but it's a separate count because it's saying it's for his dad instead. Again, saying Karen Reed outrageously created a false narrative. Count 13. Kaylee Furbush versus Karen Reed. So this is the niece. It says that Kaylee learned of JJ's death or injury when Karen Reed woke Kaylee up at approximately 4:30 a.m. Defendant Reed knew Kaylee was vulnerable, having already lost her parents at age 6. Nevertheless, in Kaylee's presence, Defendant Reed spoke on speakerphone to various people between 4:30 and 5 a.m. At relevant times, Kaylee heard Karen Reed say, JJ never came home. Maybe I did something. Maybe a snowplow hit him. Maybe I had hit him. Maybe I hit him. We were in an argument. Maybe he got hit by a snowplow. As a result of the conversations Defendant Reed had in her presence, Kaylee perceived the injuries caused to her guardian, Uncle JJ, and perceived the injury-producing event. At or about 5 a.m., after waking Kaylee up and informing her that something happened to JJ, Defendant Reed left Kaylee home alone. Defendant Reed intentionally and or recklessly inflicted severe emotional distress when she woke up Kaylee and informed her that she hit her uncle or that a snowplow hit her uncle. Defendant Reed either intended to inflict emotional distress in Kaylee or knew or should have known that emotional distress was likely to result from Defendant Reed's conduct. Defendant Reed's conduct was extreme and outrageous, beyond the bounds of decency, and was utterly intolerable. Then, after JJ was declared dead, Defendant Reed came to the family house and feigned concern. Rather, it became clear that Defendant Reed was only there to collect her belongings and to take possession of the murder weapon. The emotional distress suffered by Kaylee was severe and of a nature that no reasonable person could be expected to endure it. The defendant's extreme and emotional conduct caused Kaylee aggravated emotional distress, manifesting in physical symptoms. Kaylee also suffered severe and profound emotional injuries as the result of perceiving JJ's death and or injurious producing event, the consequences of Reed's negligence. Then Reed outrageously created a false narrative. Kaylee's emotional injuries, severe physical pain, anguish, emotional distress, and other harm were directly or proximately caused by Defendant Reed's actions. A reasonable person in the same position as Kaylee at relevant times, including the time of JJ's death, would have suffered severe and profound emotional distress. So, the thing is, there is a lower burden of proof in civil cases. So this can be a way to do a couple of things. This can be a way to get access to discovery and things that they wouldn't necessarily have access to without a civil suit. It can also be a way to hold or attempt to, depending on how it goes, whatever, attempt to hold somebody accountable for it. There is because there's a lower burden of proof, if, let's say if there's another trial and Karen Reed is acquitted, then they still have the option of doing, with the civil suit, they still have the potential of being able to get a conviction that way. So, which could be financial damage, financial, like punitive, and that's it with OJ's civil case. Yeah. To get the niece's testimony, it wouldn't be a FOIA request. It would have to be a request to pay for the transcripts, which I would have to see if they would be able to split it up. A lot of times they're really expensive. Transcripts are really expensive. And it can take a long time. So I'd have to see. I have a lot of the stuff that was testified to from the different journalists that were in there. I have notes on some of that I put in the podcast episode, but yeah, civil and criminal evidence rules are very different. I mean, I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. All right, so they have been gone for an hour. I'm going to assume they took, how long you did? Wait, I think maybe a 30-minute lunch. Let's see. They have I don't know. Law and Crime changed it from lunch break to jury deliberating 7 minutes ago. So if we want to go by, do you want to go by that, or do you want to go by "30 minutes"? We can go by Law and Crime changing it. Go. Because hold on, let me get the right time. I think I'm off. There we go. That should be right. I think it was 9 minutes ago. Because they may have taken their full hour. So we'll go with that. And we'll see if anybody updates it to be any more exact, then we can update it at that time. Let's see. Flip this over. Sorry. And I've got our stuff on. Okay, so they'll be back as soon as they get as soon as I get it figured out. Okay, so we'll do verdict browse. Let me get scissors. Verdict brows. Gotta love verdict brows. Oh, I love this. Okay, I mean, I don't love this for you, but I love Q&A time. So if my house guests are drunk, how do I tell them it's time to leave? Let's all give great suggestions. How do you tell them it's time to leave? I don't know. You could fake a power outage. Just go turn off the breaker. Like, oh my gosh. Oh no, what happened? I don't know what happened. You might want to get out. Fire alarm. That's a good one. Order them an Uber. Say you have a migraine. Look at us helping each other. Look at us helping each other. Don't gotta go home, but you can't stay here. Thomas T, I won't say that out loud, but that's actually not a bad suggestion. Get on your robe and slippers. Hide the alcohol. Let's see if I can do this without messing it up. I mess them up every once in a while. How's this look? Does that look like it is where it should be? Fred Sanford would fake a heart attack. That's true. Which is funny, actually, because I used to watch that show when my kid was little. And I guess he picked up on it because I was making him eat some kind of vegetable he didn't want to eat. I can't remember what it was. It was like asparagus or bean. No, not asparagus, because he liked asparagus. Well, I don't know. I don't remember what it was. Whatever it was some kind of vegetable he didn't want to eat. And that child faked a heart attack. I was like, maybe I watched too much Fred Sanford. That's a true story. My kid really did fake a heart attack to try to get out of eating vegetables when he was a kid. I still give him crap about that now. I was like, bro, you're 6. You're not having a heart attack. Get up and eat your vegetables. Okay. All right. Look how dark it is. Even on my sunburnt skin. Watch, they're going to come back. And I'll have one verdict eyebrow on. Oh, so for those of you who are new, these are my verdict eyebrows. We're doing a trial where, okay, well, first of all, let me back up. I had somebody email me last year sometime and tell me that they really liked the channel, but could not focus because my eyebrows were too blonde and too thin. And that was distracting, apparently. If you have thin and blonde eyebrows, that's distracting. And so she could not focus on what I was saying because of my distracting eyebrows. I told that story on camera because it's ridiculous. Because what? So I told that story, and not too long after that, I go to my post office box, and oh yeah, I did not have Tellus eyebrows. No, they're they are a fraction of what Tellus eyebrows are. So I went to my PO box after telling the story, and I had been sent this is Ollie Dempsey's fault. I had been sent verdict eyebrows. They weren't verdict eyebrows at the time, they were just eyebrows. But they are like this. They are tattoo eyebrows that you just put like a wet rag and you put it on like a tattoo, like a gumball machine tattoo. So I thought that was really funny. I cracked up laughing. I thought that was really funny. Oh no, see, this one's too high. So it makes it look like, look, because here's the actual blonde eyebrow. Can you see it? So it makes it look like it's got a tail. See if we can make it go down. It's close enough. Whatever. It's close enough. You get what you get. You don't pitch fit. So I go to the post office box and I see these eyebrows and I'm like, this is hilarious. So we are in verdict watch for Travis Rudolph, and verdict watch is not fun for streamers, and I will tell you why. It's a lot of work because instead of getting able to like just sit here and watch stuff that's happening and, you know, comment on it during breaks and whatever, there's so much more to it because you have to, there's all this time you have to fill. So we had just gone into verdict watch for Travis Rudolph, and I was like, okay, well, you know what? We'll just put on the new eyebrows live on camera. Why not? Nothing else to do. Got to fill some time. So we did, and then we ended up getting the verdict that we wanted. We got a not guilty, and we were all exciting, and it was exciting, and we were all like crying and stuff. So then it became like a thing. So then it was like at the next verdict watch, we were like, okay, well, I've got to put on eyebrows again, right? Like now it's become a tradition. So now we do verdict brows for verdict watch. It's become a tradition, which is funny because then every time somebody clips or screen records or anything, the verdict being read, you can always see me and then my big eyebrows. It's okay. So it's become tradition. I messed this one up. See? We'll just keep facing this way. Well, let's see if I can do the Tellus. I would need to like triple them up for Tellus. You can kind of see them wrinkle when I do that. See them? Very expressive. Very demure. Very overly done. Oh, that's weird. I know. I get weirded out when I see, and I don't always look in my camera. Like, I hardly ever look at myself in the camera. I hate looking at myself. So I hardly ever look at myself in the camera. But anytime like I look over to that side and I see the camera, I'm always like, wait, you can see, but verdict eyebrows. Verdict eyebrows. Eyebrows affected my concentration. The biggest load, right? I'm like, look, I'm ADD and people's eyebrows don't even, well, okay, his eyebrows do affect me a little bit. I'll be honest. If there were ever going to be eyebrows that affect my concentration, it would be his. But that's not just the eyebrows, though. That's how expressive he is with them as well. And also because I just want to, because I just don't like him. Keith, welcome. Welcome. It's the brows, isn't it? You're here for the brows? I get it. Now you just need some wrinkles in your... I have them. See? Hold on. Wait. Look. See? Maybe not like the Shar-Pei kind, but they're there. I did. I tried to get him in with the vertebra. And I did. He did do the vertebras. It's on my closing video. Wash it off and do it again. That is too hard. You have to scrub these things off and then it hurts. So we're just going to have a 2-seater on this one today. It's close enough. Can you do a Vulcan mind? I don't know what that is. No clue. You can put makeup on it to cover the other brow. I don't think I have that kind of makeup. I don't know what you would put on there. All I really have is eye makeup. I have like I have mascara and eyeshadow and eyeliner. I have some powder stuff. It'll be fine. Just pretend it's a Tellus wrinkle. Special guest, Candy Birchwell. Candy Birchwell. Zach, thank you for the super chat. How about one more eyebrow across the middle for a big bush? No. Next time I need to do them like villain eyebrows though, where like I can like tilt them in a little bit more. It'll be fine. Candy Birchwell. You see the glamour shots? Yeah, we had, let me pull out our handy dandy glamour shots. We had fun making our glamour shots. Let's see, here's one glamour shot. There's one. This one's my favorite. And then that one, that's him spinning his magical story. And that one's like more like the real life one. And then of course, then there's Boss Baby. And then that's the one where we just kept adding stuff. It started out with just, we were putting him in front of the house and we just had him on the stilts with his outfit and the Roberta was here. And then people were like, oh, add this, add this. So then we just kept adding to it. And then of course we have Megamind and we have Wooly Willy and we have him and Thommy hanging out in Cell Block C. Super mad at Chris Hamner, both of them. Both of them super mad at Chris Hamner. Super mad at Chris Hamner. for the super chat. Baby got brows. Baby got brows. It's my... They're not quite as intense as Goofus's brows, but... Happy caterpillars. They just look funny because they're so dark for my face and my hair. They don't match anything. Color between the lines. We'll just have like, this whole thing will just be really bushy. Be fine. Sharpie. Everybody tried to get me to do Sharpie last time when we didn't have any. It's like, it already makes my face, like scrubs my face off when I'm having it. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll just keep my finger there. There we go. There we go. Just as good. Good as new. Most people said between 1 to 2 hours. Who's the blonde girl in her kitchen with a double-decker eyebrow? It's my double-decker eyebrow. It's a tri-brow. Unibrows are so last season. I have a tri-brow. That's true, Sandy Harp. It may be painful to take them off, but not as painful as listening to 3 days of Boss Baby. It's true. It's true. We love you too. When did he get a mullet? Oh, he got the mullet for his glamour shots. Duh. Who doesn't love a good glamour shots mullet? Keep there for 7 whole months. You're the best. You're a part of my retirement plan. Yes. It's the brows. It's what keeps Keith coming back for 7 months. The Burdick brows. What is Wooly Willy? Wooly Willy is the thing where you have the, it's got like the little wand thing that has like the magnet. And so you use all that stuff and you pull the stuff and you can make like eyebrows and hair and mustaches and or whatever you want. Like it has like all the little stuff on there and you pull it up there. So fun. Keith gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Keith. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hair fort. Hair fort. Cover my tribrow. I am behind. I was so busy doing my tribrows that I got behind on chat. Rocking the verdict brows. What is taking the jury so long? I don't know. Maybe they are like taking their time writing and filling it out. No. No, Latisha. No, Latisha. No lie, Tisha. The forms aren't even complicated on this case. You know what I love? I love that they had in their PowerPoint presentation, they had in those big red X's exactly where to check for all the guilty stuff. I love that they had that. Like, just so you know, this is how your verdict form will look when you turn it in for all of these guilty verdicts on all of these. I loved that. I thought that was so great. I thought that was so great. Filling them out carefully. They ate lunch before they started deliberating. I like how they walked through each part and were like, here's why this makes sense. Yeah. And here's what doesn't. I love that the amount of sarcasm is my love language. Sarcasm and spreadsheets. Simple gal. I love the way that Hamner has that bit of snark, because it works for him, for this defendant, because this defendant is so ridiculous. His story is so ridiculous. Everything about what he says is so ridiculous. So I love that he has that, because it's like it works because we're all equally as annoyed. So when he's saying these things and he's doing it sarcastically and he's pointing out the fact that this makes absolutely no sense, we're all like, yes, yes, friend, yes, that is how we feel. Yes, speaking our truth. This is how we feel. When he's going through and he's like, yeah, that doesn't make sense. That's not how things work. I love it. I love it. If it was one of those things where it could go either way, or, you know, you're really having to weigh the evidence because you really don't know, then that sarcasm would not work as well. But since we're all looking at this like, is this fool serious up on the stand, talk about how he's a hero, but he's also a victim? That's why it works. Because he's literally giving the sarcasm that we're all thinking in our minds. Like, that this is not real. This guy can't really be this much of a fool. This self-absorbed, this self-important. But somehow he is. So I don't know. I don't know. Need a hero like Tells. Yeah. It's crazy, right? And what's crazy is, like, he really does think that he's... I don't get it. I think that he really believes that people believe it. I look young today. It's my fancy tribrow. Charlene. OMG, Brandi, I left and came back to see verdict brows. Verdict brows are here. You know what comes after verdict brows? A verdict. Verdict. Yes. And I got a lot to get done on the podcast this week, so they really need to get the verdict like sooner rather than later. Sooner rather than later. These jurors didn't want to say goodbye to the alternates. I bet they're like, hey, like, let's swap phone numbers, because when this is over, we all need to talk about how ridiculous this was. I love this one. Oh, we needed to add, y'all wanted to add a grease pencil. Oh, you know they'll have a group chat. That's what I was saying. I can't imagine them not being able to talk about all this craziness. Let's see what looks most like his grease pencil. I wonder if we're going to be able to find like an actual... This is close enough. Oops. Oh no. There we go. All right, he's got his grease pencil. Is our next case the one in Orlando with your friend? Yeah, I don't know that I'm going to be able to do... I'm going to have to look at the schedule and see. There was another one I wanted to do in between that, but I will be in the courtroom for the one in Orlando. So and that one's crazy. I can go over some of that with y'all if you want to. Let's see. Did you have a bad dream? Lucy just woke herself up. Did you have a bad dream? Hi, Shelby. Hi, Shelby. You all right? I'm right here. I'm right here. You want to sit with Mama? Come here. You want to sit with Mama? Come here. No? You're just going to stare at me? Okay, that's fine too. Oh, now you do. Well, come on. You can sit with me. It's me. It's me under here. Look. See? No? Okay. All right, so Laurie Shaver is the one that I will be in Orlando for. Let me pull up the pictures I have. I cannot find the video that I made. I had it saved in Canva, and I cannot find it anywhere. And I'm wondering, oh, I wonder if it was in my old version of Canva before I had to swap. Probably. Probably, actually. That sucks. Okay, so I should have pictures. Yeah, I have some saved. This is her. So she, am I going live? Am I going to have live coverage while I'm in court so we can all be in chat together? I will see if I can work that out. A few of y'all have asked me because I know I'm going to be in court, so I'll be, I know that, like, so when I did Donna Adelson's trial, I had live coverage here and then was in chat kind of telling y'all what's going on with the jury and stuff. I would like to be able to do that again, but I've got to see about the coverage, and I've got to see about who's, if they're for sure going to stream it. So I will, that is to be determined. So I will let you know. All right, so this is in Claremont. So my college roommates that I told y'all about, the one Greg who just got out of the hospital, him and my other college roommate Aaron, longtime besties since we were 18 years old. I actually hooked them up. I was friends with Greg and I was friends with Aaron, and I hooked them up, and now they've been married for like a bazillion years and have a daughter and stuff. So I was talking to Erin one day, and she told me about her friend who their kids go to school together. She and Gregory had gone over to this girl Laurie's house, and you know, the kids were playing, they were roasting marshmallows on her new fire pit, et cetera, et cetera. So then she's telling me about all of this, and then Laurie gets arrested, and they said that she was under arrest for killing her husband and burying him under that new fire pit in the backyard. When Erin was telling me about this, she said that she had told Erin before about her husband, her first husband, who was missing. And she said that it was kind of weird because there were different things that were said. It was like he was missing because he walked out on them, or he was missing because he took off and went to California or to Georgia or to Afghanistan or to New York or to wherever it was. There was always like weird stuff happening with, you know, with whatever her story was. So then the whole thing comes out. And so Erin's telling me all this, and I'm like, wait, what? Like so I was like, so you and your kids were at her house, like y'all were like roasting marshmallows over with the children over his body. Crazy stuff, right? So I start looking into it, and I pull the court documents and stuff because I'm like, this is crazy. This can't be real. This can't be real. So I am like pulling court documents and stuff and like looking at it. She got arrested in, let's see, it was right after I had cancer. So it would have been 2020. Is when I got diagnosed. So it was sometime around there. But let me pull this stuff. Okay, let's see. I started looking into it, and it gets kind of crazy. So here's the thing. She is accused of shooting him in the head and burying him in the backyard under their fire pit. Okay, then last year, I think it was, like around springtime of last year, things kind of took another turn because, and I'll get into all the cheating and the faking Facebook accounts and all that in just a second. But last year, things took a crazy turn because she was saying last year she wanted to have her daughter testify, and her daughter was saying that she wanted to testify. They were saying that her daughter is the one who actually shot and killed Michael Shaver, her husband. The daughter was 7 years old at the time. 7 years old. Crazy, right? So she was charged with second-degree murder, domestic violence, and accessory after the fact. But all of this in February of 20... Let me pull out my notes so I don't tell you wrong dates. Because I think it was like 2018 when he was last seen-ish. I think. I mean, when he was reported. Because he was gone for like 3 years. I think it was 15 when he was last seen and 18 when he was... Let me pull it up because I might not remember right. Okay. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yep. Last seen in November of 2015. And then in February of 2018, a friend asked police to check on Michael and do a wellness check on him. So that was February 2018. They asked for the wellness check. Okay. So in March of 2018, investigators had a search warrant to go to their property, and they were able to find him under a concrete slab and a fire pit that Lori had placed over his body to cover the burial spot. It's like a 5-acre property. She pled not guilty, but they came in last year trying to say that her daughter, who was 7 at the time, is the one who shot him. The daughter is now, I think she would now be like 15, maybe 16, something like that. Because this was May of last year. So they asked to have the daughter evaluated because she was confessing to having committed this murder. And she was saying that she was willing to testify, to say that it was her that did it. Insane. So, anyway, they said, Lake County prosecutor said that there was no credible evidence that supported that claim that the child had anything to do with it. And the child had never said anything about that before to any of the officers who talked to them, anything like that. So it kind of seemed like a, thing that was brought up as a way to hopefully get my friends believe. I don't want to say too much. My friends, I've talked to friends and people who know Michael, and I've talked to some of Michael's family. I am kind of convinced, or I won't say I am. I am going by what they believe, that she has kind of, I hate to use the word brainwashed, but kind of brainwashed the daughter. So I don't know. Anyway, so during their marriage, they would argue. They ended up kind of being off and on. They had split up before, but they were high school sweethearts. So they'd been together for a long time, but they were not getting along. They had kind of tumultuous relationship. So when he disappeared in 2015, the last time he was seen was in 2015, and when he disappeared, she had his Facebook, and she was logged into his Facebook or whatever, and pretended to be him on his Facebook and his Facebook Messenger to make his family and friends believe that he was still alive, but that he was going through stuff and he had left to go, be by himself, take some time, whatever. So he told them that which her on his account told them to, leave him alone, give him some space, whatever, that he was, going to have to be away for a while. But after he, she had 2, I believe. God, it's been over a year since I pulled all this stuff. I need to look at it and get refreshed on it. But I think she had 2 other kids, because he's the father of 2 of her kids. I think she has 2 others. But don't quote me on that. I have to go back and all my notes. But anyway, she started dating somebody else. Okay, so this is where things get also really weird. She was dating somebody else. The guy that she was dating before Michael's murder was married. And so was she, obviously. I think that she thought that there was more to this relationship than he did. I think for him, it seemed like it was more physical, and for her, she thought that they were going to like be together. So then all of a sudden now, with her husband out of the way, I think she thought that she was going to move on and live happily ever after with this other guy, which is not what happened, because he was married. And she ended up getting his name tattooed in her private areas and whatnot. But he wouldn't leave his wife. So she ended up sending messages to his wife from Michael's Facebook saying, hey, your husband is having an affair with my wife. So she has now killed her husband, allegedly, and is using his Facebook to send messages to this guy that she's having an affair with, to his wife. Because since he wasn't leaving her, she wanted to speed up the process and go ahead and help, push along that divorce between them by saying, oh yeah, they're having an affair. But when they got the wellness call in 2018, they had gone out to her property, and it seemed at first like she was cooperative and stuff and was letting them look around the house and whatever. But then they had asked her about, where he was, and she told them whatever version of story she told them about how he had abandoned his family. And she says that, different versions of this to different people about where he is, and how he abandoned them and left them and whatever. But she let them look around, and she was kind of cooperative until they said something about bringing dogs to search the property. And then that's when she was like, no longer, as helpful and cooperative as she was before. And she told them they would have to come back with a warrant. So they did. They came back with a warrant, and cadaver dogs, and they had one of those radar things, the ground radar things. So with all of that, they ended up finding Michael's body buried under the concrete fire pit in the backyard. And he was wrapped up in a sheet, and had like I think it was like a sheet on him. And then around the sheet was a tarp with like straps around that, and buried like 3 or 4 feet under the fire pit, like not very deep. He had been shot once in the back of the head. She said from the beginning, she said she was innocent. She actually has, this screenshot is from a YouTube video where she is saying that she's innocent, and she's asking for donations to help with her defense fund. But she says that she's, a good person and sees the good in everybody, and is, not capable of doing what they say that she's done and all of that. So, she says she's innocent, and she asks for money to help prove her innocence. Crazy. Let me pull the court documents. Let's look at court documents while we're waiting on. So that is why I was like, you know what? I want to why is Lake County Court Records not coming up? Let's see. To say that a 7-year-old did it. Um, Dang it. Lake County. Okay. Let me search. Why is this saying blocked? What? Hmm. What is happening? Lake County clerk is not working. Why not? Hmm. Nice. I don't know why I can't get on the Lake County Court. I wonder if it's because I had to redo stuff on my phone. Let me see if I can. Lake County. See if I can do it on my phone. I had to change a bunch of stuff on my computer because my computer crashed a week or so ago. Nope, it's doing it on my phone too. Maybe the court site's down. Let's see if I can find it where I saved it. The lady's name is Laurie Shaver. Let's see. It might be on my... Every time I'm in the clerk's site, and every time I go to click on it, to pull it up, it tells me I'm blocked. Or not I'm blocked, the site is blocked. I did it on the internet thing, I did it on my phone, and I did it on Chrome, and it's telling me that. Let me try one more thing. It does this every time. On my phone, on Chrome, and on internet site. They already ate. They're deliberating now. Clear your cache. How do you do that? Hello. Just watched Hammer's Closing. Absolutely savage. Oh, it was so good, wasn't it? It was so good. It was so, so good. We loved it. We were going crazy. It was so good. I don't know. I can't get into the documents on anything. I just cleared my cache or whatever. And I still can't get on it. I can't get on it from my phone either. I just tried Safari too. Nope, no verdict yet. Which is a little surprising, actually. I didn't think they would take very long at all. Yeah, I they do a plea negotiation conference like once every month or so for her. I know the trial begins 9/9 because I'm going to be there. What I'm trying to pull up and what it's not letting me pull up is the documents for it. It's not, and I'm in the same place I'm at every single time that I've ever done it ever, and I do it a million times a day, and it's not letting me pull it up for some reason. And I don't know if it has something to do with my computer where I had to like redo all my stuff, but then I tried it on my phone and it's not letting me do it on my phone either. So I don't really know why. I'm at the same place I'm at every single time I do it. And I don't know why it's not working now. Yes, I use a VPN. Is that why it's doing it? Oh, must be their system. It's not letting me open any documents either. I didn't think so, because it's not letting me do it on my phone either. Normally, if I can't get into it on the computer, I can at least get onto it on my phone, and it's not letting me get onto it, and it's... If it's not doing it on any of them, then it's something with their stupid system. I won't call it stupid. I'll have to try again when tomorrow or something. was trying to look because I thought I had them saved. On my computer. But they may be saved on my laptop. See if I can search it. Let's see. It might be saved on my laptop. So I don't see it here. I don't see it here. I wish I could find it. I'll have to check. I'll see if, for whatever reason, the site's not working. I'll see if I can find the documents on my laptop and then email them to me, email them to myself. But I had like I have all the stuff saved somewhere, but I can't find it on my computer. But anywho, there were messages too that they went through, and he had said, you know, they were having some major issues, obviously, like I said. They were kind of off and on. She was having a whole affair, but even when they split and he started dating somebody else, she didn't like that. He had sent text messages to his, I think it was his coworkers or his friends or something, and saying something about Laurie, about how, you know, she wants his life insurance money. He would show up, like, there were thoughts that she was allegedly abusive too. He would show up to work with like bruises and I think he had burn marks at one point. And he would tell them, you know, oh, Laurie's, you know, she got mad and started throwing things. She got mad and started punching me or whatever. So I mean, there were issues leading into this. But when he left, this is her story. When he left, he had messaged his friends and family saying, you know, he needs to go and make a fresh start. One of the stories was Georgia. One of them was California. One of them was even Afghanistan, but nothing added up. There was all these different stories about where he had gone. So he had sold his tools and stuff like that. I think she tried to sell them on Facebook Marketplace, if I remember right. I wish I could pull this up. She's in Lake County, Florida. It's like Claremont. Claremont is where my friends live. I don't have anything about a verdict. I wish. I'm looking to see. There's none of the ones who were in the courthouse say. None of them have said it. So, I don't know. I'm watching to see if any of the reporters say anything. But anyway, she would pretend to be him on social media and stuff like that. She had said that she had talked to him. She said that she filed for divorce and that they went to divorce court and that he was there at court at the same time, which there were never any divorce papers filed. He was dead before then. She actually got married to this guy named Travis, and told Travis that she was divorced, that she could get married, but she wasn't. One of the stories was that he had been stalking her. She told some of her friends that he was stalking her. This is after he was dead. She told them that he had been stalking her and that I think she said he stopped paying his child support payments. So that was one of the stories too, that he was in jail for non-payment of child support. Actually, if I remember right, that guy Travis that she married, I'm pretty sure that they got married on the property, like near the fire pit. They put their name or initials or something in the concrete on the fire pit. If that ain't messed up. He was not around. Travis was not around when he died. However, without saying too much, I personally believe that he knew what happened. And we'll wait and see what comes out in court before I say why. Yeah, colorful character for sure. Colorful character for sure. Let's see. Let me try one more thing. I wonder if I saved those documents in my Chrome. Maybe. I keep going back and looking at the reporter stuff, trying to see, like, there has to be. Yes. Yes. Travis did. If I remember right, they had a bunch of, God, I wish I could get into my documents. There were a bunch of bags of concrete that he got to help her build the fire pit. Yeah, they want to be careful so there's no issues, which is a good thing. But man. Let me see if I can. I know I've got it saved somewhere. Yes, we did a guilty, not guilty poll, and everybody said guilty pretty much. I think one person said not guilty. Okay, so here it is. Wait, is this it? That's not it. Oh yeah, that is it. Okay. I have the probable cause affidavit. I have that, at least that saved. Okay, 9850 Shady Pines Road, Claremont, Florida. So it was so his death was between November 7th and November 10th of 2015. And they know that because the last time that he was seen alive was November 7th. And the last time that, or the time that he didn't show up for work, was November 10th. So well, let me just read before I start to try to remember the stuff. Let me just read. Okay. Deputies responded to the Shaver home for a well-being check on victim Michael Shaver on February 16th, 2018. Oops. See if I can. Okay, so a well-being check on the victim, Michael Shaver, on February 16, 2018, at the request of a friend who reported no one had seen Michael Shaver since the end of 2015. The friend felt the totality of the circumstances surrounding Michael Shaver's disappearance were suspicious, and that his wife, defendant Laurie Shaver, wasn't being truthful about his whereabouts. Laurie vaguely claimed Michael left in a black SUV, yet Scott knew his possessions to still be at the home afterwards. Scott found the text messages to Michael's boss quitting his job and giving away his tools to be unlike him. Mildred, thank you for the super chat. So where did you bury him? I want to make sure I have enough materials, said the boyfriend of a lady who shot her own husband. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. He had I can't remember if it's in this or not. It might come up in this. We'll see if they go through that part too. But there were like a bunch of bags of concrete from Lowe's or Home Depot or something like that that he went and got when they made the fire pit, and then they put their initials in it, if I remember right. Let's see. So the friend said, okay, so Laurie said that that Michael left in a black SUV and gave away his tools and his firearms and stuff like that. So his friend is saying his stuff was still at the house after he supposedly left in the black SUV, including his. Now, the black SUV thing is not his black SUV. His car was still at the house, which is part of what he was saying is what's suspicious here, of course. So, Scott found the text messages to Michael's boss quitting his job and giving away his tools to be unlike him. Scott believed that Laurie was pretending to be Michael on Facebook. Scott also thought that the concrete slab and fire pit that appeared on the property after Michael's disappearance, along with Laurie quickly remarrying, was suspicious. Scott consulted with Michael's family, who also agreed that he would never leave his kids to start a new family, as Laurie had claimed. Zoom in. And the decision was made for Scott to contact authorities and report Michael missing. While investigating the well-being check, defendant Laurie Shaver told deputies Michael left the family and was in Georgia. She said that the last time that Michael was at their house was when he picked up his belongings after his arrest for domestic violence in September of 2014, and the last time she saw him was during a DCF custody trial in 2015. Laurie was cooperative and allowed deputies to search the property until they asked about the concrete slab fire pit and if they could have a cadaver dog conduct a sniff of the slab. Laurie told deputies to leave her property. Detectives subsequently learned Michael had no current cell phone and his Florida driver's license, U.S. passport, and pilot's medical certificate had expired. He had no driver's license in any other state. His vehicle had been repossessed in February of 2016, and court paperwork for a civil lawsuit for non-payment of a credit card had gone unserved on him because he was unable to be located. So basically, gone, disappeared. No driver's license, no phone, no nothing. Every acquaintance of Michael who was contacted advised they hadn't seen him since the end of 2015. Michael Shaver was entered into NCIC as a missing person, and the investigation into his disappearance began. It blinked and I thought something was happening. All right, so during the missing person investigation, Travis Filmer, Laurie Shaver's boyfriend, who she began dating approximately January to April of 2016, told deputies that Laurie made the statement about Michael Shaver that it's not that he's missing, he's no longer walking this earth. Laurie also told him regarding Michael that something bad had happened and that there was a body on the property. On March 9th of 2018, deputies served a search warrant. Okay, now that in and of itself is, I mean, he's not walking the earth and something bad happened and there's a body on the property. And then he goes and gets concrete and then, all right, so anyway, on March 9, 2018, deputies served a search warrant for a cadaver dog and ground-penetrating radar at 9850 Sandy Pines Road, Claremont, the Shaver property. During the search, the skeletal remains of Michael Shaver were unearthed from 3 feet beneath the concrete slab fire pit. Michael Shaver was clothed in socks, shorts, and underwear. Also removed from around his body was a tarp, a set of ratchet straps, and the remains of a fitted sheet. The tags indicate the sheet was queen size and purchased at Kohl's, a department store frequented by Laurie Shaver, as proven by her bank records. The remains were confirmed to be those of Michael Shaver by DNA. Michael Shaver's cause and manner of death is homicide by gunshot wound to the back of the head with a posterior to anterior trajectory, back to front. A single .38 caliber class projectile was recovered from Mr. Shaver's skull. The time of death was determined to be several months to several years prior to discovery. During a second search warrant served on the Shaver home, Blue Star, which yields a presumptive detection of bloodstains hidden from the naked eye indicated a positive reaction in the track of the sliding glass door leading from the dining area to the porch. The substance ran in a drip-like pattern down the outside of the trailer between the home and porch. So the sliding glass door right there, where there's a porch going outside, there was, it showed presumptive positive for blood. So it looks like he was shot right there at the door, and then like the blood going down in between, like right there where he was shot. A drip-like pattern down the outside of the trailer between the home and the porch. This substance, along with apparent hairs found in the same area, failed to demonstrate a sufficient amount of DNA for STR DNA analysis. Swabs from the interior lower door track of the sliding door. Hold on, let me open this one. Of the sliding door demonstrated the presence of a mixture of DNA consistent with 3 donors, including Lori Shaver and 2 unrelated individuals, at least one of which is a male contributor. Michael Shaver could not be included or excluded as a contributor. It is believed that Michael Shaver was killed between November 7th, the last day that he was seen, and November 10th, the first day that he did not show up for work. Investigation revealed that Michael Shaver's cell phone was last used to make an outgoing call on November 7th at 5:48. Michael was also last seen in public with Lori Shaver and their 2 children on November 7, 2015 by coworker Frank Merritt. Frank Merritt attended a tractor show with his wife and the Shavers and stated that Michael and Lori did not appear to be getting along and left the event early to go home. Mr. Merritt texted Michael the next day, November 8th, and got no response. Mr. Merritt texted Michael on November 9th and received a response that he was quitting work to save his marriage. Michael did not report to work or call in on his next scheduled work day. November 10th, and was never seen again. Michael's boss, John, was advised Michael was a reliable employee in line to become a foreman and never missed work without calling in. On November 11th, Lori sent a private message via a work server to her sister stating, "Mike left yesterday, packed his stuff, and went to the airport." On approximately November 12th, John, the boss, texted Michael and received the response, "I am having issues at home in Georgia right now. Just fire me or I'll quit. I will not be returning anytime soon." Frank Merritt went to the Shaver home on November 13th to check on him. Lori told him Michael left and went to Georgia after they got into a fight about another woman's number being in his phone. Frank asked Lori how Michael had gotten to Georgia since his car was still at the Shaver home. Lori then claimed a friend, Robert Mercado, had picked Michael up and driven him to Georgia. Robert, when interviewed, denied ever driving Michael to Georgia. On Monday, November 16th, Lori sent a private message via a work server to Alicia Ray talking about her weekend, which would have been November 14th to 15th, and told Alicia that she did tons of yard work and cleaned up outside. Beginning on November 9th, friends and family of Michael Shaver Oops. Friends and family of Michael Shaver, to include Robert Mercado, Frank Merritt, and his boss, John, received texts and Facebook messages from Michael. These text messages were unlike Michael in tone. For example, telling his boss to go ahead and fire him because he wouldn't be coming back to work, telling his boss and Frank Merritt to keep his personal tools, he won't be picking them up from work, telling Robert to leave me alone, don't bother me, when Robert was planning on spending Thanksgiving with the Shavers. In January of 2016, Christine, Michael's sister, received a Facebook message reply after reaching out to Michael that read, in part, "Everyone just needs to leave me alone, just like they did my entire life." In September 2016, Desiree Snyder, Michael's niece, sent a Facebook message to Michael and received the reply, "Who are you?" Now I remember why I had to save these separately, because they're all saved in separate things. And then said, "I don't have a family anymore. I have no clue who you are. Now stop messaging me." Michael's family points out that Laurie would not have recognized Desiree's maiden name. However, Michael obviously would. After November 9th, 2015, Michael Shaver's debit card is never used again for any in-person or in-store purchases. On November 19th and again on November 23rd, 2 separate online purchases are made at wish.com. How's she going to make the last purchases be from Wish? Anyway, from wish.com, the receipts that these purchases consisted of female lingerie and clothing items, and they were both shipped to Laurie Shaver at the Shaver residence. So his cards were used to ship her lingerie weeks after he went missing, and those are the last times that his cards were used. Come on. Confirmation email. Okay, so then on November 30th, a check for $2,539 was mailed from a finance company in Leesburg, Florida, to Michael Shaver at his home address. On December 11th, the back of the check was endorsed with an unreadable signature, Michael Shaver's social security number and cell phone number, accepting the terms of the loan. So a loan in his name. Hello, Nikki. Thank you so much. Phew, I can focus so much better now that you have eyebrows, Brandi. Love you and the whole 13th Addict fam. Thank you. I'm glad that I could help you focus with the verdict brows. That's what makes everything easier to focus on. It's the only way that people are able to focus. Especially Lucy. Focus. Let's see. Okay, so she gets this loan in his name. Signs the back of it, puts his information or whatever on the back of this check, puts an unreadable signature on the back, and puts his social security number and cell phone number, accepting the terms of the loan. So then the check is deposited into Michael Shaver's Chase checking account via an ATM in Claremont. Between December 14th and 30th, multiple ATM cash withdrawals were made from the account, along with online purchases and one payment to Sumter Electric Power Company, the power company used at the Shaver home. So this loan, this $2,500 like loan check thing, she deposited it into his account and then got lots of cash withdrawals from the account and used that account to pay for the power bill there. Super smart, this one. Let's see, cash withdrawals. Okay, so an online purchase was made at walmart.com from this account for $424. The receipt shows that it was for children's items and was shipped to Laurie Shaver, same address. The withdrawals and purchases totaled over $2,000 and caused Michael Shaver's checking account to be overdrawn by December 30th. After a few more purchases and fees, the checking account remained overdrawn and was never used again. So she used it and used it and used it, got it as low as it would go with all the fees, and then it was never used again. Prior to November 9th, Michael Shaver used his checking account almost exclusively by making debit purchases in person at stores. Afterwards, the purchases were only online and ATM, all in Claremont or shipped to the Shaver residence, not Georgia, where Laurie said that Michael was located. According to Mariner Finance, no payments were ever made on the loan, and they never spoke to or saw Michael Shaver. All attempts made by Mariner Finance to contact Michael Shaver to collect on the loan for the next 3 years were met with negative results. Investigation has revealed no indication that any adult other than Laurie Shaver lived at the Shaver home where the Mariner Finance check and 3 internet orders were mailed to her name during the November to December timeframe. The person who made the deposit and withdrawals would need to have the ability to intercept Michael Shaver's mail from his secure community mailbox, have access to his social security number, his ATM card for 2 weeks, his PIN number, and have the knowledge that Michael Shaver would not be around to notice the fraudulent deposit, multiple withdrawals, or packages being shipped to his residence. By the beginning of December 2015, Laurie Shaver was selling and attempting to sell Michael Shaver's firearms, tools with which he made his living, vehicle, home and property and other possessions. Joseph Bray, owner of JB Guns in Bushnell, Florida, overheard her attempting to sell multiple guns and selling one gun to the owner of Outrageous Audio in Florida on approximately December 5th. Mr. Bray offered to purchase the remaining firearms and responded to Laurie Shaver's home on December 6th or 7th to meet with her to make the purchase. There, he purchased 9 firearms, including 2 .38 caliber revolvers, which he was shot with a .38. Also, FYI. Reload equipment and firearm cleaning supplies for $1,000 from Laurie Shaver. $1,000 for all that. Laurie was alone at her home and told Mr. Bray the firearms had belonged to her husband, but he had left and she hadn't seen or heard from him and didn't know where he was. So she considered the items hers now and was going to sell them. Mr. Bray thinks that she said that her husband had been gone a couple of months. Laurie told Mr. Bray that her husband was an aircraft mechanic and she had sold his aircraft mechanic tools the previous day for $1,000. Laurie offered to sell Mr. Bray her husband's Ford vehicle, which was in the yard without the title, and offered to sell his tractor. She also said that the house and property were for sale for $150,000. Mr. Bray thought it was unusual that a man would leave all his possessions behind, including several firearms and expensive work tools. In March of 2018, when Mr. Bray saw Laurie Shaver and the Shaver property on the news, he recognized Laurie as the woman that he purchased the firearms from and recognized the property and trailer as the location he had met Laurie Shaver to purchase firearms from her. So, from November 7th until Michael's body was discovered, Laurie Shaver continued to tell friends and family that she saw and spoke to Michael Shaver and that he was stalking her. So not only is she saying he's still alive, she's saying he's stalking me. That part pisses me off. It's like, not only did you kill him, but you are continuing to run his name. That's probably one of the most offensive things. I mean, that running his name and not the wish lingerie. Although wish lingerie is also offensive, but running his name into the ground after she killed him is the most offensive part of all of this, I think. Other than killing, obviously, that's the given. But as far as all of the behavior surrounding it, not only did she kill him, she continued to like pretend to be his victim. That's disgusting. So, she sent a private message to a supervisor through a work server claiming that she had been getting child support, but now Michael was in jail for non-payment after losing his job. Laurie at different times claimed that Michael was in Georgia, New York, and California. She said that Michael had left her and their kids to start a new life. Laurie told her boyfriend, Travis Filmer, that she was divorced and married him, even though her marriage to Michael was still valid. When questioned by her sister-in-law, Rebecca, about her divorce, she stated that it was final and that Michael was at the courthouse with her for the hearing in a separate room. That's crazy, y'all. She told Travis's mother, Kendall, that Michael was a pilot, which is why he was never around. Laurie told her best friend in 2017 about an incident where Michael had followed her and she had to pull over and allow law enforcement to search her truck and cell phone for 2 weeks, looking for trackers installed by Michael. Laurie told Katina, which is the best friend, it was the Lake County Sheriff's Office in Claremont that had her truck and cell phone for 2 weeks. Though Laurie told friends she was being stalked by Michael, no record has been found of her ever reporting any of these incidents to law enforcement. Shocker. Dead people don't stalk you. Lori never attempted to file for child support from Michael for their 2 children. Lori never reported Michael missing. There is a $208 charge on Michael's Hospital One credit card a few weeks after. Oh, I gotta get the next one. A few weeks after his disappearance at mydivorcepapers.com. However, there is no record that either Michael nor Lori ever filed for divorce. No person other than Lori Shaver ever saw or verbally spoke to Michael Shaver at any point from November 7th onward, to include his parents, siblings, friends, neighbors, and coworkers. Investigation revealed no indication that Michael existed anywhere after November 7th. Lori Shaver informed Michael's boss to dispose of his tools at work. She also sold some of Michael's possessions in the months after his disappearance. Lori allowed Michael's car to be repossessed from their property by February 2016 after her attempts to sell it with no title failed. Lori never called Michael's cell phone after November 3rd. Lori never called his cell phone after November 3rd. Prior to that, she called him multiple times per week. It is believed the fire pit was constructed in March of 2016, and the concrete slab was poured in September of 2016 at a location on the 5-acre property chosen by Lori, with her and Travis's initials over the area of Michael's body. Two photos and a post to Lori Shaver's Facebook page dated 3/24/16 show the fire pit being built, along with the statement, in part, "Newest project. Built this fire pit today and now just need to pour in concrete." A photo and post to Lori Shaver's Facebook page dated 4/28/16 shows bags of concrete mix, at least 14 visible in the photograph, stacked in the back of a pickup truck. A comment by Lori states, "Cement. It's going in the area around the fire pit that I built." The concrete slab, which was poured over Michael's grave, is known through a witness statement. Ow. Sorry, I lost my place because I was, through a witness statement. Oh, here it is. The concrete slab, which was poured over Michael's grave, is known through a witness statement to have been poured by Lori and her boyfriend Travis Filmer in the summer of 2016. Travis told detectives that he and Lori rented a cement mixer from Home Depot. I couldn't remember. I told y'all I couldn't remember if it was Home Depot or Lowe's. Lori Shaver and Travis's joint bank records show a $290 purchase at Lowe's. Oh, that's why I couldn't remember, because Lowe's and Home Depot were both on here. That posted on 9/13/16, which was confirmed through receipts to include 42 bags of concrete mix. The same bank account that shows a charge of $75 at Home Depot, which was confirmed through receipts to be for the rental of a large electric cement mixer on 9/12/16. The cement mixer was rented by Travis Filmer. Travis's name, address, and the last 4 numbers of his Florida driver's license are recorded on the rental receipt. He told detectives the hole when he saw it in 2016 was only 3 inches to 4 inches deep when they filled it with concrete. He thought it was odd that the dirt pile on the edge of the property, Lori said, came from the hole was much too large to have come from a hole only 3 to 4 inches deep. A photograph on Lori Shaver's Facebook page dated 2/27/17 shows the concrete slab in place. The presence of the concrete slab is confirmed by Google Earth satellite imagery by March 2017, though Lori continued to report seeing and speaking with Michael after this date. This woman. For several months after Michael's disappearance, friends and family received text messages from his cell phone and private messages from his Facebook account. A friend told detectives that she saw what she believed to be Michael's cell phone, along with his clothing and other personal belongings, inside the Shaver home not long after his disappearance. 3 days after Michael's body was discovered, but prior to being positively identified by DNA, a postcard with his photograph was mailed from Orlando to Lori with a handwritten message. Tell the kids I love them. See you soon. Mike. Let that part sink in. Right? 3 days after the body is found, she mails a postcard with his picture to herself saying, "Tell the kids I love them. See you soon, Mike." That's crazy. That's infuriating. To go through so much to like lie to everybody to make them, think that he's still alive and he's a bad dude and he's doing all these things. And that's so messed up. It's so messed up. It shows the level of just diabolical, just no empathy, no thought on, could you imagine being his family? They find his body and this crazy broad is sending postcards to herself saying that they're from him after she's pretended to be him to everybody else on his. Crazy. Crazy. So anyway, it didn't do any good anyway. She's a dumb heifer because they obviously identified him with DNA. His Facebook page was updated more than once and as late as January 2nd, 2018, often utilizing the same IP address that Lori Shaver's Facebook page updates. So she's still updating it. Now, this is 2018. He was last seen in 2015. She's still updating his Facebook page in 2018. But when they pull the updates, it's being updated from the same IP address that she updates hers from. Jerome Townsend was interviewed and stated that he began dating. Okay, so this is part of this is the one that I told y'all that was married. Jerome Townsend he was interviewed and stated that he began dating Lori Shaver in approximately September 2015 after she told him that she had left her husband. Now remember, Michael Shaver goes missing in November of 2015. Let that part sink in as well. She starts dating this guy in September. 2 months later. Okay, just so we're clear on the timelines. Jerome Townsend was interviewed and said that he began dating Lori Shaver at approximately September. Okay, so after she said that she had left her husband. The first time that Jeremy. I said Jeremy. I said Jerome. It's Jeremy. Came to Lori's home in approximately December. He noticed what he thought was blood stains on the thigh of her jeans. He asked her if that was blood on her jeans. Lori changed the jeans and never wore them again. Jeremy remarked that prior to that, Lori wore those jeans 3 times per week, but he never saw them again. Beginning in February of 2016, and for several months, Jeremy Townsend's wife, Vanessa, received Facebook messages from Michael Shaver's account. Okay, so this is where I was telling y'all. Remember, this is beginning February of 2016. This is after he's already dead. And for several months after this, his wife is receiving Facebook messages from Michael Shaver's account and then text messages from someone claiming to be Michael. The Facebook messages went unread until April when she received a flower delivery at work with the message, "Roses are red, violets are blue. My wife is a whore. Your husband is too." Sorry about this. Check your Facebook message. We need to talk. Mike Shaver. Seriously. So she's sending these messages from Michael Shaver's account. She's not seeing the messages. They're going unread. So because she's not the wife of the guy that Laurie's having this affair with, because she's not seeing the messages, she sends and wait, it gets worse. It gets worse. She sends the flowers with that Rosa Red Violets of Blue, my wife is a whore and your husband is too, and tells to check the messages. It gets worse. So, okay, so Mike Shaver on Facebook, which obviously we know is not really Mike Shaver, it's Laurie pretending to be Mike Shaver, told Vanessa, the wife, via Facebook Messenger and cell phone text that he had installed a spy app on Laurie's cell phone and captured text messages and explicit photographs sent between their spouses, which he shared with Vanessa. So really this is Laurie pretending to be Michael saying, hey, I just busted Laurie and your husband. Look at all these messages. And it's really her pretending to be her dead husband to try to break up the marriage of the guy that This is crazy stuff, y'all. These messages and photographs were solely intended to notify Vanessa of the affair between Jeremy and Laurie to encourage Vanessa to leave Jeremy. At one point, when Vanessa spoke about staying with him, Mike insinuated that he thought that Laurie might have been pregnant. So when she's saying something about, I don't know, maybe I'm going to stay with him, thinking that she's talking to Mike and they're going through this together because their spouses are cheating, Mike says, oh, well, no, you shouldn't stay because I think Laurie's pregnant. Then he gave her the name of a good divorce attorney. Vanessa confronted Jeremy with the evidence of the affair, which he did admit. And then in April 2016, Jeremy broke off the affair with Laurie and repaired his relationship with his wife. He also described a tattoo. Here's the tattoo part that I told y'all about. He described a tattoo that Laurie got of his nickname Jay in a heart over her vagina, which caused him to think that Laurie felt more serious about their relationship than he did. What gives you that idea? What gives you that idea? He always considered their relationship purely sexual. So Mr. and Mrs. Townsend are cooperative with the investigation and have provided the card and envelope from the flower delivery, along with over 600 pages of text messages, Facebook messages, and photographs between Mike Shaver and Vanessa Townsend, all which began 3 months after Michael's disappearance. The messages show that between February 23rd and February 26th, Laurie confronted Jeremy via text asking, why is he wearing his wedding ring again? And accusing him of lying to her about his whereabouts. Let me get this one. Oops. I can't believe it's been more than 2 hours. This is crazy. Lying to her about the whereabouts. Okay, so not moving forward with his divorce and asking if he was, quote unquote, in love with her, presumably referring to his wife. The first time that Mike Shaver contacted Vanessa to speak to her about their spouse's affair was on February 25th, during the time frame of this argument between Laurie and Jeremy. So as she's arguing with this guy, like, I think she's realizing, oh my goodness, maybe he isn't actually going to leave his wife for somebody who is obviously crazy and started dating him 3 months ago. And so when she's starts to get angry at him about how he might actually not want to leave his wife, then she's like, I'll just take this into my own hands. And she starts reaching out to the wife as Mike Shaver. So the same Facebook messages have also been recovered from Facebook pursuant to a search warrant. The cell phone number used by Mike Shaver to text Vanessa is not Michael's known cell phone number, but rather a number that was only active from April 6th until April 16th. So for 10 days, of which the sole subscriber was Lori Shaver. This is another dumb criminal. She had that active phone for 10 days and it was in her name. The flower arrangement sent to Vanessa from Mike in April was purchased on Lori's checking account from You Flowers, posted on April 7th for $42.98. The invoice for the flowers shows Mike Shaver's name along with the exact message and purchase amount of $42.98. So she paid, this is coming out of her account. She paid for it and put his name on it with that exact message. She paid for those flowers from her account. So much evidence against her. How do you even explain that? How do you even... We'll see. We'll see how she tries. Confirmation email was sent to the email address right after the order was placed and the order was delivered. One of the early Facebook messages from Mike Shaver to Vanessa Townsend was sent on April 11th at 3:18, the day the flowers would be delivered at 11, and states, your special delivery is to arrive today. Hope to finally hear back from you. And then sent a flower arrangement emoji, indicating the person who was sending the messages to Vanessa on the Mike Shaver Facebook page is the same person who used Lori Shaver's bank account to purchase and send flowers to Vanessa Townsend. Hold on, I have to stop something. Oops. Let's see. I don't see, I'm just checking, see if there's any kind of updates. I don't know how they don't have a verdict already. I thought this one would be so fast. And I don't know how. How it's not. Um, I hear that there's a jury question, but I don't see when they're coming in. I can't believe it's a question and not a verdict. So we'll listen. We'll wait for them to come. All right. So where were we? Oh, yeah, she bought the flowers. Okay, so review and comparison of the IP address listed in Facebook activity logs for the Facebook accounts associated with Michael Shaver and Lori Shaver show 13 IP addresses that are identical on both accounts, indicating that the devices used for Facebook activity on both accounts were on the same network. So again, more proof that she's the one who is making his Facebook updates. Okay. Let's see. All right. So a friend of the Shavers, Mary, showed detectives a text message between herself and Michael that read, Michael, she wants my life. Oh, this is the one I told you about, where she said, or he said, she wants my life insurance, referring to Lori. And Mary said, well, she's got to kill you first. Michael said, she tried to yesterday, I'm sure. Mary was unable to remember the exact date of the text due to it being saved in an old phone, but stated it was 2014 or 2015. She further advised Michael told her Lori would take over his means of communication. For example, pretend to be him on his Facebook and text messages. Y'all, he called it. Corey, a coworker of Michael's, reported that Michael came to work approximately 3 to 4 months prior to his disappearance with several bruises on his face, chest, and arms. Michael stated that Lori had gotten irate and blew up about something, Michael didn't say what, and began punching him with her closed fist. When asked why he didn't at least fight back to defend himself, Michael, oh, I gotta pull the next one. Michael said that he didn't because it wasn't worth it. Corey worked with Michael for approximately 1 year and recalls one other story Michael told in which he said that Lori got mad and threw something at him, missed, and the item went through the kitchen window. Kendall dated Michael Shaver. Okay, so this is the girl that I told y'all that was dating him and saw, along with everybody else, that she's a whack job. She's misunderstood and a victim of a conspiracy. Aren't they all? Everyone. Okay, so Kendall and Michael met at Disney where they both worked. During this time frame, Michael lived at an airplane hangar and was separated from Laurie, who was also dating someone. Kendall stated that Laurie told Michael he was not allowed to date anyone, although Laurie was. So she's got a boyfriend, but he's not allowed to date anybody. Kendall witnessed Laurie on the phone telling Michael he would never see his kids again and would seem to use the children as a pawn to get what she wanted. During Kendall and Michael's brief relationship, Laurie Shaver constantly sent Facebook messages to Kendall, harassing her to leave Michael, threatening to expose Kendall to her family as a homewrecker, and personally insulting her. Laurie specifically mentioned the name of Kendall's grandmother. Crazy. Laurie called Kendall's mother in another state at 3 a.m. asking for Kendall. Read that part again. Laurie called this woman's grandmother in another state at 3 a.m. asking for Kendall. In April 2015, Laurie called Disney HR and filed a complaint on Kendall using photographs from Kendall's Facebook page. She called her work. She called her work and filed an HR complaint. Called her mama in another state at 3 a.m. Laurie created 2 fake Facebook pages and sent friend requests to Kendall. Kendall recalled that whenever Michael would stay at her home after work, he would go to the hangar first to make sure that Laurie wasn't following him. One time, in approximately February or March of 2015, Michael called and told Kendall to park in a different lot than usual for work because Laurie was on her way to Disney with a gun. This is when they were both working at Disney. Michael did not explain further, and they never spoke of the incident again. Kendall broke off her relationship with Michael in May of 2015 because all of the harassment from Laurie and the fear of losing her job if she complained again. Kendall advised their breakup was amicable and she had no relationship problems with Michael, only issues caused by Laurie. After hearing in November 2015 from Corey that no one could find Michael, Kendall sent him a Facebook message and noticed his Facebook said he was living in Afghanistan. Michael responded back, "I left." Kendall asked what about his kids, and Michael never responded to her again. Laurie Shaver was known to keep a pink .38 caliber handgun on her nightstand. On September 4th, 2014, she retrieved this revolver from her nightstand and used it during the domestic violence incident in which she hit Michael in the head with the gun, causing a laceration. Michael was arrested for simple battery domestic. Laurie's handgun was taken into evidence and released to her on June 1st. So she hit him with the gun in the head, causing a laceration, and he got arrested. Michael's handgun was taken and released to him on the same day. On New Year's Eve, 2016-17, Rebecca stated that Laurie became upset on her wedding night with Travis Filmer, locked herself in the bathroom, and then pulled a gun and had to be talked down by a family member. In October 2017, Laurie sold a pink .38 caliber handgun to a neighbor who later turned it over to the Lake County Sheriff's Office. This handgun, we got one more page, I think. Yeah, one more page. This handgun has been forensically compared to the .38 caliber class projectile recovered from Michael Shaver's skull and was unable to be included or excluded as the weapon that killed Mr. Shaver. So they don't know if that pink gun, that pink .38, was hers or not. I mean, they know the pink .38 was hers. They don't know if that's the one that was used or not, I should say. So Robert Mercado reported that in September 2014, when he drove Michael home to gather his belongings after his arrest, Laurie became angry at Michael and threw a handgun at Michael. Frank advised Lake County that his .38 caliber revolver was in the possession of Michael Shaver during the November 2015 timeframe, as Michael was supposed to be rebluing the gun for Mr. Merritt. So his gun, Mr. Merritt's gun, which was a .38, was in their possession at the time. After Michael's disappearance, Laurie Shaver returned the handgun to Mr. Merritt along with two .38 caliber handguns that Mrs. Shaver sold to Joseph Bray in December 2015. She had access to 4 .38 caliber handguns during the time frame that Michael Shaver was killed. So at the time that Michael Shaver was killed, she had access to 4 .38 calibers, and he was killed by a .38 caliber. She was the last person to be seen with him, the only other adult occupant of the property where his body was buried. Days after he was last seen, she lied about Michael going to Georgia with a friend. She constructed the fire pit and poured the concrete on her 5-acre property exactly over Michael's grave. She lied to family and law enforcement about his whereabouts and claimed to have seen and communicated with him well after his disappearance and after the concrete slab was poured over his body. Laurie gave away, sold, or attempted to sell many of Michael's belongings within a month of his disappearance. Laurie drained Michael's bank account within the month of his disappearance after making a fraudulent loan deposit in his name. They're back in the courtroom now. The judge, the jury, and Tellis are not in the courtroom yet. Laurie had, okay, so let's see. So Laurie told her boyfriend Michael wasn't missing. He was no longer walking this earth, and there was a body on the property. Laurie claimed to have seen and talked to Michael and assumed his identity on Facebook Messenger, and text in order to convince family and friends that he was still alive. A ruse which did not benefit her in any way other than prolonging the discovery of his homicide. So that is the one that I will be at the trial in. Crazy, right? We have a jury question. We're just waiting on them to come in. Please don't trigger another mistrial. I can't handle it. I didn't do anything. Silver Fox says it's almost 1:30 a.m. I'm going to bed. I give up. She does not. No, my friend does not have to testify. She was worried about that. That trial starts on September 9th. She is not locked up. She is out on bail, which is why my friend was like a little bit hesitant about talking about anything yet. My friend is connected to the, well, so she knows Laurie. They live in the same town. Their kids went to the same school. My friends met Laurie and Travis. So they didn't meet them until after Michael was already dead. But they met her, and they invited my friends to come over and hang out, and they have like a lot of land, and my friends are like, they grew up how I grew up, like where it's like we grew out in the country and everybody has like land and 4-wheelers and we go fishing and hunting and, riding, like I said, like riding four-wheelers, go-karts, whatever, like just country stuff. Just go out there and tear stuff up. So they invited my friends to come over and hang out, and they liked Laurie. So they were like, she likes to do a lot of the same stuff we do, like, outdoor country stuff. Went and hung out with them. Had a fire in the new fire pit. Hung around the fire pit. My friends talking to Laurie and Travis. And they would see them, hang out with them, talk to them and stuff. Like, I mean, the kids went to the same school, so. But then, and she had told me that her husband was missing. And it was weird because it was never, it was different stories to different people, but that her husband was missing, or that her husband had left them, or whatever. There were different versions of the story. And then one day, she called and said that they had come and arrested her. She was charged, I think she was officially charged in 2020, if I remember right. And that's when she found out that they found the body, I think, in 2018. And then she was officially charged with second-degree murder in 2020, if I remember right. Yeah, she ended up blaming the daughter afterwards. She said that that the daughter is the one that, she said that the daughter wants to testify and say that it was her.
Okay.
Please come just 1 second.
Okay, no problem.
He's putting his tie on it.
He's putting his tie on, is that what he said? I think they said he's putting his tie on. How do they not have a verdict? Yeah, the weirdest thing for them was she was like, we were like there hanging out and roasting marshmallows over his dead body with his children and did not know it. Like, that's crazy.
The record reflects that the hearing's taking place outside the presence of the jury panel. I received a note from the jury foreperson. It's been marked as court's exhibit number 24. First question is, can we have more paper? We have taken more paper back to him. And the next question is, how do we zoom in on the videos? I don't know how to do that. We don't. That's why we asked you to bring your IT person. And so,
What do we have?
sure. I mean, I don't know if we can show them, if we can show the foreperson how to do it, or we'll have to bring them back in the courtroom.
Is there a way to zoom in on certain videos?
Well, Mr. Draskovich did it.
I know how to do it. Yes.
You did it.
Mike knows how to do it.
I can do it. I can try to do
Okay,
it.
but they have a laptop back there.
And I was told it did have a Zoom capability, so that was...
Okay, will you just come up and state your name for the record?
Sure. My name is Jetta Baldani.
Okay, if we brought the laptop out, would you be able to determine?
Sure, I can take a look at it. Depending on what the player is, it should have that capability.
Do you know what the player is on the?
I've never seen the player before, so I would have to inspect it.
Oh, you mean the laptop, whatever's on the laptop?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, so I'll go out and I'll ask the officer of the court to ask the foreperson to bring the laptop out.
Okay.
You want to come in the hallway?
Sure.
The attorneys can come back here.
All right, thank you.
Oh, sorry.
The hair thing, is that what's all, like, I want to punch him. Seriously? There's no way. How they run out of paper? What are they writing? I am so confused. What could they possibly be writing? How are they going to run out of paper? There's no way. If they're writing with a grease pencil, then maybe then maybe they will run out of paper. Oops. Ugh. It's even worse. How can... There's no way, right? Like, there's no way. They said zoom in on videos. They didn't say which videos. The only thing I could think of that they would want to zoom in on potentially would be that whole Hail Mary hair thing. I don't get it. Prosecution should have addressed the hair video. Well, they did. They said, you know, they encouraged them to compare it, whatever. And he said something about like that one video going that direction. You know, that was a high worker spot or whatever. It could have been a worker. I wish he would have said that it looks like it's. I wish he would have given them the hoodie thing, but. The DNA, like, Oh, his stupid smug face. Oh, God. The evidence is overwhelming. There's no chance that that one there's no way this is a hung jury, right? There's no way. What are they wanting to zoom in on? I hope they do it in front of the cameras so we can see what they want to. Okay, let's look at this realistically. There's no possible way 12 people find this fool not guilty. No possible way. The best case scenario for him would be a hung jury, which I still don't think is going to happen. I still don't think that even that could happen. But just on the off chance that it does, they can convict him the second time. There's no possible way 12 people would think that couldn't happen. Book Bucket for Life says there were a few things that the prosecution made out to be proof, but it really wasn't, especially the not answering calls. I never answer calls. Okay, but see, that's the difference. You never answer calls. I never answer calls. If there's a time of service on my phone that shows that I'm not answering calls, it's not going to be a big deal because I ignore my phone all the time. I will go long periods of time. I haven't texted or sent anything. I mean, when I'm live, or if I'm focusing on, if I'm doing the podcast, or if I'm with my friends, you know, I get very little time with my friends. Like I try to hang out with them like once a week. So that's, you know, or if I'm with my kid, like any excuse I have not to answer my damn phone I'll take it. Let's be honest. So if they look at mine and they see periods of time where I'm not answering my phone, it's not going to be weird. But the whole thing with him was that they said that his phone history shows that he does answer like quickly. So when they pull up stuff like that, it's not about just the fact that this is happening. It's about this also being different from the pattern of what they're used to.
The record reflects that the hearing is continuing to take place outside the presence of the jury panel. The state And that's an employee from your office, correct?
That's correct.
Jetta Balgami. She went with the court officer back into the jury deliberation room, showed the jurors how to do it, and they did that without objection. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Jaskovich?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and so they're continuing to deliberate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't get it. I thought it would have been guilty too. I thought it was going to be a very quick, because there's so much evidence. His DNA is literally under the fingernails. And the stuff was in his house. It would have... I don't even know what to say. It's my verdict browse. The right eyebrow has no patience with the jury. None. Zero. I don't get it. Oh, they were back there drawing their own glamour shot photos of him. That makes sense. That makes sense. Pippi Longsocket says, I was the 1% who said over 3 hours. I must have jinxed it. Dang it, Pippi! What could they want more paper for? Prosecution should have brought up maybe it's a wig, maybe it's a hoodie, maybe it's sunglasses as a disguise like his other parts of his outfit. But we can't speculate. So ignore that and focus on the DNA and the stuff being found in his house. And that's the thing though. Okay, let's say that that one picture or that one video is causing them to Question it. Okay, fine. Question it. Let's look at everything else that would have to be true in order for that not to be him that's responsible for this. Those shoes that he owns were under his couch. One of them was cut up. It looked like he was in the process of trying to cut up stuff to get rid of it. Didn't do a very good job. Only made it through one. Got tired. His bloody scissors were getting dull. How would they have known those are his shoes? They just happened to put their little assassin in his little Nikes. He owned those shoes. Those are his shoes. His DNA in them. And they were in the video. That was his bag. Clear as day. In the video. It's his bag. They found it in his garage. That wasn't planted. It's his bag. The straw. The sawdust straw. The straw that broke the lame duck's back was in the bag. There was straw in the bag, y'all. There was straw in the bag, y'all. From the hat. That was also found in his garage. How is there even a question? There's so much evidence. Timeline, map something out. Maybe that's what they're wanting. That timeline that I did Friday, where I put all of this stuff together, maybe they're trying to map that out. All the pictures on his phone. Dude's looking up Jeff Gehrman's house. There's pictures of his phone. On his phone of Jeff Gehrman's house. The exact spot. Paris has a straw hat too. Thank you, Indy Cindy. We'll look at the sunset. It'll relax us. There was a wig, it would be with all the other evidence. Well, we don't know where the murder weapon is either. I have a feeling he got rid of some of it at Planet Fitness. That's my theory. Yeah, the beach is pretty empty right now. It's like that. We'll have one more little, it'll be more crowded during Labor Day weekend. It'll get busy. And then in October, there's like one little final kind of surge of people that will come. But for the most part, it stays pretty quiet around here after August, the beginning of August. At this point, it's unbelievable. I am actually surprised that it's taken this long for this one. I thought that this one was going to be a very quick one. Like the Richard Merritt one. This is the view. This is right down the street from my house. This is like, I don't know, like three buildings down. This is the one from my house. But see, you can't see it as good right now because of the way that the building is. It's pretty. It's just darker because the building is covering some of the sun. So you can see that one a little bit better. Will they be sequestered? I doubt it. They might still, I mean, they might still come back tonight, so. I feel like I hope that a juror talk. Oh, there we go. I hope that a juror talks afterwards. I agree. I would love to hear from a juror and see what they say. Indian Summer Seafood Festival. I don't know. I don't think I've been to that. I remember. If they go home tonight without a verdict, I will literally lose my mind. I still have faith. Thought they would be back 2 hours ago. Me too. What time is it here? It's almost 5 o'clock there. It's like 5 minutes till 5 there. I don't know. If this doesn't work out, we're not doing verdict brows again. It took 7 hours for... Dang, did it take that long? I don't remember. It is hard. You know, we talked about this a little bit during the Karen retrial. Remember, it is hard when we've had the opportunity to talk about all of this so much and they haven't. So something that I wondered, he had, and this is just me wondering different things as we've gone through this stuff. He carried that bag and I've thought about before if he obviously somehow bought that orange shirt. It's not just something he had laying around or whatever. I'm assuming. I don't know why he would. But let's say he bought that orange shirt for this and he was carrying that bag. I always thought, like, okay, if he didn't have any blood on him going back, and remember, that video is like 3 minutes. And I thought about that, like, does it really take 3 minutes to do that entire attack? Or is he possibly, like, swapping shirts? What are you doing, weirdo? Trying to rearrange furniture down there? Could have picked it up from a groundskeeper's card or just about anywhere. See, I was thinking, like, if he, if you know you're potentially going to have blood on you, if part of what he was doing during that 3 minutes is, taking one shirt out and putting it in another or whatever. Mildred, thank you for the super chat. We've gotten spoiled and expect quick verdicts, in my opinion. At the very least, they need time just to talk about all the things, just to decompress. Yeah. I think it's easier for us because we get to talk about it, all of it, as we go, and they don't get that chance. But, man. It does seem obvious for us. But we get to talk about it more. Pretend you're walking outside, walking out of the room and gotta go outside for the pup, and then they'll come back. Actually, I really do need to take her OUT. Ten minutes, just vote and go home. That's what I thought. Okay, she's getting a little bit anxious. Let me take her OUT. I will make this small just in case they come back. Here, I'll leave it down here. Just in case they come back while I'm out there with her. And then I'll be right back. I'll take my phone so I can listen, because maybe they'll come back while I'm taking her out. Fingers crossed. Forgot I had my phone on. Apparently they took a shorter lunch break, which I almost said. I said, let's go with a 30-minute lunch break, because I bet that's what they did. And we ended up doing an hour anyway. And then I find out that they did do a short lunch break. Should have gone with what I thought to start with. Okay, let's see. I can't believe they haven't come back yet. Okay. Ow. Zach, are you acting up? Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised? I need them to come back tonight with a verdict, because I've got to finish podcast episode tomorrow. Don't read his super chat. Uh-oh, what did I miss? I don't even want to know. If it was Zach, I don't even want to know. The verdict browser this time. That's always the fun part. Waking up the next morning and seeing how much of them is left. Because unless I have like another appearance or something, I won't wash them off. But they come off when I'm sleeping. So my crooked verdict brows. Virginia member for 13 whole months. Happy memberversary. Happy memberversary. We appreciate you lurking, but we always love it when you come by and say hi too. I need a verdict today. Yes, Wade Wilson sentencing is tomorrow. Let me check my text message on that. Wade Wilson sentencing is tomorrow. They're doing his brain scan hearing in the morning and then sentencing. Results in court in the morning. So, I was thinking we could watch that. But also, I thought they'd be done with this by now too. I think that the verdict eyebrows aren't working anymore. We've been getting, you know, mistrials and hung juries, and they ain't working how they used to. What am I eating? I'm eating like little White Castle burgers. Like little, you just put them in the microwave. Frozen White Castle burgers. They're easy to eat. Factor Meals is one of my sponsors. Y'all know I love Factor Meals. It's funny because I used to always eat Factor Meals before they were ever my sponsor. And now they're one of my sponsors for the podcast. But these are good for just quick little snack. It's hard to eat on stream. Spam burgers. If you've ever been to Hawaii, they do all kinds of stuff with spam in Hawaii. I have a few sponsors. Factor Meals is the only sponsor. I have a few. You don't have to worry about this new person anymore. What new person? What new person? Yeah, Factor Meals are really good. What videos do they want to zoom in? And I'm not really sure. They didn't say which ones. Just wanted to know how to do it. And his little moccasins. I like crystals better than White Castle. But the frozen ones are just easy. I like the frozen White Castles, but I don't actually like to eat White Castles from the restaurant. We had White Castle when I lived in Ohio. I didn't like them. Yes. He threw that shade too, his little walk. So funny. His little walk with his little moccasins. It's 5:30ish out there and they aren't stopping. Maybe a sign they are close to a verdict. I was thinking that because they normally end by 5. Oh, I feel like I'm gonna sneeze. So maybe they're getting close. Oh, Missy Russell says I started intermittent fasting and lost 23 pounds in 60 days. I'm gonna sneeze again. Oh, goodness. Starting second round now. Please eat all the amazing food for me. I know a lot of people that used to do intermittent fasting. I did it for a while. Oh, goodness gracious. Come back sneezing. Oh, I love some cheese crystals, yes. And the crystals chicks. I love crystal chicks. And the little crystal pups. All crystals. I love crystals. I've been wanting to try factor meals since I'm so picky, and half the time I'm making different meals than the rest of the family. I love them. They're not frozen. They're fresh. All this stuff is really good. And I'm not just saying this because they sponsor me. Like, I said this before they ever started sponsoring me. People always used to joke about how I needed to get them to sponsor me because I always talked about it. They're really good. And if you do decide you want to use them, you can use my code. Let me see what my code is. Hold on. I don't remember now. Lucy. Okay, it's if you use code JUR50, JUR50, then you get 50% off your first box, plus 20% off your next month. JUR50, JUR50. Intermittent fasting, you can drink coffee, but it has to be black coffee. Tracy says, I'm going to help y'all out. I'm going to go to bed, and the verdict will come as soon as I leave. We don't want to see you go, but Tracy, if that's what it takes to get us a verdict, then we'll see you as soon as you get back. Zach, thank you for super chat. Where did little General Tellus keep his little armies? In his little sleeveys. Thank you, Zach. Factor meals are, they deliver them to your door. You keep them in the refrigerator, or you can freeze them. I never freeze them. I just put them in the refrigerator. But they're never frozen when you get them. And it's all fresh stuff, so there's none of like the preservatives and all that stuff. But they're really good, and they're fresh, and you can pick from, like, they have like low calorie, keto, vegetarian, high protein, and then Chef's Choice, I think. Welcome, Sherry. We're glad you're here. Welcome, welcome. Jen, there were jury questions that said they wanted more paper. And then there was one asking how to zoom in on the videos. Favorites of the factor meals. I love the taco bowls. God, there's so many good ones. The chorizo chili one is really good too. Honestly, I haven't had any bad ones. The spinach, what is it? Spinach something chicken. That one's really good. I haven't had a bad one yet. Yeah, and if you want to try them, if you use JUR50, it gives you 50% off. They're so good. Oh my gosh, the cauliflower mashed potatoes are really good. You're a great spokesperson for a Factor because now I'm hungry and really want to try it. See, but that's what's funny about it, because people always laughed about that because I would talk about this like Factor before they ever started sponsoring me. So, and people would joke about it, about how I needed to be how I needed to get them to sponsor me, because I always used to talk about it. I would eat the meals on stream and stuff too, and it would be, when we would be doing long days. Yeah, you get to choose the meals. You can do the app. Like I have the app on my phone, or you can do it online, and they will automatically choose meals for you, but you can choose them. If you don't choose them, it'll automatically choose them for you. And then there's different stuff every week. So there are some that will be on there like every week. Like the taco bowl is on there like every week. And there are some that aren't on there every week, but almost every week. So there are some like the popular ones. But then they always have new stuff to try too. Yeah, they come in like this, they come in a box that has like these ice packs in them. And then, so they deliver them it's like the same day every week they deliver them, and you can pick how many you want. And the price depends on how many you want. And they come in like, I mean, it looks like it would be like just a little frozen meal. They have like the clear top or whatever, and they have like a little cardboard thing over them. But you put them in the microwave for 2 minutes, and they're so good. And they're really healthy. They have pasta ones too. Yes. Yes. Yeah, it's like the microwavable version of HelloFresh. They're really good. Use the code Juror50. You can get half off. Oh, it got too dark and they changed our beach cam to gray. I don't like it when it goes gray. We're going to go back to a few minutes ago and leave it there. So much better than gray. Sounds like what I need no decision to be made, just eat. Yeah, I love them. That was the thing I hated about cooking for however old my kid was, 18 when he moved out, 19. That's the thing I hated about cooking at home. I hated picking what to cook. That was the worst part. Do they have yellow fungus in them? In what? In Factor? Oh yeah, they have vegan ones. My hormone changed after having my son. I ordered the wrong type, but my husband loved them. Are they going for the free dinner? Maybe. I can't believe they're still going. You can play some of my dog's videos unless you're scared that Schnork is cuter than Lucy. Nobody is cuter than Lucy Girl. Ever. Thank you for the super chat. Erin says that her dog is cuter than yours, Zach. The deliberation clock was off by 30 minutes. I changed it because they said that they took a shorter lunch, which is what we almost had it at. And then we decided to go with the 1 hour lunch break. HelloFresh is good. I think that they just signed a sponsorship thing with me too, actually. HelloFresh. I think. I know we were looking at it. They will not be sequestered. I'm pretty sure. I'm hoping that they will come back with a verdict tonight since they're staying late. Maybe. I honestly thought that they would have it by now because I have stuff to do. I was planning on working on the podcast. I worked on it all morning and I still have more to do. Hi, Kay! Waiting for verdict. How are you? We are waiting impatiently. Impatiently. Very impatiently. We can hear you on the live. Say hi to everyone. Hi! Hi! If y'all haven't subscribed yet, make sure you do it now. Do we have the link in there? Do the link in there. To Miss Ada K. With her fancy. Here we go. There's a link. So y'all can make sure you are subscribed. Very impatiently is right. We are waiting very impatiently. Oh, the Juror 50 has expired. Wasn't that the one? That. Oh, hold on. Let me see. That might have been the old episode. Oh, that was the old episode. Shoot, let me see what the new one is. I have, oh, wait. Let's see. Actor. Oh, they haven't given me my script for the new one yet. Oh, wait, here's... Hold on, I found this one. Let me see. Oh, it still says Juror 50. Juror 50 is the one that it says. This one, on this one too. Factormeals.com/juror50. Use code juror50 to get 50% off. So it should be that. That's the only code I have. Juror. Yeah. Almost 4 hours, y'all. Did I see the text? I have not been on Twitter much. Let me pull it up. Try to be in November. I wonder if that one's going to be streamed. I wonder if we can see if that one will be streamed. We'll have to look, Mary. That one sounds interesting. I have shared you on my live. They can see you. Hello, Ada K friends. Hello. Four hours is more than enough for due deliberate. Yeah, I know. And that's it. See, this is the thing about verdict watches too. Because we're sitting here and okay, I've been sitting here trying to like come up with entertainment for 4 hours now, right? We've gone through the Lori Shaver stuff. We've talked about we've gone through the papers for the lawsuit from Paul O'Keefe and their family. We've gone through all of this conversation, all of these things, and gone back and looked at other stuff again. Talked about it, debated it, and we're still waiting. Hi. I'm stalking Matt Johnson's Twitter. I know, I've been stalking them too. I keep stalking him and oh goodness, somebody just tagged me in something. I thought it was a thing. Him and Vanessa Murphy. I was stalking hers too, waiting on an update, but nothing yet. Nothing yet. How are we at the 4 hour mark? Very few people thought that we were going to get this far. I didn't. I definitely didn't. For sure. But what do I know? I thought they'd be way done. How can you tell if the trial will be streamed? If the court documents are available, which with Massachusetts, most of them are not available on the court clerk site directly. You have to request them. There will usually be a request for media. If they don't have their own website where they do, like some of them in Florida and Vegas will do their own website, will stream everything. A lot of them in Florida do, actually. I mean, a lot compared to other states. But if they don't have that, then there will usually be a media request. So I'll try to look into it tomorrow and see if I can find out if there's been a media request for it. And if there hasn't, we'll see if maybe there's going to be a plan to put one in, maybe. I'm going to pull up, because I'm curious. That video. From today. Let's see. Somebody asked if they could see. Oops, that's not it. We could pull up again. I pulled it up earlier. We've looked at it twice. We'll pull it up again. I know some people come and go. Oh, his face. As soon as I pull it up, I'm already annoyed again. Here it is. That's the one that they were questioning, saying that this is hair and that that's not him because that's hair.
You have that. You'll be given a laptop. Look at this. This was an image that was not part of his presentation to you at his testimony and during his testimony. This laptop has the ability to pause. It has the ability to zoom. Watch this. We're going to slow this down now.
Let's see. Images. I think, to me, personally, this is just me, I think it looks like a hoodie. The way that it's pulled. Like, hair doesn't do like that. To me, it looks like it's a hoodie and that it comes down like, and see his chin would, or his neck wouldn't be all the way out here either. So to me, it looks like a hoodie that's, um, hold on, let me, that's, they logged me out. Can we only get to 5 memberships? Thank you, thank you, thank you. See if we can. See right here too. That looks like a hoodie to me. Knock off Nikes. Knock off Nikes. That's really funny. They said stop the clock. Oh, they're done for the day. They're done for the day. They're going to continue tomorrow at noon. Dang. all that time. And thank you for gifting a membership. Thank you, thank you. Dang. Look, if we'll mess with this a little bit tomorrow while we're waiting. Oh, 9 a.m. tomorrow, not 12. Okay, sorry. Let me correct myself. 9 Pacific, 12 Eastern. Sorry. 11 my time. He could have had a wig. To me, it looks like a hoodie. It could have been a wig. It could have been any of that. Like, I totally can see that. To me, personally, it looks like... Look, am I going to have a... My vertic brow is already starting to come off. I must have rubbed my eyeball. Or rubbed my eye. It's starting to come off. I think it looks like a hoodie, but I could be wrong. Especially because there's no space between... Like, look at this. Let me pull it up one more time before we finish. There's, like, your chin doesn't go from here to... Like, your neck is not all the way out here. This is not... This whole thing is not a neck. To me, it looks like it's a hoodie that comes like this. So. Or it's the blonde wig from his glamour shot. You're right. One or the other. One or the other. Dang. All right, so 12 Eastern, 9 Pacific. I will get the stream set up. We can take a look at more of this tomorrow. The nose looks like him. I'm going to mess with it some tomorrow. I've got to work on the Black Swan episode tonight, but I will work on it some more tomorrow. Hopefully we'll have a verdict tomorrow. But we'll work on it a little bit and kind of compare it and see if that looks like it could be a hoodie. Sound good? I know! Half my verdict brow is gone. I don't even know how that happened. I must have wiped my face and not realized it. Maybe when I started sweating when I took Lucy out. Oh well. I've still got one verdict brow. Hopefully I sleep on this side tonight and not this side. So then that way, well, maybe not. Maybe hopefully I'll sleep on this side so that it kind of matches more of this one. I went out with those. Yes, I go out with those on. I can't not go out with them. I had to take Lucy out. All right, y'all. Thank you for hanging out. Sorry we didn't get to a verdict today. Maybe tomorrow. Fingers crossed. I think it's the same profile. We're going to mess with it some tomorrow. Because look how flat his face is. We're going to mess with it tomorrow. We're going to mess with it. We're going to see. We're going to do our own investigating. It'll give us something to do while we're waiting on all this. So, if you have not hit the like button yet, please do so on your way out. I appreciate every single one of you. I will see you bright and early tomorrow, 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 Eastern, 11 Central, 10 Mountain. That covers all the ones around here. If you're over yonder somewhere, that's all I can tell you is the ones that are here. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you so much. Y'all be good.
Yeah, I gotta go. I can't stick around here forever.
Everybody was wonderful. Everybody behaved. Everybody's always so nice to me.
Just love your channel and
Goodbye, good people. Now, how the heck do I get out of here?